Today is Tuesday, June 9th. It is now 5:30 p.m. The special Southgate City Council meeting. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Barron,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rios,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos, Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Davila,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
and City Attorney Salinas is not here yet.
I'm sitting in for Mr. Salinas, Jerry Ruiz.
Thank you, Jerry.
No.
Welcome.
All right. Item number 1, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, the City Council will issue certificates of appreciation to the 2026 Miss Southgate Court.
Thank you. All right. I'll go ahead and start with the reading of the certificate. I'll go ahead and read one certificate, and then we'll go ahead and call the names up. But before I do, I want to give Lindsay an opportunity to kind of speak on the Miss Southgate pageant and the 2026 court, if she can, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for having us. Took us 2 months to get here, but I'm excited to introduce the girls from 2026 and also bid our farewell to our 2025 court. Before we go into the introductions, I just have to give a big thank you to all of you, especially to Miss Tina right here. It was a new year for us, and there was a lot of changes with not having Mr. Costley here to drive us insane. And I say that as a term of endearment. He knows that. So it was a learning experience, and I'm very thankful to Tina for putting up with me. and I'm very, very grateful for everything that had followed with it was just, there was a lot of madness behind it, and you were just so awesome with everything, and everything ended up working out. And so very big thank you to you. And I need to give a thank you to everybody, especially you, Mr. Mayor. Josh, you were a very big support. You called me and asked what I needed, and you helped ensure that we get scholarships for the 2026 court, and that you have no idea how significant that is. So my new court is covered for the upcoming year, and you were happy to assist with volunteers, and I'm very grateful for that. And to everybody else up there, to Jody, to Ms. Davila, to Mr. Gill, Rios, everybody, thank you so much for your endless support all these years. It's no secret that it was a little bit different this year with the Miss Southgate pageant. And I always joke, it's my last year, but I know, and I can say this with all my heart, that this year and all of the challenges that I faced really reminded me of how important this event is, not just for me, but for these young girls, with the possibility of it not happening, and just seeing their faces and how grateful that they are. You all in your own ways, and this is your personal time, not even as your titles, helped make it happen as well. So a big thank you to you. And I have to tell the parents as well, if they could please stand up, and we can give the parents a round of applause for these girls from both years. If parents could please stand up, I would love you to please stand up. I see you here. Please just stand up real quick so we can see you. And a big thank you to Kevin, because he puts up with me. So. But it's an honor to introduce the girls. Would you like to read the certificate and their names?
Yes. So I'll read the certificate, and then we can go ahead and call one up at a time. All right. So, certificate of appreciation presented by the Southgate City Council on behalf of the citizens of Southgate in recognition of your outstanding beauty, poise, intelligence, leadership, and dedication demonstrated throughout the competition. Your achievement reflects excellence, confidence, and commitment to representing the community with grace and integrity. So this first certificate is to Brianna Ricoen, Miss Southgate 2026. Catherine Brown, Miss Southgate 2026, first runner-up. Natalie Romero, Miss Southgate 2026 Princess. Monica Godinez. Princess 2026. Destiny Rezega. Sorry. Miss Southgate 2026 Princess. Mia Valdez. Oh. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah.
So I'm going to have Mia just stand here. So for those that were at the event, would know Mia was not able to take her final walk. She had to have an emergency surgery right before the event. So I would, if it's okay, if we can just give her a couple of minutes to have her moment.
Avatar?
Oh,
Sorry, I didn't know I was giving a speech, but I will have a speech now. I just want to say a very big thank you to everybody that I've met throughout my journey. The girls that I've met, Lindsay, all of you guys, City Council, all of the volunteers. It's been an extraordinary experience, one that I definitely couldn't pay any amount of money for. The amount of relationships that I've built, the lessons that I've learned, the people that I've met along the way has shaped me more than I can ever say. And it's just been an absolute honor. I've come to make some really great friendships. One especially being with Destiny, our princess of 2025. And honestly, I get to say that I made a best friend, and I would have never met her had it not been for this experience. And I'm so grateful to have her in my life, and I just want to take the time to appreciate her. Because, you know, even though being Miss Southgate is amazing and all these girls want to be able to have this huge crown and the title of 2025 or 2026 Miss Southgate and to win first place, but in all honesty, you know, I would have settled for just being in the pageant and just being able to meet the people that I've met, especially Destiny and Lindsay for all of her help and all of her support, and the girls, and just to be a part of the pageant itself has been amazing. And I will say that the person that I am today and the success that I've brought in my life today definitely wouldn't have come without this experience. So I just want to say thank you to City Council for allowing this to continue and for helping in every way, shape, and form, and to thank everybody that have helped me, and especially during my time being sick and not being here. And just thank you guys again, and keep doing the amazing work that you guys have been doing for this city. And Lindsay, continue to keep doing the work that you've been doing as pageant director and changing lives and helping out all of these women, these young women achieve their goals. And thank you to this year's court that I had the pleasure of being with. So thank you guys.
So I'm going to reread that certificate because it's a different certificate. So presented by the Southgate City Council on behalf of the citizens of Southgate in recognition and commendation for your dedicated service to the Southgate community during your reign as Miss Southgate 2025, Mia Valdez. First runner-up, Miss Southgate 2025, Camila Morales. Princess 2025, Miss Southgate Court, Amanda Salcedo. Princess 2025, Miss Southgate Court, Kaya Cornell Duran. And Princess 2025, Miss Southgate Court, Destiny Lopez. All right, ladies, come on up and we'll take a photo.
Mr. Mayor, may I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
To all the girls, but first to the outgoing Miss Southgate. Ladies, you guys were amazing this past year because I got to see you in every event that you were representing the city of Southgate to the fullest. And I cannot thank you enough for everything that you did this past year, especially during Santa Cup. And I think that's one of our favorite events because you get to see families enjoying getting, having the police go to their homes and getting their, kids, just seeing the kids' faces. But you were all amazing. And I want to thank you for that. And like I just said, don't be strangers. We need you guys to, continue being here in Southgate. So thank you. And for the for the incoming, for the new Miss Southgate and her court, it's going to be my pleasure to work with all of you, which I have been doing with all the Miss Southgates in the past years. And it just to have you in events and places where we ask for you guys to represent our city. And I can tell you, you represent our city so well outside of Southgate, because I hear from my colleagues from other cities, and they're very impressed how professional and how well you represent your city of Southgate. So thank you, and looking forward to continue working with all of you. And we have, I know that we're going through financial difficulties, but that's not going to stop us for not representing our city the way it should. So thank you very much, and looking forward to it. And Lindsay, I love you, girl. I seen you grow, and you have done such an amazing job with all the girls that have gone through Miss Southgate ever since you've been directing the Miss Southgate pageant. And we'll be talking soon. So I love you, and to your hubby, thank you for supporting Lindsay. I know it's not easy, but thank you. And to all the parents, congratulations. Keep supporting your babies because they will always be our babies. And thank you for giving them your love and your support, and taking them wherever they need to go. So with that, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, girls.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Mr. Hurtado.
so everything she said, I agree with, but I'll add a little bit more. So you see the girls who are wearing the crown, you aren't seeing those that did not win. They were just as amazing, each one. So that just goes to show you how challenging this is. I will tell you, I was there with my wife, and when they came out and they were representing the person that inspired them, when the first one went up, I said, oh my God, that was amazing. The other girls are going to have a challenge. And each one is just as fantastic as the one before. That was well done. None of them looked nervous. As you saw, I was telling the outgoing Miss Southgate that for someone who did not have a speech, that was pretty darn good, so that just goes to show you. But again, to the ones that did not come by and did not wear a crown, they were just as fantastic. I got to tell you, our city is very fortunate, blessed, whatever way you want to look at it, to have such amazing people out there. And Lindsay, just keep up the great job that you're doing. Keep bringing in this talent to our city, because when they represent Southgate, when you think of Southgate, when you look at the news, what do you see? Shh, quiet over. What you see in the news is always bad stuff, right? This happened in Southgate. But where are the stories about these fantastic young people who are doing great things? You don't see the press coming in here, but let it be about something bad, and they'll be all over the place. So again, I want to thank you for what you're doing. Keep up the good work, Lindsay. Keep that up. All right? Thanks.
Go ahead. Vice Mayor?
I just echo everything that was already said, but I want to, Lindsay, I know you also participated in, in Miss Southgate. So, you know, to keep, how many years has it been now?
You don't want to answer that.
Okay.
Don't worry about it, Lindsay.
But it takes a lot of effort and time and energy. And, you know, it's amazing the work you do with these young ladies, the etiquette, the protocols, they learn the leadership skills. This is lifelong learning that's you're going to have further on. And it's just, you know, I just want to thank everybody, the parents for allowing them to participate, the time, and everybody involved in this organization, because you really support us too. So we see you at events. So again, you know, continue the good work, ladies, and set a good example for other young ladies in our community.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are beautiful young ladies, and I commend the parents because it begins in the home. And ladies, you are a role model to a lot of little girls in Southgate that look up to you. So to the outgoing court, thank you. Thank you for constantly being there for our community. And the incoming court, you got a lot of work ahead of you, but I know that you can do it with the same level of dignity and respect that you have shown throughout the competition. And thank you, Lindsay, because I know you've been doing this for many, many years. We had to stop during COVID, but we're back. So ladies, congratulations. And the sky's the limit. It's not about the exterior beauty, but the interior beauty that you bring every time you walk into the room. So thank you. Thank you, parents.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies, and congratulations again, and thank you for everything you do. Madam Clerk. We'll go ahead. Item number 2.
Mr. Mayor, the City Council will issue a certificate of appreciation to the winners of renaming Cesar Chavez Park.
Thank you. And reading the certificate of appreciation would be our Councilwoman, Maria Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my honor to present this certificate of appreciation to 2 students from Stanford Elementary School who came up with the name for our park. As previously, the park was named Cesar Chavez. We needed to change it, and it came to Parks and Recreation Commission. They gave us a couple of names, but here the council, it's the one who says the last word, and we wanted to take it to the students because I think that the parks are for our families, our kids, and why not let our own kids in the city come up with the name of a park that it's around their area. And we have 2 participants, and I'm going to read the certificate. And it says, presented by the Southgate City Council on behalf of the citizens of Southgate. 2, first is Jason Lua. In recognition of your creativity, civic engagement, and contribution to the city of Southgate through your participation in the Student Park Renaming Contest. Your proposed park name, Azalea City Park, was selected by the Southgate City Council as the new name for the park formerly known as Cesar Chavez Park. Your thoughtful idea will leave a lasting impact on our community and serve as a source of pride for residents for years to come. And I said decades, years, centuries. That park will always be named Azalea City Park. The City of Southgate commends you for your outstanding participation and thank you for helping shape the future of our city. And the second student is Jesus Torres. Yay. And I just wanted to say we had we had a contest, and we had a lot of names that came to to our city council, and I think this hit the best because azalea is the city's flower, and we all identify the azalea with the city's flower. But to the students who did not win, I mean, thank you for participating. I know they're not here, but to the two students, let that sink in. In 20 years, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, when you guys are all viejitos, I mean, you're going to be sitting in that park and you're going to say, I named that park.
You can take your
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Jason and
Jason.
Jesus, can you
and
come up and say a few
Jesus.
words?
Didn't expect to do a speech today, but here we are. It's I can't really say that it took a while to get here. We kind of made up the name in like, I don't know, 30 minutes, but so I can't say it took a long time, but it did take a lot of research and information to do it. And my partner Jason here will explain to you how we figured out the name and how we connected it to Southgate's history.
Research. Now, one of our demo names, you could say, was of a farmer since Southgate used to be a farm. And it was of a famous saint. We picked Azalea, though, specifically, because not only is it Azalea Mall somewhere around the area, but also because it's the city flower. When we were doing research, that was one of the first things that I saw that was like, that could be good. And we did research, searched if there was anything like Azalea Park, anything else somewhat similar or not, or has azalea in it, and there was nothing. And to be honest, we picked randomly in between both of our names. And I'm just happy that this one got picked and that I get to be here today.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just really quick, what elementary are you from?
We are from Stanford Avenue Elementary School.
Great. I graduated from Stanford Elementary in 1994. So a long time ago. So don't do the math. Yeah, so congratulations. Any teachers from Stanford or where no? There you go. Yeah. All right, we'll go ahead and take a photo.
Teacher, if you can come down so we can also take a picture with you.
All right, item number 3.
Mr. Mayor, the City Council will issue a certificate of appreciation to International Studies Learning Center for being selected as the 2026 California Distinguished School.
I think they're excited, so I'll let you get started, Gil.
Oh, boy. All right. Certificate of Appreciation presented by the Southgate City Council on behalf of the citizens of Southgate to International Studies Learning Center at Legacy High School Complex. You can applaud there. There you go. And it is in recognition of being designated a 2026 California Distinguished School by the California Department of Education. This prestigious honor recognizes International Studies Learning Center under the category of Achievement Gap Closers, schools that are accelerating academic process for two or more groups that have been historically underserved, while also demonstrating achievement for all students that is above the state median and maintaining or increasing academic performance for all students. This distinction celebrates exemplary instructional programs and reflects the dedication of the school's administrators, teachers, staff, students, and families in fostering academic excellence and student success. With great pride and appreciation, the City of Southgate congratulates International Studies Learning Center on this outstanding achievement, and thanks to the entire school community for its continued commitment to educational excellence and the success of future generations. Signed, Mayor Joshua Barone. Congratulations. Principal, you can stand up.
Mr. Hernandez.
Take a bow. You heard the speeches earlier. Yours better be as good, okay?
No pressure.
Uh-oh.
Okay, there we go.
Go ahead.
This one? Okay.
They'll work.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. Yesterday at 10 a.m., I was at Tweedy Elementary. We had all the seniors come back and walk the halls at their elementary school. And then last night we had our graduation with our incredible seniors. Some of them are here. They look a little bit tired, but who gets to be part of this community where, I was their principal for some of them in elementary school, and then now we get to send them off to college. So I'm very fortunate. And the city has been a tremendous partner. I left the city for a while. I was recruited to go back to where I grew up in Cudahy. And some of the practices that I learned from you, we took over there, especially, like the safety collaborative. We had other cities to start doing that work because you've always been so supportive. So first of all, I want to say thank you to all of our elected officials for always being partners with our schools. Secondly, we can't do this without our incredible students. Our students are here. Please stand, students. Leadership, seniors. Italy, Nathan, right? We have Charlotte here. Thank you so much for being here. It's because of their hard work that we were able to achieve this great award. Like most of you, I grew up in a very humble home. They said, don't brag, don't ask for certificates, don't ask for any recognition. Just be proud of the work that you do. But then I got a few awards and our school received a few awards, and it feels good to be recognized. So, and it doesn't take away from that inner pride that we should all have. So we're very grateful. The school has been working tremendously hard. We have a very talented, dedicated group of teachers. I feel a lot of pressure with them because sometimes you go to a school and you're like, come on, guys. And, they're like, oh, well, that's not going to work. Here, whatever you put in front of our teachers, they're like, let's do it. Let's try it. So it's a tremendous responsibility. And then lastly, our incredible parents that are here. I've known some of the families, for 12 or more years. So I feel like they're part of my family. So let's give the parents a big round of applause a nuestros padres. And of course, you need an organizer, someone who's going to rally them, someone who's going to train them. And we're very fortunate that we have tremendous community representative here, Diana Ramirez. She's incredible with her parents. Yeah. Again, a mother, a Tweety, and then she developed the skills and she became a community representative, and she is really good at what she does. So again, thank you for this honor. Thank you for acknowledging our school, and thank you for always supporting us. We really, it means a lot to us. We appreciate it. Let's go. Let's go, Dragons.
All right, let's come up and take a photo.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes, please.
Well, I first want to thank the principal. Ever since he's joined, he's really inspired the children at Legacy. So he's definitely been a good leader and guiding that youth. So thank you, Mr. Hernandez, for all the work that you've done. And also, I want to thank all the teachers, because the children are not just a number at Legacy. Each teacher spends a lot of time, energy, and effort to get to know each student, and also reach out to the parents when needed as well. So they care for these children as much as the parents do. So congratulations to the teachers. All these students are going off, to a college, a university. So they're continuing their education because of the effort, that the teachers have placed, and, the students' commitment back to education as well. And also, I want to thank all the parents and the PTA, because they're actively involved in the school, whether they're raising funds, coming out of pocket, making sure the balloons are perfect, all the effort that they put for graduation and ongoing efforts to make sure that the kids have a great experience at Legacy. Thank you very much. My family thanks you, as we are Dragons Forever as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 4.
I'll say something, Mayor. Just want to, again, echo what our treasurer indicated, but I know that Mr. Hernandez, I had kids going to Tweety, and I know he's still here in the community, and he's been in Cudahy, our neighboring city, and I know I've been to a lot of schools. I'm in education too, and I noticed that the principal kind of sets the stage for what kind of school. And I think you really have proven that at Tweedy and in Cudahy, and now here at International Study Learning Center there in Legacy. So we're grateful for and you're considered part of the family now here. And now everybody else, also the parent rep and the teachers. It takes a whole community, right, to get our kids. And you're in a distinguished school, and you've earned that. And we're real grateful for your contribution to the community.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, item number 4. Oh, yes. Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, all. Thank you so much for accepting us into your community. My name is Lorenzo Hurtado, and I'm a parent at ISLC, International Studies Learning Center. And I wanted to take just a couple of minutes for me to explain just one more, I'd like to say, quirk that we have at ISLC. Not only, and I'll speak a little bit on my personal experience. My daughter was diagnosed with autism. And at the beginning, and I apologize because I may get emotional, but she was diagnosed with autism. And we were going back and forth as to how we were going to deal with school, community, even with family. We found a little school on Tweedy. The first person on her first day was Mr. Hernandez. He welcomed her. He became somebody very interested in her life. And along the way, throughout the years, he had to go somewhere else. But that spirit remained with my daughter. We moved on to ISLC Junior High, and we still remembered everything that Mr. Hernandez taught us. We moved to high school, and something very, very interesting happened. I'd like to say that God has a very interesting way of doing things, and we are nobody to question it. But we needed a new principal. And lo and behold, I was asked to be a participant in interviewing said candidates. I saw on the roster Marcos Hernandez. Okay, this is interesting. I asked if I needed to excuse myself because I already had previous experience with him. They said, no, your knowledge of him would help out. Okay, wonderful. We interviewed him and he knocked it out of the park. All that to say, it's a full circle moment for both him and my family. It's not only him and my family. He is part of my family. He had the blessing of welcoming her the first day and handing her her diploma yesterday. Because of his leadership, the school has exponentially increased in every single score there is. It's a community, it's a family. That is our secret. It's a family. They're my sisters. These kids are my kids as well. That's my principal. He's also my brother. Because of said leadership and examples that he set forth, my daughter is going to Biola University. She is going to study in a 3-2 program, which means that at the third year at Biola, she will be graduating with a bachelor's in physics engineering, transferring to USC, Viterbi School of Engineering, for her civil engineering degree. This is a child with autism who basically will have 2 degrees. And it all starts not only in the family, just like you mentioned. Thank you so much for recognizing that. But it also is an endeavor that it takes a village to raise a child. Not only somebody with autism, but it takes a village to raise a child. And no better chief, right over there, than Mr. Hernandez. I thank you for your time. I know this wasn't very kosher for me to jump in, but thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me to just share my daughter's story and my story as head of my family and part of this wonderful family that we have at ISLC. Thank you once again to every single one of you.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to touch on something real quick. First of all, we call each other primo, Mr. Hurtado. He's really not related to me. But after that, I'm going to adopt him as a family member. But he's absolutely correct. Again, how things happen in life, nobody can ever predict, right? We are dealt cards and we play them to the best of our ability. I too have a grandson who's on the spectrum. And last week, he's in middle school in Pasadena, and he received Student of the Year. From all the students in the school, he received Student of the Year. And the challenge, again, all parents are facing challenges every day, right? And but the amount of work that goes to how to cope with someone who's on the spectrum is additional challenging. And we have a principal who understands that and finds the way to bring success out of a difficult situation can't be overlooked. So again, I'm glad you shared that story with us, and God bless. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council will present a certificate of appreciation to Diego Rosales, a member of the Chivas U21 soccer team, in recognition of outstanding achievement in winning the Clausura 2026 championship.
Thank you. So I had the pleasure of being introduced to Diego actually by accident. I have a Google's alert for anything that happens Southgate. And in 2023, I was alerted with this next picture. You switch it over to the next photo. I was alerted with this photo, and it said LAFC homegrown contract given to Diego Rosales. But what struck me was 17-year-old kid from Southgate. So I went to my first LAFC game. I've never been there before, BMO. I thought I was getting a deal. I got $20 tickets. Little did I know that those $20 tickets came with no seats. It was a standing room only where people were dancing and cheering. But me and my wife had the best time of our lives, and we enjoyed it. And I became an LAFC fan from that day forward. So when I saw this, I just wanted to remind myself how amazing it is when people put their name of where they're from when they accomplish great things. And I do this because I think it's important to always highlight that you always need to be proud of where you came from. And Diego, you showed me that. And you continue to do that. So I'll go ahead and read the certificate. In recognition of your outstanding achievement as a member of the Chivas U21 team, winner of the Casuras 2026 championship, your dedication, perseverance, and commitment of excellence have contributed to this remarkable achievement and brought pride to your team, your supporters, and to the Southgate community. Your achievement serves as an inspiration to others. Southgate proudly recognizes your accomplishments and wishes you continued success both on and off the field. And Luis, estoy muy orgulloso por su hijo, Sandy, muy orgulloso por su hijo. Es un placer de tenerlo aquí con nosotros hoy. Muchas gracias por todo lo que ustedes han sido.
Mr. Mayor, you can come up. You have to understand the emotion that is felt up here. I coached this young man when he was 10, and he is phenomenal and came back to serve our community. And, you know, I served as president of a youth organization, the Southgate Junior Athletic Association, for over 30 years. And the amount of talent that has come out of there, a lot of them get scholarships to go to college, you know, and get the education that they need. But we got AYSO that does the same thing, Southgate Youth Football and the cheerleading squad, Southgate Aquatics. We've seen a lot of success come from our programs, and that is one of the reasons why we continue to support these activities. And when you're able to accomplish what you've done at such a young age, it's phenomenal. And I want to congratulate not just you, but the programs that you've participated in, and of course, Mom and Dad. Congratulations to everybody. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I did kind of write a little speech, but we'll see. I just want to thank you, Mayor Baran, the City Council. I'm so honored to be recognized by the City of Southgate. I want to thank God first and foremost for guiding me. He's been a big process in my life ever since I was a little kid, and to my family for your support has meant everything. And to this community, I'm so grateful. Something that's helped me in my life and my career is to enjoy the process, to never give up, and to trust in God's plan. This community has given me so much, and I hope to give back by staying connected and working hard every day. Thank you. And also, I wanted to mention that, I follow you on Instagram, so I seen what you do, what you've been doing with the community, and I'm proud to represent Southgate. It means a lot because I have a park. I have a park near my house called Holladale Park, and obviously I live in Guadalajara now. And this vacation, when I came back, I went there, and I always ran there, trained there, everything. And when I came back this time, I noticed something different. I saw that there was a soccer field there, and and it put a big smile to my face, and to see the next generation of Southgate people inspiring to play soccer and to follow their dreams. And thank you.
Congratulations. You're from Guadalajara? Did you say you're from Guadalajara, your family is?
Oh, I live in Guadalajara now.
Oh,
Like,
do
I'm
you?
playing over there.
My
So.
mom was from Guadalajara. My cousin, Gerardo, he played in the first division with Puebla back in the 1960s. He's passed away now, but yeah, a lot of talent out in Jalisco.
Yes.
By the way, so congratulations.
And here in Southgate.
And in Southgate. Well, that's our sister city, right?
So Diego, I am probably one of the only council members who was born in Guadalajara. So vivan las Chivas. I'm sorry,
Yes.
America, pero vivan las Chivas. But I think this goes to show the testament and the dedication that your parents have instilled in you. Padres, es muy obvio que los valores que ustedes le inculcaron a Diego lo han llevado donde él está hasta ahorita. So, gracias por haberlo creado en esta linda ciudad que es Southgate y que nunca se le olvide de dónde viene, en particular tus padres. Porque donde ellos son, nosotros también somos de ahí, aunque seamos nacidos aquí o allá. pero siendo de las Chivas, híjole, ya se me hizo la piel chinita. So, gracias, thank you, and I look forward to you continuing to being that mentor for our youth, because they sometimes need someone to look up to, that they too can accomplish that goal that you
Yeah.
set yourself up for. Though at the time you were like, we'll see. Pero como tú dijiste, Dios siempre tiene un plan. Y teniendo esa fe en el centro, no hay límite que alguien te pueda detener. So, felicidades y gracias, padres.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And Mr. Mayor, I mean, just, Diego, just by being on graduations of elementary school students, you know, one of the things that I always, elementary and middle school, and I just was at the middle school, Southgate Middle School graduation. And one of the things that I ask the students is to, once you graduate, you go to college, come back, you know, come back to your city and give to your city. Because you guys are an inspiration. When you guys come back and give to your community that saw you grow, it's a testament that we have such an amazing talent here in our community. Because we just, I mean, you guys are, I mean, just give them the opportunity to be who they want to be. And today, I mentioned something that that it goes, you know, it goes way back to when the city was built. Always have pride where you come from. Always be proud of who you are and be proud of who you are going to become. But never forget where you came from and who gave you those first opportunities. So congratulations. I know you're going to go way high than maybe we're going to see you in La Selección Mexicana one of these years.
That's the goal.
And that's the goal. And we'll be here to cheer you up because you will have the support of this entire city. Believe me.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Push it, push it. Are we taking a break?
We don't have closed session anyway.
Yeah. Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting. There's no closed session, right? All right, so we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thank you. We need a city manager.
Ready, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, wait, we're gonna wait a little bit. We need a city manager. And there she is. City council and the city manager.
Mr. Mayor, may I make the announcement for the Spanish translation?
Yes,
To make
please.
sure that we have Spanish speaking only. ¿Hay personas que necesiten traducción en español? Sí. Okay. Can somebody give her and said, thank you. ¿Puede alzar su mano? También the gentleman in the back. Thank you.
All right. All right, Madam Clerk, we're ready to go?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and start the Southgate City Council meeting. It is now 6:42. It's Tuesday, June 9th. Roll call? Oh, I'm sorry. Doing the invocation will be Tina De La Rosa, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be done by our Chief Manny Arana.
Can you please stand and bow your heads? Dear Lord, we come before you once again tonight, just asking you to be with us as we discuss the business of the city, Lord. Just help us to make every decision to the best of our ability and just help everything to run smoothly tonight and for everyone to be respectful of one another. In your name we pray. Amen.
Please face our flag. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Barron,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rios,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Davila,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
and our city attorney right now is Jerry Ruiz.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Public hearing, item number 1.
Following the conclusion of the public hearing, the City Council will consider adopting a resolution approving the fiscal year 26-27 annual action plan, B, authorizing the city manager or designee to submit to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development the fiscal year 26-27 annual action plan, and C, authorizing the city manager or his designee to enter into an agreement with eligible subrecipients in the form acceptable to the city attorney. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Mr. City Manager making this presentation, is it going to be Gabe Perez?
I'll pass it over to Gabe, and Gabe will do a pass himself.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, Gabriel Perez. This is our annual adoption of an annual action plan for the Community Development Block Grant Program. Giving this presentation tonight will be our housing manager, Carol Averell, and assisted by our consultant, Anna Lanou. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council member, and members of the public. Tonight, we're bringing you the fiscal year 26-27 annual action plan for adoption. So what is the annual action plan? So we have federal requirements as recipients of CDBG and home funding to prepare an annual action plan. The action plan identifies how the city will be spending the federal funds during the upcoming fiscal year. And also it serves as a city's application to the Housing and Urban Development Department. The action plan covers from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th of 2027. And the action plan must be submitted to HUD no later than 45 days before the program year begins. And this is also part of the city's 5-year consolidated plan. The fiscal year 2026-27 is year 2 of the 5-year consolidated plan. Also part of the action plan is the public participation. So we do include a 30-day public comment period, which is required for public noticing, and a public hearing before the city council adopts the plan. So for fiscal year 26-27, we receive $1,153,140 under CDBG. The funds, the CDBG funding funds a wide range of community development activities. And in this case, for fiscal year 26-27, the activities include graffiti abatement, family violence prevention, police explorer, home modification, women's business center support, and street sidewalk improvements, and also the some housing rehabilitation program. Under the home funding, we receive $486,118 to fund affordable housing activities for income eligible households. So this year, the activities include owner-occupied residential rehabilitation and CHOTO set aside for affordable housing development. So here we can show you the difference on the funding that we receive. 71% is CDBG funding. So we have $1,153,140, but we have also a carryover of $34,099, which brings the total funding available under CDBG to $1,187,239. And for home, we do not have any carryover or any program income, so we have available $486,118. So the total that we have for CDBG that we receive for CDBG and home is $1.6 million. So the activities that we are funding under CDBG are as follows. And I just wanted to let you know all these activities are recommended by the Citizens Advisory Committee. We held a meeting on February 11th and February 25th. So these are the recommendations from the CAC. So for administration, we covered $24,000 for fair housing. And then also for program administration, we allocated $206,628. So the total is, this represents a 20% of the total entitlement funding under CDBG. Then also we have graffiti abatement, which falls under the category of public services, and it meets the area benefit national objective. The recommendation from the CAC was $107,971. For the family violence prevention, which is also under the category of public services, it meets the national objective of low-mod clientele, and the allocation is for $27,000. Police Explorers is also a public service category and serves low-mod clientele, and the recommendation is for $23,000. Southgate Home Modification Program is also a public service, and it meets the low-mod clientele national objective, and the recommendation is for $15,000. The Southgate Women's Business Center is an economic development program, and it also meets the national objective on the low-mod clientele, and the recommendation is for $12,000. Also, we have the Street and Sidewalk Improvement Project, which is public facilities and improvements category, which meets the national objective of area benefit, and the recommendation is for $385,820. However, I just want to let you know that that later on we may be bringing you a recommendation for a substantial amendment since another project, another parks project has been identified, which can spend the money in a timely manner. And so we probably will be looking into all monies and this funding to bring to this project. And the last project that is recommended under under CDBG is the Neighborhood Revitalization Program, which is under the category of housing rehabilitation, and it meets the low mode housing national objective. And the allocation is also for $385,820. So all these programs total, or the funding that is program is 1.1 million. Under the home activities, we have required to allocate 10% plus program income under administration. So that's $48,611. Then we have the residential rehabilitation program, which provides deferred loans to income eligible homeowners for repairs that they need or improvements if they're owner occupied units in Southgate. And so the allocation is for $364,590. And as required by the program, we set aside a minimum of 15% for Choto set aside. And this is reserved for a qualified community housing development organization. We also may be bringing you report to qualify a nonprofit organization as Choto. And so the allocation is for $72,917. So we also wanted to bring the 25-26 fiscal year 25-26 subrecipient performance. So you have an idea of how the subrecipients under CDBG are doing and expending the funding that were allocated. So for the California Latino Leadership Institute, their performance goal was 22 participants. However, they, after the adoption of the action plan, they withdrew their application. Then we have the Fair Housing Foundation. Their goal is to assist 285 participants. To date, they have assisted 160 participants. The allocation was $24,000. They have expended $15,743, which represents 65.6% of the allocation. For the family violence prevention, the goal was 55 participants. To date, they have 32. The funding allocated was $24,895. They have expended $15,280, which represents 61.4% of the allocation. Graffiti abatement, they provide services to 19 CDBG eligible census tracts. To date, they have completed 7,062 assignments throughout all these census tracts. The funding allocated on fiscal year 25-26 was $94,000. They have expended $85,744, so they are at 91.2% of their allocation. For police explorers, the goal was 12 participants. To date, they have 14. They exceeded their goal, and they received $23,000, and they have expended $19,000, so they are at 85.3% of their goal. For SoCal Rehabilitation Services, their goal was 10 participants. They have assisted 3, and the funding that they received was $15,000, and they have expended the $15,000, so they are at 100% of their expenditures. And for the Southgate Chamber of Commerce, the goal was to hire 1 part-time staff. We're still missing eligibility documentation, so these funds, for now, because we have to meet some timeliness requirements, will be reallocated, and then this coming year we will be working with the Chamber of Commerce to complete this project. So in addition to all the requirements, we have a public participation summary. So we conducted a needs assessment when we had the CAC meeting at on February 25th. So we could look at the community development and housing needs that we could identify for this fiscal year. And so we could have an informed idea of what were the priorities to fund under CDBG and home. We also are required to do a 30-day public comment period. We released a published notice on the newspaper on March 26, 2026, and also we posted the draft annual action plan on the City of Southgate website and also made it available at City Hall. So any written any comments could be accepted via mail, email, or in person, and this is a requirement under the Citizens Participation Plan. And then today we're holding the public hearing. And then after that, once the City Council adopts this action plan by resolution, then we will be submitting it to the Housing and Urban Development Department. Okay, doesn't want to work. Okay, we're stuck with this. You want to go to the next slide? No? Okay, last slide. The recommended action is to adopt a resolution approving the City of Southgate fiscal year 26-27 annual action plan for the Community Development Block Grant and Home program, and authorizing the city manager to execute all required documents and submit the annual action plan to the Housing and Urban Development Department. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation. We'll go ahead and open up to any member of the audience that have any comments or questions regarding the presentation. Seeing none, any emails, Madam Clerk?
We have no emails for that, but we do have someone on Zoom.
Okay, go ahead.
We have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
All right, Mr. Dominguez.
Yeah, council members, I'm not happy. This is no good. This ain't gonna fly here. I got no picture on Zoom. What's going on here? I mean, we're spending $2,020 and I can't see anybody on Zoom. What a ripoff. All right, let me hit on this before I lose my time. Last year, the Citizens Advisory Committee was kind enough to allocate $1.1 million to our Department of Parks and Recreation for park-related projects. And your former director, Steve Clausen, what did he do? He skipped out on us, left us high and dry. And now we're just barely getting out, implementing and getting these projects done. And the thing I want to say, council members, when your commissioners put a lot of thought and work in putting together these lists of projects that, we want to have for our city, I would appreciate it if going forward, if the council members would refrain from meddling and tinkering with the list of projects that the commissioners have assembled and put together to, for funding with the CDBG funds. This is something that should be between, with the commissioners and the public. There's a lot of stuff that I want us to have and that I would like to pursue with the CDBG funds. If there's things that the council members in particular want to see get funded, then David put it in the list or in the queue and have it ready for the commissioners, prior, to the allocation of the funding. Don't come afterwards saying, well, how can we move it around here? Can we put it over here and then invest in this and then go after this project over here? Really, now you want to tinker around and, disassemble this list of projects that the commissioners have already put together and, we pushed the commissioners to give us. So that one thing that's missing our meeting is prosperity. Who's thinking of the prosperity of the residents? And I want the council members to keep that in mind when it comes to the CDBG funds. How about investing in us and the things that we want to have for our city? I'll end with that.
Thank you. Anyone else, Madam Clerk?
We have no one else. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll go ahead and close the public comment section. Bring it back to council. What are the council's wishes? Any comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of questions for Carol. Thank you for the presentation, Carol. So my question is, are we going to be able to spend these funds within the fiscal year?
So we have been spending the funding. We have been completing some projects. I believe that we will be able to. For the fiscal year 26-27, we are already preparing to spend the funding. And we've been working also with Public Works to complete these projects.
Okay. So you said you're going to come back to make some changes because there's other projects that are basically ready to go.
So the projects that we have for Parks and Recreation, we have some projects that they are taking a little longer to complete, or there are certain issues that are not going to allow us to meet the deadlines that we have to spend the funding. So staff has identified another project, and we will need approximately $1 million to complete that project. So we are going to bring that under the substantial amendment. But a lot of the work has been done, so that project could be done in a timely manner.
Okay. So when do you project to bring it back to council?
Probably
The next 6 months?
August, September? Yeah, in September.
In September?
Yeah.
Okay. So how much did we give to the Southgate Chamber in the last round? Because here we have 12,000 allocated to them.
Yes, on fiscal year 25-26, we allocated 12,000.
12,000. And we did not get any paperwork? I mean, the last thing I need is to have
So
the office
yeah.
coming down, or HUD coming down on the city because we're lacking paperwork.
What happens is that when we receive applications, we have to make sure that all the projects are eligible under CDBG. So because this is an economic development project, it has different requirements. So we've been working with the Chamber of Commerce to complete all the checklists that they need to complete so we can determine that the project is eligible.
So have they completed the one for 25-26?
No, but they are completing it for
Okay, so you're assisting them right now?
Yes.
Okay. So moving forward, hopefully we'll be fine?
Yes.
In 26-27?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
So the report indicates that should the city receive less funding, only the graffiti abatement allocation would be decreased, but it doesn't say if it's by a certain percentage, dollar amount, or in the entirety. Can you clear that up for us, please?
Sure. During the CAC meeting, the commissioners decided that because the allocations were low, that the only one that will be affected would be the graffiti abatement. So if we will get more money, then they will get what the allocation, the recommendation was, and if it was less, they will just cut that one a little bit. But we receive a little bit more funding this year under CDBG, so we were able to allocate the $107,000 for graffiti abatement.
So as we are here today, there is no chance of a decrease.
No, because this is based on the allocations that we receive from HUD.
Okay.
Yes.
That gave me a lot of concern. Maybe next time you can send us a notification saying that part is no longer appropriate. Because I got to tell you, a lot of people here in Southgate, including myself, graffiti is just not a beautiful thing to have. And with the budget that we have, we're looking at that being impacted. And if that were to be something that we're going to decrease from the CDBG fund, it would have been a problem for me. So thank you for clearing that up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, because Councilmember Hurtado did bring it up. So Arturo, my question to you is the 107,000, would that be keeping part-time or full-time employees that are already on the graffiti abatement?
That's on the graffiti abatement as part of the budget cuts. We've cut all the part-time employees, so that would be funding our full-time employees.
Okay, so the 107 would be funding the
Right.
full-time. Perfect, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Carol, thank you for the good work you and your staff are doing. I think some of it's already being clarified. The Chamber of Commerce, the Latino Leadership Training, they still have opportunities to apply.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. All right. Because those are two worthy programs that we need to consider. In terms of the Southgate Women's Business Center, we have a Southgate Business Center somewhere here, or how does that work?
I will see if Anna wants to come and speak about it from the Chamber of Commerce. She's the one that is starting that program.
Okay, is it working in partnership with another organization to provide services for women? Oh, it's the Chamber? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess she wants to say something.
Good afternoon. Yes, this will be a program that is implemented through the Chamber of Commerce.
And you'll be assisting women as far as entrepreneurship?
And can you
or
please,
what?
I know we all know, some of us know who you are, but can you please identify yourself?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ana Elisa Raraz, the Director for the Southgate Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. And this is a collaboration with the New Economics for Women Business Center that we will bring these resources to our city.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And then the last thing, Carol, if we could in the future highlight the residential rehabilitation program, I think just to see what we're doing out there. I mean, we're spending $300,000.
Sure, and I can give you a little bit of an update on what we have done this fiscal year. So for the home program, because we have two different housing rehabilitation programs. Under the home program, we completed 2 units and we have 3 in process. And then under the neighborhood revitalization program, we completed 7 and we have 6 in progress. Yeah, we do an assessment of what the needs are. When we receive the application, somebody will come and say, oh yeah, we need, the roof repair or there are other things. So we do a full inspection to make sure that, they don't need anything else. The grants are for up to $60,000. So a lot of people, especially, in the case of the CDBG program and the neighborhood revitalization is for seniors mostly because they don't have the means to do the repairs in their homes. So we have several of them that have come and said, listen, my roof is almost collapsing and I need to get it fixed. And so we're going and doing an assessment and seeing what they need.
Thank you, Carol.
Sure.
And just if I could, there was a comment that was made that, there are certain projects that come forward and there sometimes they get changed or they get taken off of the CBDG funding. I want to make sure that there's some clarity there. In most of those cases, it was my understanding that they were brought back because one, the funding changed or the amount for that project changed that was no longer available to be able to cover for that project. So instead of funding that specific project, it was just allocated to something else. Now, is that accurate in most of those cases that where we had to pivot away from certain projects that were previously advocated for?
So what happens with CDBG is that we have a timeline to expend the funding. So usually we should be spending the funding during that fiscal year. We have been in the process of spending the money as quick as we can. And unfortunately, because of COVID, there was funding that we received under CDBG COVID that had to be expended first. And this is an issue that a lot of cities are having, that they have to spend that money first. So then they accumulated CDBG funding that it didn't get expended as quick as possible. So so we all had to put together like a workout plan with HUD and then let them know how we're going to be spending the funding as quick as possible to meet the timeliness ratio. So we've been working really hard on doing that, and we're getting very close to meeting our timeliness ratio. There is another project that just got completed for parks that we are also working on drawing down the funding. So as soon as we draw down the funds for that project and some of the housing rehab projects that we have, we're probably going to get in compliance with the timeliness. But to answer your question is when we have projects and the projects are not moving fast enough, we are required to look into other projects that could be moving faster, and then the next fiscal year we can just bring that other project and fund it. But we've been working on some projects that unfortunately, because there were other issues such as asbestos or things like that, we couldn't complete the project because it needed a lot more money.
Yeah, and I think just to add to some of the comments that were made by my colleagues, I think one of the things that we should do is on an annual basis, maybe highlight all of the accomplishments that we've been able to complete with CBDG funding, and just make sure that we do that and bring it back and show, hey, here's what we've been able to do with this funding that was, given to us by, the federal government.
Yeah, in September, we're going to bring you the CAPER, which is the report that we have to submit to HUD. And on that report, we will let you know what we have accomplished
Yeah.
during the fiscal year.
I know that report gets here and we get to see it, but I think we need to make sure that it gets out to the public in the best way possible. So we can put it out in our social, we can put it out even in our water bills, right? Some way to show, hey, here's what we've done. I think it would be a good accomplishment.
I have a question. I'm sure it's a very simple question, but now if we don't use those funds with the fiscal year, do we carry it over to the following year or do we lose those fundings?
We can carry over some funds, but we have to make sure that we still are in compliance with the timeliness ratios. So we cannot have more than 1.5 times the amount of funding that we're receiving. So that's why we have to be very proactive. If we see that projects are not moving fast enough, then we can reallocate the funds.
Say that I know what makes it difficult is that the federal government requires a lot of prerequisites and all these things that make it a little tough on the timeline, right? And we know that. So a lot of paperwork is involved with this, but it's good funding. Yeah.
Yes. It benefits
Mr.
the
Mayor?
community. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so I am going to make a motion to follow A, B, and C, but before I even do that, I just want to say, as the mayor said, we should find opportunities to identify how the money is spent and make sure that everybody understands where the money is coming from. I was speaking to a couple of people earlier, and there's a lot of misinformation on social media, as to why do we have a logo in the middle of the street? Where's that money? How come our taxpayer money, you want to increase taxes? And I explained to them, it's a grant. It's not the local money we're talking about. Wasn't aware of it. And when you see some of the items here on the list that are going to be funded through CDBG, some people are wondering why we're spending money on these things when we can spend that on other things. And I explained to them that these are federal funds that are given to every community throughout the country. They're federal funds. Yes, we all pay into it through our federal taxes, but these are allocated through a special fund that every city gets. And that dollar amount can change from year to year. Sometimes we'll get a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less. But where that money can be spent is restricted. We can't just automatically say, hey, let's just spend it on this other thing. We need this, let's go ahead and spend. We can't do that. So there's restrictions, and I think it's important that in the community, people get properly informed as to where this money comes from and why we were able to spend it there, especially when there's a financial issue going on. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and move staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have first and second, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila? Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
And Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Carol. Item number 2.
Following the conclusion of the public hearing, the City Council will consider A, receiving and filing presentations on the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budgets and one-year capital improvement program, CIP. B, adopt a resolution approving fiscal year 26-27 municipal budget in the amount of $282,102 282,102,715, including all funds and departments, and adopting the included financial and budgetary policies, along with all additions and deductions the legislative bodies may enact. C, adopting resolution recalculating the fiscal year 25-26 GAN appropriation limit in the amount of $109,371,003 and establishing the fiscal year 26-27 GAN appropriation limit in the amount of $114,853,681. And D, adopting the resolution establishing the fiscal year 26-27 master fees and charge schedule and rescinding the resolution 2025-26-CC. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, making this presentation will be our Department Director, Luis Fausto.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just jump in to tee things up for Louis. We've been talking about our budget for this budget year since at least October. As everyone hopefully has heard or sadly heard, that we have a large budget deficit. We've been talking about strategies of how to address it. We've had public hearings, conversations, and 2 weeks ago at our last meeting went into great detail of all the cuts, the impacts of the large reduction we're making in this budget effective July 1st, how that impacts the departments and obviously the services that they will be able to provide to the community. So we've gone into great detail there. Tonight, we are summarizing that very same information that we've gone over multiple times at a high level. And we'll provide that ultimately for your approval, and look forward to getting your direction tonight. And with that, I'll pass that over to Louise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public. Want to go ahead and get started here. Let's see. We're going to go through about 8 sections. If you were present or tuned in for last meeting, a lot of this information will sound very familiar to you. A couple of things have changed since last budget in terms of some of the numbers you'll see on this presentation, but I'll speak to that towards the end of the presentation. So first, the budget timeline and the fiscal decisions that led us here. The development process, as City Manager Houston said, has been about a year in the making. We're going to give you a view of the citywide budget, the general fund snapshot, explain what changed and why, and we'll cover at a high level the CIP program. The initial forecast in spring 2025 indicated that the city faces a structural deficit. This is something that we've been talking about at least for the time I've been here and time before that. Ongoing costs exceeded ongoing revenues. The gap for fiscal year 26-27 was projected to be between 8 million and 9.4 million. We've used one-time solutions in the past, and those one-time solutions are nearly exhausted this year, and we'll talk about that. So last June, staff brought the council 2 paths. One was an extensive list of service cuts with operational reductions, staffing impacts, and reduced public services taking effect right away. The other was temporary bridge funding, a short-term use of reserves to avoid immediate large-scale cuts to give the city more time to evaluate long-term solutions. The council chose the approach to bridge the funding gap through the one-time use of reserves. That was meant to avoid immediate significant impacts to the community. In October 2025, the updated forecast had grown. The projected deficit reached about 9.4 million. Staff presented potential service reduction scenarios, and it was clear that without new revenue, reductions would be needed beginning in July of 26. In February of 26, staff presented a proposed reduction plan, the option to declare a fiscal emergency and a possible ballot measure to modernize or implement a potential utility users tax, or present the public with the option to implement a utility users tax. And the council voted 4-1 in support because a fiscal emergency declaration requires a unanimous vote. The motion failed. In April 2026, the The council gave clear direction. It directed that we make approximately 9.4 million in cuts. 7.3 of those are implemented this year, the other 2 last year, which was intended to bring the budget into balance. Departments were directed to prepare implementation plans, and these reductions do affect city operations, the services residents see. And last meeting, the departments spoke about what specific actions their departments were taking as a result of the cuts and what impacts to the operations they were going to have. In May 2026, last month, staff presented the proposed operating budget, the implementation of over $9 million in reductions over 2 years, and the strategy to reach a balanced budget for July 2026. If the council adopts tonight, those reductions remain in place pending the outcome of the November 2026 utility users tax measure. Now we'll go over the budget development process. With that history in mind, here's the process itself and the council direction we received at each stage. The budget reflects nearly a year of work, as been mentioned before. We adopted the current year budget last June, and I flagged the structural deficit at that time. We updated our 5-year projections in the fall as revenue began to soften. Departments submitted their baseline request in the winter, and in March and April, the council heard the departmental reductions, which totaled about 7.3 million this year, and gave direction. We released the proposed budget and the master fee schedule in May. Tonight, we're hoping to adopt the budget. Where we are. Now to the numbers and where the city stands today. The citywide budget at a glance. At the citywide level, total appropriations across all funds are about $228 million. The general fund, which pays for most city services with unrestricted dollars, is about $72 million. The CIP program is about $88.9 million, and we are budgeting 312 full-time equivalent positions with 23 positions eliminated. I will note that authorized positions are a separate account and can be higher than what we budgeted. I don't want to confuse people, but in terms of what's budgeted, it's 312. On the right, you can see where general fund dollars go. So police is the largest share of about 41.9 million, close to 60% of our general fund dollars. Parks and recreation, public works, community development, the remaining departments make up the balance. A public safety share near 60% is not unusual and is consistent with what we see in comparable cities.
Excuse me, before you go on, can you go back to the last one? Just for the clarification as to why the Southgate PD gets the largest chunk. Rob, you want to entertain that one? Or do you want, it doesn't matter?
Why the police department gets a larger
Yeah,
chunk?
because everybody else has access to grants that the PD.
Yeah, yeah, I
You
can
kinda
certainly.
it's because I don't want people to look at this and say, why are we spending more in the police department and the other departments no? So you can clarify that for the people in the audience.
Yeah, a combination of two things. One is public safety for a city our size requires a lot of staffing. What's our latest FTE count? Are we roughly?
So we have 73 police, and
we should have how many?
We should be at about 100.
100, so we're understaffed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But we're 73 and plus miscellaneous.
About 34.
Yeah, so over 100 staff to still be understaffed for our city adds up to a large amount of staffing to just handle 911 calls, parking enforcement, records, all the pieces that are just required to keep our city safe. And you look at any budget for any other city in California, and the public safety portion, whether it be police and fire or just police, will range right in these percentages or often higher compared to the entire budget. So it's very normal. And then in addition to that, some of our departments that are actually very large when it comes to the amount of staff working there, like our public works department, their share of the budget looks smaller, but they're able to access grants from state and local governments and even the federal governments, where things like public work projects, road work, park construction, and many of those facility infrastructure projects can get funding that isn't from our city there. And then we can bill the costs of lots of our staff, lots of our services against those funds. So then up here, we're not counting all the grant funds. We're just counting how much of our city taxes are funding that department. or grants can come to our Parks and Rec department. So that makes their share smaller. And for some reason, and I don't know why, but those same large grants for doing all this work never seem to apply in any large way towards police services. So the operations of a daily police department can't access large grants to reduce that cost. Hence, our local tax dollars pay those funds.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to add a little bit of color to Arturo, if you can just, what is your CIP budget currently for all your projects? It's still the 88.9 million?
That's a one-year number.
Yeah, I would rely on the number that was mentioned by the Administrative Services Director. The number that we have changes monthly because we're paying out a lot of invoices, but nearly 90 million sounds about right.
So that's the yearly CIP budget just for public works, and the police budget annual is about 41.9 million. So just to add a little bit of clarity on how the size of a budget in the totality of a city budget would look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and so just to clarify that CAP number, we are really looking at a one-year snapshot, but the total CAP portfolio is well in excess of $100 million. So this pie chart here is meant to just be a physical representation of how the pie is split when we talk about the general fund. And again, this is just a visual way of looking at what we just discussed, where, again, majority of the funds are dedicated to ensuring public safety, which, for the main reasons mentioned, is going to be a larger proportional share of the general fund. We talked about this briefly, but we did have net reductions this year as a result of budget cuts throughout every department. In addition to that, this year, like last year, we're taking an approach, funding positions only for the months in which we intend to have them filled. And this is intended to ensure that at the year end, we don't have an abnormally large amount of vacancy savings that are just sitting there. We decided that it's best to maximize the use of the general fund dollars by not tying up the dollars unnecessarily. So this shows a visual representation of our revenues versus expenditures. This year, we're projecting revenues of 68.2 million, down roughly 1% from last year. So when I say last year, the last projection, we had about $700,000 more in revenue than we're actually going to receive. When we compare that to the projections from when we understood last year, the total revenue reductions that we're seeing is roughly 2.7 million, which is significant. And it's mostly tied to sales tax. The proposed expenditure number is 72.1 million. That leaves a structural gap of $4 million that's being covered through the use of 2.25 million of the budget stabilization reserve, as well as our unassigned fund balance. And so what the key takeaway here is that we are presenting a balanced budget. It's technically balanced, but it's not structurally balanced. We still continue to have this structural imbalance that needs to be addressed. Reoccurring expenditures are still exceeding reoccurring revenues. And so closing this gap permanently should be a priority over the next two budget cycles. So the status of our general fund reserves. So you can look here and see that even after these actions, our reserves remain protected and they remain policy compliant. The emergency reserve stays fully funded at the policy level of $13 million. The budget stabilization reserve absorbs the one-time draw and now stands at 1.52 million, down from 3.77 million. Exactly as that reserve is designed to do. It's designed to stabilize the budget. The PERS and OPEB reserve is maintained at 1.73 million, and the unassigned fund balance this year is going to be about 3.1 million. So in the event that a UUT does pass, it is the finance director's hope that the budget stabilization reserve becomes a priority to restore once we reach structural balance. So this is a view of our revenues by source. You'll see that a majority of our revenue is coming from a combination of property taxes and sales taxes. That makes up 2/3 of our revenue pie. We have a local measure, Measure P, that's bringing in about 13.9 million, roughly $14 million. We have our state sales tax, Bradley Burns, we call it, is 13.5 million. Our property tax portion, 19 million. And then we have the other sources of revenue, business permits, licenses, taxes, fees, fines, franchise tax, things of that nature.
Luis, can
yes.
you go back to that last slide? If I just wanted you to provide some clarity on the property tax. The property tax is not just include our what we receive from our homes or the business properties. It's also includes other sources of property that we get allocated for.
Yes, yes. It's well, it's all tied to real estate. It's all tied to property, but there is formulas in terms of how that is split up. It's not only our portion. So we get 6.15%. And yes, there's they call it a VSF. There's a component of that's included there. But it is not just it's not just a direct real estate property tax percentage that's coming to the city.
From my understanding, that portion is bigger than just our property tax allocation from the residence properties or even the business property portion of it.
It's about 40, if I remember correctly. I have to go back. I don't have the numbers. It's about 40-something%. Yeah.
Okay.
And go away. And I just wanted to add
You,
that
you go first. Yeah.
yeah, that on that that LA Unified gets a portion of the property tax.
Yes.
The county gets a portion. The state gets, so it's split, and they get bigger portions than we get.
Yes, it's a whole pie. I mean, again, bigger picture, without overcomplicating it, is that we get 6.15% of it, but that pie is split among many, many groups. The largest shares tend to go to the state and county. And then the school districts, unfortunately, don't get a whole ton, but they do get some. And so changing that, that the makeup is obviously something that council has brought up as an effort that council wants to lead. And I think it's a good effort. I think one of the things to keep in mind for the public is nobody really wants to give up a share. So this pie is only so big, right? And so it is abnormally low. All of our neighbors are earning a much higher percentage of their property tax than we are, but we're expected to provide the same level of service, or if not a higher level of service.
And I'll just insert, we've used this example a number of times, but for anyone who's new to this, so when we talk about property tax, if you pay, say, $1,000 bill for your property, if you pay more, you can multiply it. The amount of that $1,000 that comes to the city to help pay for all the city services is $61. So all the rest goes to state, county, schools, and everything. So people will say, I'm paying all my taxes. Why does the city not have money? We'd love to get more than $61 out of 1,000, but it's a very tiny amount.
Yeah, and I'm going to add a little bit more to that. Yeah, this was frozen back in 1978. There's not much we can do about it. We're making an effort to work with the county assessor and his staff, other members of his staff. Hopefully we can make a dent on this. It's going to require a lot of other cities joining this effort. I will say this, though, that if you look at Downey, for example, they get almost 14%. So using the same example of $1,000, we get 61, they get, much $140 out of that. It's not fair. Long Beach gets 21.66%. So again, do the math on that. For every $1,000, we get 6%, 6.15. Other cities get much higher. If we were able to have gotten, like Compton, I think is like 11%, Linwood, I think is like 10%. If we had 10%, we'd probably be around 30 million instead of 19 million. So the decisions that were made way back then, the votes that were taken, froze us, and this is what we end up getting. So before you go on to that, the sales tax, about a year ago, we were at 10.25, and then there was a county measure to add a 0.5%. So the city now charges 10.75. How much did we get of that additional 0.5 cent, Mr. City Manager?
Of the new additional 0.5 cent, $0.
Zero. Now, there's a ballot measure, Measure ER, that the county put in. And if it passes, Southgate's going to go from 1075 to 1125. How much of that additional half cent will we get?
$0.
$0. So what you're going to hear is people saying, look, City of Southgate increased sales tax. No, we didn't. We get only 2% of the current 1075. And if it goes to 1125, doesn't change anything. We only get 2%. So when you go and vote on these county measures, just know what you're doing. You're paying into county coffers. We don't get that, not the City of Southgate. So again, when people say 1075, this is the highest, our share is 2%. I just want to clear that up. And correct me if I'm wrong on that. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember. And so I just pulled up, Mayor, your question regarding the portion that's the levy versus the VLF. It's 75% of it is coming from VLF, and the remaining portion is coming from the levy share. So it is a big lopsided formula. Yeah. Okay, going back to the presentation here. Investments. We often get questions about our investments and how that money is allocated. And so a brief word on the city's portfolio. As of March 31, the total portfolio at market value was about $97 million, with roughly $8.5 million in uninvested cash available for operations. About $20 million sits in unrestricted general fund, and the remaining $80 million or so is spread across 56 other funds, with about 79% of those balances restricted. We moved from a passive approach at our prior custodian we moved from a passive approach to now an active approach by hiring an investment manager effective March 2026. And so we forecast that we'll earn approximately $3 million in earnings for this coming year. Another question that often gets asked is, well, if you have $96 million in investments, why don't we use that to fix our deficit? Well, the reality is that this money is not a separate pool of money. This money is included when we talk about our total fund balance. For example, going back here, we talked about our reserves. If you look here at 13 million plus 1.52 million plus 1.73 million, that's about another 16 million roughly there, plus another 3 million. That's roughly $20 million, give or take here, all in reserves. That's a majority, not a majority, but let me go back. Here you go. $20 million out of the 96 million is strictly money that's in reserves, and for the most part can't be touched. Again, the rest of it, or 80 million of it, roughly, is tied to water fund, sewer fund, all kinds of grant funding, money that we can't touch until, or we can't touch for general purpose, I should say.
Luis, then why does it say right here, it says held deposit accounts and available for operations? Why does it, I mean?
When we're not actively using the money, so for example, let's say, and these are just theoretical numbers, let's say in order to meet payroll, we need to have $6 million in our bank account for the month, making that up, right? We're not going to always keep, all $20 million, $30 million in our bank account. And so most of that goes into our LAIF or investments. And so when we need the money, when we know payroll's coming up, we go in and we transfer the money from, like at home, you would transfer from your savings. We would transfer from LAIF or from our investment pool into our checking account to cover that payroll. And so that's very much how we work. We only keep the money in the account that we're intending to use. And so anything extra, we don't keep in the checking account because we'll earn a lot less money and in terms of return on our investment if all the money just sits in our checking account. So we do use the money that sits in our investments for operations, but it's in piecemeal. It's as these costs come up.
While it's generating money.
While it's generating money.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So what changed and why? Oh, go
Let me
ahead.
ask you a question, just
Sure.
because we're on the topic. So we invest the money, and how much are we making on that investment?
$3 million a year.
$3 million a year on top of the 20 million that we're investing.
correct?
We're investing about 196 million, roughly 100 million. And we make $3 million a year roughly in interest. Now, that interest that we earn on that money, not all of it goes into the general fund. It gets split in accordance with where the money came from, right? So in this case, if 20% of our portfolio is general fund, then 20% of those earnings go to the general fund.
So in that example, $3 million earned in investment earnings, using that 20% number, 600,000 would be helpful for the general fund, and the remainder goes to special funds, including our water fund and CIP and things like that. So it's, if we're focused on general fund, the number would be closer to 600,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
What changed and why? So a very logical question to ask is, why costs keep rising? Which, if you made all these cuts, why is the budget still tight? Well, very similar to a household budget, the city's costs rise every year, even when we cut spending elsewhere. Some of these costs are visible, and we talk about them often. We've talked about them throughout the year. Our unfunded pension liability, for example, is up $5 million since 2019-20. Health benefits are up 2.1 million. Our liability insurance premiums is up by 3.9 million. The lighting and landscaping subsidy is up 7.8 million. And to be fair, because Councilmember Hurtado brought this up last meeting, that is being understated because we are using other restricted funds to subsidize the lighting and landscaping district. So the reality is the lighting and landscaping subsidy is actually much larger than 7.8 million. We're just focusing on the general fund portion that we can quantify now. And so often there are costs that are less visible, but just as real. Many of the city's contracts are multi-year contracts, and they include annual increases that are tied to inflation. Energy, fuel, and utility prices continue to outpace general inflation, much like many of you are experiencing at home. The city relies heavily on software and subscription renewals, which tend to rise between 5 and 15% every year. And new state and federal mandates, many of them unfunded, add staff and reporting costs that we don't have any choice over.
Before you go on to that, with this presentation, Arturo, we already know the answer, but for the people that are home and the people that are here, when was the last time we updated the street light and landscaping fund?
I believe it's been over 30 years.
Sometime in the 1990s. That fund has not changed, and everybody contributes through that, but we have not changed that. Mr. City Manager, I know that we've talked about this a little bit. I don't want to put staff to too much I know we've got a lot of busy things that are going on, but I am curious if they can find some time. I want to see when we got to the point where we started using general fund money or other funds to make up for the shortage in the streetlight landscaping fund. I don't know how much time it'll take for them to do that, but I'd like to see.
We are in that process looking at both at what point did that cross over, but also trying to analyze the forward look of how that subsidy might have to keep increasing as costs increase. And we're also trying to look at ways to reduce the cost. So part of that entire analysis will include what you're asking for.
Thank you. And the reason I bring it up is because we've been upside down on that fund for a very long time, and we've been subsidizing it with general fund money at the end of the year. And I know I made this point back in 2020. We're talking about, it was like 1.5 million. So if you go with that, with all the years that we're talking about millions of dollars that right now, if that fund was properly funded through a change in how much we contribute as community members, our reserve would be much higher than we have today. And that's what I want to be able to show. So again, I know we're doing a lot of different things right now. I don't want to put anybody into extra homework, but at some point, I want to see when we went upside down and also how much money we've used not only of general fund, but other accounts as well to subsidize it. Okay, thank you.
And also, if I can just add to that, if we, part of that reporting, I think that would be beneficial is also to show what that fund also covers, right? What exactly we're using that fund to cover. You know, the tree trimming, the landscaping of all of the medians, the parks, like all of the stuff that it covers. That way, our residents have a good, well understanding of what that fund is actually paying for.
Thank you. All right. So this next slide is the same information, just presented a slightly different way. So the drivers of the cost growth, I thought it was important to share the percentage growth. So for CalPERS UAL payments, you'll notice that there's been a growth from fiscal year 1920 to the present day of 85%. The health and benefits that are associated with our cost from fiscal year 1920 was $5 million, has gone up 42%. Our workers' comp and general liability has gone up 190%. And the inflation of goods and services, really hard to quantify, but it's been persistent throughout. And so when you add up all of these things, it's roughly 11.5 million in annual recurring costs that have been added to the city's obligations since fiscal year 2019-20. Of that, 4.1 million is roughly new pressure from for this fiscal year, and that is accounting for a revenue loss, another increase in UAL insurance, and we have some election costs that are one time. For fiscal year 26-27, I wanted to present a bigger picture view of the cuts that have been made over the last 2 years. In 25-26, $2 million in reductions were made. That was a direct from council to begin tightening the belt, so to speak, on the budget, yet trying to minimize the impact to the services that the residents have come to expect, with the understanding that in fiscal year 26-27, the bulk of those $9.3 and $9.4 million in cuts would have to take effect. And so we've worked with the city council to put together a budget that incorporated an additional $7.3 million in cuts, and which is what's being asked of council to approve tonight. And we talked a lot about this already, but there's been position freezes throughout. We've done reclassifications, we've done reorganizations of the whole departments in terms of trying to make them more efficient. We've implemented some efficiencies in terms of software and technology to help make work easier for staff and adjust to the higher workload with less staff. We've incorporated program eliminations. Many of those programs you've heard about throughout the year, including reduction in pool hours, parks, all kinds of different things, police counter hours being reduced, things of that nature. So it is impactful, and we understand that. And so though these cuts have not been easy, this is going to provide a high-level overview of our CIP program. And so total CIP, this one-year loan is 88.9 million. There's 86 active projects. The water fund has $35 million. Of those 88.9, 378,000 is from the general fund, which is a very low percentage of that. The majority of the money is coming from grants and restricted revenue sources, such as the gas tax, SB1, and other measures. In terms of key investments, go ahead.
I was just going to mention for those unfamiliar, so we have this general fund, which is day-to-day operations, all the staff you're used to running into, both for good reasons and bad, like our police department, our parks department, building, planning, all of our folks. But then we have projects that, as I mentioned before, you can get grant money from other agencies. We also have a water department, and that is not part of general fund. It's restricted. We receive money from water bills. We can only spend that money on water services, water staff, water projects. So this CIP conversation is talking about all those type of funds that are special, restricted. It's a big number because the city's done an amazing job of getting these big grants, but none of this money, other than that little 378,000, this $89 million, is part of that general fund conversation. So when we say hey, there's $9 million in a deficit. Why don't we grab some of this money? Can't be mixed. There's rules, regulations, state regulations. So just to help people go, you guys have got a lot of money. What happened? Why are you saying you don't? It's two different buckets, and it's hard to explain. If you ever want to talk about it or email, send Lewis or me a contact. We'll have a chat, but just trying to give a little reference to this
Thank you.
conversation.
I think a couple of meetings ago, Public Works Director gave the analogy of a gift card. So a lot of this money is tied to a specific store. And for example, certain gas tax dollars can only be used for specific projects. And so we can't go and use that gift card for general fund expenditures. Sorry. And so key investments on the water side, just high level stuff. We have a PFAS water treatment facility that's slated to happen this year. Meter replacements are continuing. Water main replacements are continuing. We have pavement rehabilitation and complete street improvements coming from SB1 and Measure M. We have facility improvements, City Hall re-roofing. We have, if you don't visit City Hall often, we have buckets spread throughout the city hall building to cover holes or rain that comes down. HVAC system improvements, ADA compliance, and then an emergency operations center that is badly needed at the police department. For sewer, we have sewer system modeling and rehabilitation programs that are also occurring. And so when we look at the overall kinds of projects being done, at least in this one-year budget for CAP, you look at the majority is coming related to streets, highways, and storm drains, which are the things that people see and impact them the most. And then another 39% of that is specific to water and water maintenance. So 80% of that is basically the infrastructure that the city desperately needs. And so this is a breakout of funding sources. You're going to see that roughly 41% of it is tied specific to our water and sewer funds. And then an astonishing, really, $33 million roughly is coming from state and federal grants, which is a very, very high amount. And so in looking ahead, a couple of initiatives are underway. We've completed, or we're beginning the process to complete a fee study. We're bringing the updated master fee schedule for adoption tonight to improve cost recovery. We are placing, City Council in April approved the placement of a ballot measure to hopefully help address some of the city's needs. We continue to update our long-term forecast. We're pursuing economic development opportunities between the city manager's office and the community development director. We are strengthening internal controls regarding procurement, contracting, banking, and technology. And we're happy to note that in 27-28, the 2005 police pension bond that the city took out is scheduled to be paid off, which will hopefully relieve the general fund of an annual debt service payment of $2 million. So what are we asking council today? We are requesting 3 actions. First, to adopt the fiscal year 26-27 operating budget and capital improvement program, approving total appropriations of roughly $228 million across all funds, including the roughly $72 million in general fund and $88.9 million in the capital program. Together with the list of material changes that is in front of you today. Second, adopt the fiscal year 26-27 master fee schedule, and then adopting the GAN limit appropriations. The budget before you tonight is ready for adoption. Throughout the process, we've made a number of changes in response to council direction and community input. Rather than reprinting the full budget book after each round of edits, we've summarized those adjustments in the list of material changes that is included with tonight's item, and there's an updated printout in front of you tonight as well. When the council adopts the budget, it adopts the list along with it, and the changes are carried into the final budget document. This is a standard way California cities handle budget adoption. The action before you tonight is to adopt the spending plan, the appropriations, and the policy direction for the year. The printed budget book is a document that reflects that decision, and it is finalized after adoption so it can capture any direction that the council gives this evening. It is normal and expected for a few additional changes to come out at tonight's meeting, as well as changes that were incorporated as a result of edits and errors that were caught in the last version. And those are listed in the document that you have before you. The council, let me see, sorry. So I just want to emphasize the importance of adopting a budget by July 1st. A budget gives the city the legal authority to spend, to make payroll, and to meet its obligations without interruption when the new year begins. Producing a fully revised budget book is a significant undertaking that involves updating many worksheets and tables. And so it would not change what the council is approving tonight, which is a spending plan and the material changes in front of you. So for those reasons, the council can adopt tonight's proposed budget with full confidence, with the understanding that material changes that are listed will be incorporated in the adopted budget book once council adopts the budget, which typically takes the finance department 2 to 3 weeks to produce. Any questions? We're here and available. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Thanks for that presentation. We'll go ahead and open it up to any member in the audience. If any member in the audience would like to make a comment regarding the budget presentation, please state your name for the record. Yes. Please do it in the microphone, please.
Francisco Gallegos. I'm a 50-year resident of Southgate. So I have a concern about safety, public safety. I was here in the last meeting and heard the budget cuts, and mostly to the police department. This, the concern is to them, to the police department and the cuts. Now, I did a little research, and I think we have close to 100 residents here in South. 100,000? No, I think it was 100. About 100, right? So it is recommended that a city our size, with the amount of our residents are a lot of children, a lot of elderly people. It is recommended that we have one patrolling officer for 5,000 residents. So that for 1,000, that would put us, I think the last time I heard it was like 7. And then in the last budget meeting, there was talk about the response times being cut because there's no police officers to keep us safe, or very few. The other research I did is that a community like us is expected to have an increase of crime, and I'm already seeing it based on the years that I lived here. Crime, whether it's small or big, it's going to flourish if you don't do something about it. So if you're, I heard a lot of you say that public safety is your utmost, that's what you cherish the most of the community. So I understand our legal challenges about the money and not having the money, but what good is it to have like a city with improvements when it's not going to be a safe community? Eventually it's going to be a horrible community, because if I was a criminal, this is where I would want to come do business. And that's what we're seeing now. We're seeing in the middle of the night, people come in and steal parts off your cars. All kinds of crime happening in our city. I see it. Nobody tells me about it. And this is something for the council. I hear that you don't want the community to be educated by social media. I'm not a social media person. I'm just a hardworking citizen. But if you don't want the community to be educated by social media, then what are you guys doing about educating your constituents? And are you doing enough? How much research are you doing? One last thing, if I'm permitted, and this is for you guys. I ask around in my community to come here and join me, but they have no faith in any of you. And I don't share that sentiment, but the community has no faith in you guys.
Thank you.
Hi, City Council. Eric Trujillo, Parks and Recs Commissioner. I just really wanted to come up here and commend the staff for your guys' hard work. this budget situation is not fun, and you guys end up being the messengers. Just a little bit of my background. I have a finance and economics degree, and I work for some of the wealthiest companies on this earth. And I came into this when I joined the commission with the same sentiment of, oh my God, there's like people don't know what they're doing. There's all this mismanagement, and had honestly an opinion that was created by social media. But I took it upon myself to get involved, get engaged. I've actually had some really helpful meetings with actually various members of the staff. And I approached it in the intent to be educated. My mind has been blown because I was completely wrong, to be completely honest. And so I've come to see a really hardworking set of staff. You guys have done a lot with the little that you have. And ultimately, you're the bearers of bad news, and that's just unfair in a situation like this. Ultimately, at the end of the day, just wanted to say thank you to each one of you for your efforts. I know that these budget cuts are tough, but I see that the decision had to be made. In finance, you make budget cuts all the time, and that's all you hear from finance. But this will set us up for a better future. Hopefully, UUT comes and we're able to, pave a brighter future for sure. But those are tough decisions that no one wants to make. And I just want to give you guys some appreciation because genuinely, it's a tough job for especially our finance directors. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no one else. Any emails?
We did receive one letter, Mr. Mayor, for this item.
Go ahead.
It comes from Alliance for a Better Community and several community organizations, local residents urging the City Council to maintain funding for crossing guards programs, citing the concerns for student and pedestrian safety near 16 schools throughout the Southgate. The letter emphasized that crossing guards provide a critical safety presence for students and families and requests that the program may remain funded despite the city's budget challenges. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you. Any other public comments?
We do have 2 raised hands.
All right. Go ahead.
The first one is from caller ending in 609.
This is Thomas Buckley. There's a lot of discussion today about public safety and researching this, and I completely agree. People should do their own research. But let's go to the first point. What is public safety? When you guys have been talking about public safety, and I think when cities talk about public safety, it's often thought about as being police, fire, etc. In your quote, and I just want to correct some misdirection that I think the city is putting out there. I'm going to quote you guys. You just said, public safety represents nearly 60% of general fund expenditures, consistent with other cities. So let's look at Downey. Downey pays 63%, and you could say, aha, you see, we told you so. The part you're missing is that their public safety has police and fire department. They're paying for both. What is our public safety? Our public safety consists of only the police department. Have you guys researched how many other cities pay the amount that we do relative to their general fund? On average, California city figures are about 20 to 30% for their municipal police departments. Again, California cities, that's what they pay relative to their general fund. We are at 58%. We rank among the very highest in California. We're likely even the top very few percentage for the share of general fund devoted to its municipal police department. The only one that I can think of ever that's even close to us, and they're very close to us, is Huntington Park. Aside from them, I challenge you for yourselves, do your own research. Name another city that's in our area that pays more than we do for their police department. We have to be honest with our financial outlook. I appreciate our police department, but we have to be honest about our financial outlook because that's how we got into this mess in the first place. You guys denied the deficit when I brought it up, and I was right about that. I'm telling you, I'm right about this one as well. If UUT fails in November, expect the Southgate Police Department percentage, that pie that we just looked at 58%, expect that to grow by leaps and bounds, even if you don't change the dollar figure for what they're receiving. The reason is that by percentage, remember, percentage is an item of relativity. So relative to the other departments, even if you keep PD the same in terms of dollars, it's going to stunt the other departments. Again, I appreciate PD, but this is the time to be honest because November is coming up really quickly. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next caller.
We also have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to thank Mr. Gallegos for taking the time to show up at our city hall and speak and address these city matters. Yeah, Mr. Gallegos, I don't have faith in these bozos either. I don't think our councilors have a clue what they're doing. I think they're lost. And, when Mr. Frausto does these presentations, all I see now and what he's highlighting in the presentations that he gives with the budget is neglect. That's all I see. I just see the years and years of neglect by our current and former city council members. You guys are late with updating the master fee schedule. You guys are 18 years late with that? You're supposed to do that every 5 years. You're late with that. You're late with moving forward and implementing the utility user tax. Can you imagine if you had implemented that back in 2010, you would have had 10 solid years of being able to capitalize on the utility user tax. Instead, hopefully if it passes in November, the most you're going to get out of it is to just break even and pay our bills. We're not even going to be able to take on big projects and fix shit in our city. And what was it? The third thing, the street lighting and landscaping. That should have been addressed years ago as well. The old monkey asked, so when was the first year that Southgate had to use general fund to subsidize and cover the street lighting and landscaping fund? Well, I bet you it'll correlate with around the time that he first took the position of council member. Either him or Councilmember Davila. They've had their positions for 20 years. I mean, I bet you there's a correlation between the two. The point is, you have trashed Southgate City Hall. You have ran Southgate City Hall into the ground, council members. And let me just share a story. So we had $34 million in ARPA funds. And what was our city hall doing to pay its bills? Well, our revenue was so insufficient that you had to use the ARPA fund money to pay our city's costs and expenditures, all the warrants that you see, all the city bills. That's where the ARPA fund money went. And now that you've burnt through and made use of the ARPA fund money, what are you going to do now? Well, now you're crossing your fingers and praying that this utility user tax passes. My point being, council members, had you addressed, if it weren't for the ARPA fund money, you'd be in the same position you are now. You find yourselves in now. You would have been in the same position, 4 or 5 years ago? All this is just neglect that you've allowed to accumulate. You should have addressed this years ago. You've allowed our business community to wither and die like fruits on a vine. There's no revenue coming in. You go down Tweedy Boulevard. It's a shambles, that street. Our Department of Community Development, you don't even know how to staff that department properly. I'm going to end with that. You people are a mess.
Thank you.
We have no others.
All right, I'll go ahead and close the public comments, bring it back to council.
Yes. So, Mr. Mayor, is that okay?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So, yeah, we've had a structural deficit for decades. We're talking about going back to the 1980s. An effort was actually made. I brought this up at the last meeting. In 1988, the city council attempted, that's all right. I know other people have heard me. You may not like to hear what I'm saying. You don't have to be here. At the end of the day, in 1988, the city council that was here attempted to pass a measure to address this, and it failed miserably. In 2013, I think it was, when I brought the issue up, what ended up happening is that we were told that, right now is not the time. And what we ended up doing is forgetting it. Remind them to.
I'm sorry. Can you please keep that down? You cannot
Thank
make
you.
noise
It's
with the papers,
disrupting to the
please.
people.
Thank you.
So at the end of the day, in 2013, I brought up the issue about the UUT. I brought it up again in 2020, but it was not the time to do that. It's never a good time to do that. Other cities have placed the UUT on the ballot and it's passed. In this election that just passed, do you have a list of how many people, how many cities just implemented a new tax?
I can pull that up. It'll take me about a minute.
Okay, while you're doing that. So all the cities around us already have a UUT, and they've had it for years. Other cities have a cannabis revenue that comes in. All the cities around us get additional revenue from the property tax. So over the last few decades, what we've done is we've done what we could with the money that we have and still got a lot accomplished. So again, what I'm trying to get across to people is that now we've reached that point where we need additional money. It's not a spending issue, it's a revenue money. And those people, and I appreciate Eric Trujillo for taking the time and meeting with our staff and actually getting educated by meeting with staff and reading material and not just getting into media, social media, and engaging in the same nonsense over and over again. So again, I encourage people, get together with staff. They're here for you. They will let you know what we have in terms of money, where it comes from, and how it's spent. That's what this budget is for. And again, I'll reserve for later on because I do want to pass this budget. Thank
Did you want a list of the results? So in this last election, June, last week, I guess it was, 1 week ago today, in LA County, there was a number of sales tax measures, and I have a large network of city managers. We meet regularly and discuss common issues that happen at our cities. And every city in California is going through these same problems, and it's pension costs, inflation, insurance. They're having the same rise in costs that is exceeding their budget. So many cities are looking at tax measures. Nobody wants to do tax measures, but there's not other solutions. And so just a week ago, the city of Bell, who already has a UUT of 10%, passed a 1% sales tax measure. The community voted in favor of adding that. Bell Gardens just passed a 0.25 sales tax measure. Commerce did a 0.25 sales tax, Covina 0.25, Gardena 0.25, La Puente 0.5, Lameda 0.25, and San Marino a 1% sales tax. So just to show examples that we're not alone, this is a common problem that's happening in city governments, and you will see a large number of cities all around us that will be coming out in November asking for tax measures to be passed from their communities to address these exact same issues.
And the fact that those cities pass those measures, if the county measure also passes, they'll be adding, so like the one city that got the 1 cent sales tax, they're going to get a 1.5 increase onto their
Because of the
sales taxes.
0.5 from the county, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but all the measures that came out as sales tax measures in the county in June, none of them failed. They all passed.
Anyone else? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Luis, for the presentation. It was very good, very thorough. I hope the public enjoyed it. And thank you, folks here that are here tonight with us, doing your civic duty, being part of this. We appreciate you taking time to be here with us. I guess one of the questions, I have a few questions, but I'll start with the pension obligation bond maturity. I know we're going to pay that off. Is the police, I wasn't here, so what are we paying off? I mean, just to get clarity on, I mean, I know a lot of us weren't here, but it'd be good to know what and that's coming to an end.
Yeah, so it's in 2005, the city council made the decision to incur debt to go out and get a loan, essentially, to help pay down police pension debt.
Police
Yes.
pension, okay.
And so that loan is coming due. We've paid off all of it. We're going to be paying off all of it next year. And one of the unique things is that as bad as the situation is now with our UAL, our unfunded pension liability, it would have probably been significantly worse if that loan wasn't taken out in 2005 to help pay down the massive deficit that we had. So as much as it pains us to pay the increasing UAL, the city often ends up saving money by paying down a large portion of that up front, which is what happened in 2005.
Thank you, Luis, and appreciate that. And to respond to some of the concerns regarding public safety and the budget for our Southgate Police Department, you know, it's not uncommon if you look at every city, even the city of LA and even the county of Los Angeles, you look at the police departments, every other city, you'll see that it's most, if not all, are above 50%, unless they're contracting with the sheriffs. So it's common that it's costly to have, it's costly to have your own police department. Well, you know, anyway, so, but it does cost money. And it's a good thing to I mean, I think a lot of people like the fact that we could call a police department. We hear from some of the cities that are neighboring that have the sheriffs. It's really a whole different environment. I mean, they don't have that many officers in the community, and there is some issues of public safety. As a matter of fact, most people would say that this is probably the safest city around here. But if you look at Cudahy, if you look at Watts, you look at Linwood, and some of those other cities, that a lot of people feel more safer here. As a matter of fact, I remember Chief Randy Davis used to say the gang members from Watts and some of the South LA used to bring their families here to the park because they felt safe here, shop at Walmart because of the police department. So, I mean, there is something to be said about having our own police department. Regarding, let's see, what else? Huntington Park, I don't know what Thomas Buckley, I couldn't hear comparing, but I'm pretty sure that theirs is over 50%. If you look at their and so as far as why we didn't deal with this problem earlier, I mean, we kicked the can down, and we have to be honest. We didn't want to put a burden on the residents. I mean, so we kind of kicked it down, and here we are today, and we're trying to manage the situation. We've learned a lot, in the last year regarding our budget. All of us are more prepared now, moving forward, and so forth. Yeah, it's going to be serious cuts, and I guess we got a letter from the ABC Alliance for Better Community and CELA Collaborative regarding the crossing guards. And I know the mayor and myself met with LA Unified School Board member and some of their administrative staff to discuss it. And we haven't given up. We know it's a challenge. It costs a lot of money to keep the crossing guards. And I think I'm going to work with them, with the nonprofits. They're real good nonprofits in the area. Maybe we could work out something. I was thinking that since the current crossing guards, the 57 or so that we have, they're already trained. Oh, how many? 42? 42. They're already trained. So that's a good thing. And we could look at liability. Maybe a nonprofit might want to help or see how we could, I'm not giving up on this one. I think it's too important, but it is, we're going to have a challenge. But if we work together, the community, we could if we work together, put our heads together in partnership with some of the organizations in the community, I think we could bridge that gap. And one of the things I was going to ask, and I did bring it up last time, Mayor, is we could write a letter to some of the top generating businesses here that generate revenue, because we haven't really asked them, I mean, for support. This is a time when we're in a situation where we want to, some of our programs that our employees are hurting, because of funding. Maybe I'll work with you on putting that letter together. There's about 20 corporations here that are, some are doing real well. And why not ask them for a little bit of help and see where that gets us. We still have the crossing guards through, well, at least this is, that'll start sometime in August. I don't know when school begins, right? August, late August. August, okay. So we still have some time to work on that, and I'll reach out to Dr. Wilma and also Vanessa Aramayo. Those are the executive directors of those organizations that are asking. Well, let's ask them to work with us. So I'll be doing that, and this budget, it's a tough situation, but I think when tough times calls for tough decisions and tough leadership. And I think we're working hard to move forward with this budget. I think we saw the sacrifices we're making, the cuts. I mean, we saved some of the cuts from happening July 1st. Some of the pools, some of the youth programs, they're going to be until at least November 20. So at least because the new budget takes effect July 1st. So we're keeping the lights out at the park, right, Tina? We're doing some good things. Even we reach into our reserves so that we could lessen the pain, and hopefully in November, when the UUT passes, if it passes, the residents say yes, then we'll keep all those programs going, and we'll be in a better situation. And so I think that's the reality. I'll let my other colleagues go ahead.
Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Luis, for the presentation. I know I sat with you last week along with the city manager, and we went over this budget. I have a question for the community. Did you receive the financial budget policies, and was this part of the agenda?
Yes, it was part of the agenda.
And was it included?
It was an attachment.
How about this one? The
Yes,
last-
that is an updated version, but there is
updated
one
version.
attached
Okay.
to the packet.
I just saw it right now, just so you know.
Okay.
I didn't see it in the packet, or at least the one I got. So just want to make that clarification. So in going through this, under administrative services, I see that we are adjusting certain positions from information system analyst title to information technology analyst. So my question is, are we keeping the same salary? Are we increasing it? Are we decreasing it? And have we consulted with the unions on this?
The salary, this is a title change and a job description update that we're undergoing.
Mhm.
The unions, there's a whole process to this, so we haven't got to the meet and confer stage.
Okay. So before I move on and make a decision tonight, I will ask for professional courtesy for you to be able to do that, because I would like to make sure that it's going to be fine with the unions.
So the changes would not occur until the meet and confer process is done, regardless of the budget adoption.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question that it was brought up. What are we doing to educate our community? City Manager, can you please relate some of the things that we can do to inform our residents of the budget and for the UUT?
Certainly. The city's staff, we've tried to do a number of social media outreaches. That's where a lot of people do get their information. We try to have on anything that comes from the city will be facts. We're not trying to spin anything. And so we've had a campaign to showcase what is our budget, what are the deficits, what's a UUT, what do other cities have. We've done presentations that are all on our website. You can look up at on our website in City of Southgate, and you look under budgets, and there's a whole page on our budget. There's presentations we've given, PowerPoints, information about UUTs, how they work. The presentation that you see tonight will be on there. The budget book will be there. Kind of anything you want can be there. I've spent a number of meetings with watch commander groups and at some neighborhoods and Rotary and any groups that want to hear specifics. It's a lot of the same information, but our staff are willing, as the resident mentioned, that he had a lot of detailed information. He's looking at page 173, subsection 3, and getting in the details, and we'll welcome that. Come on in, sit down with our finance director, myself. Let's go over the details. So we want to be as transparent as possible. We're not trying to hide anything. So all those are opportunities. We'll be continuing to educate at staff level in the coming months as we move towards a November ballot measure for the UT and explaining as best we can. But if you have groups that want to talk or people that want to talk, please contact my office and we'll connect you and we can discuss this.
Thank you. And again, I mean, when it comes down to increasing taxes, nobody wants to hear that we want to increase taxes. But this is where we at this point, and we need to, we need to work together, just as our councilman, Vice Mayor Rios mentioned. One of the, let's see my thought one. One of the things that and I do have concerns, and I did mention it, and we talked about it. It was the crossing guards, but that wasn't part of what the committee that it was put together brought to us to decide whether we want the crossing guards not to be cut. And I have seen the need of the crossing guards, especially with our elementary school kids. And that's something that we need to, and I know that a budget is not set in stone. A budget can be modified. It can be changed. And I'm still going to be pushing to see where we can at least have funding for our elementary schools. Because I think our little kids are the ones that are, and I haven't seen kids walking by themselves to schools nowadays, but still, I think that we need to continue looking for ways of how we can have at least at the elementary schools. And I know we have a lot of elementary schools. Older kids, I mean, they can cross, and I have seen kids in middle school, high schools that they don't even care about the crossing guards. They just cross if they want to cross. They won't listen to them. But again, my concern is elementary schools, and I still need to continue pursuing something that we can do for our elementary babies, because I think there are the ones are more vulnerable to cross any street. So I'm ready to go ahead and also approve this budget. But again, this budget is not set in stone. It can be modified, can be changed. So with that, I'm ready to move forward.
Is that a motion?
I'll make the motion, A, B, C, and D.
I'll second that. And, but I do want to add that I agree. I think we need to get information back on what Councilwoman Avalos brought up. Any changes in those positions, the impacts either to individuals or the finance. Let's get an update on that. But I also want to share that, again, I think we all share the same sentiment on the crossing guards. I spend a good amount of time on the phone with our school board representative, Carla Griego, and we discussed the possibility of looking at not only just resources, but doing an analysis as to where we actually need them. Do we need them at every school? And there are some schools that have a crossing guard on one end of the school, and then on the other, do we need it on both ends of the school? So again, as Councilwoman Davila mentioned, this budget, if it's adopted tonight, and again, we have a motion, a second to do so, there could be some changes that can come to try to address some of those needs. So again, thank you. I call for a vote.
Well, hold on. I'm going to give our city treasurer an opportunity to.
Oh, I forgot about
discuss.
the bushes here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments. Over the past 12 months and, even longer, city staff has invested a significant amount of time to prepare and to guide, council with recommendations. City staff has done a good job with your guidance to cut $9.3 million. That's a significant amount of money that was pulled from the budget, reducing the structural gap as you look to approve this budget. As you prepare for a vote, it's a reminder that we still do have a $4 million structural gap in this budget. But, with that said, I really hope that as we move into the next fiscal year, that the UUT, it does pass, because we heard in the previous council meeting, it failing would mean that we have about 2 years of run rate before the city becomes insolvent. So it's important that the community understands the risk that we face if the UUT fails, whether it's 7% or more. That's up for discussion later tonight. But there is an urgent need for a UUT or revenue that would exceed 9 million as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Treasurer. I do want to just make a comment, and I think I want to address one of the statements that was made regarding other cities having different allocations for safety. And one of the examples that was given was Downey. And if you just do a quick search on, the different revenue streams that Downey has to pay for their safety, they don't just have their sales tax, their property tax, and the other tax revenue that they generate, but they also have an emergency transportation fee generation for every ambulance pickup that they get, they charge around $2,300 for every ambulance pickup. For just showing up for an ambulance is around $300 for them to be there. So this is all additional fees that they get to generate. They also are allowed to apply for assistance to firefighter grants, the AFG grants that they apply for on an annual basis, which generates additional revenue for their fire department. So yes, they're getting a lot of different funding sources that go into their general fund. Well, I wouldn't say the assistant grant fund will go to the general fund, but the other fees, but assists in the cost that brings it down. So even at that point, their 2025 allocation was around 65% in safety. I'm sorry.
Right,
go ahead.
Mayor, and one thing I will add is, like, if you look at Downey, for example, Downey is roughly similar population size to Southgate, but their police budget is 116 million, ours is 41.
Right.
So I think it's important to keep into perspective the general fund size, because the Downey general fund is much, much larger than ours, yet we have similar population size that we're trying to cover.
Right. So, and then lastly, I just want to echo, one of the speakers and thank our staff. This has been a very long year of work of trying to get to this point, to try to figure out how we were getting to get to this budget time. It is not, with a faint heart that I realize that with approving this budget, we understand that come June 30th, we're saying goodbye, or actually June 25th, I know we're saying goodbye to a lot of our staff members that are taking off for early retirements or that are being laid off. So I want to make sure that we also take to account of that there's a lot of people that are being affected with this budget that we're about to approve today. And that, we're mindful of that this is real people. These are real, lives that are being damaged today. These are some, not just employees, these are residents of our community who are also invested into the success of our city. So I want to be just mindful of that and say that thank you, staff, for your effort, and thank you to the employees that have made this city an amazing place to live for so long, for me and for my family and for the many years that I've grown up here. So thank you for your service to our community. And it's been an honor to be able to serve as your mayor for this time. And I want to make sure that we continue to have a place for this community to be proud of. So let's continue to do that. All right,
Mr. Mayor,
we'll take a
if I
vote.
may just ask one last question to Luis. You said next year we're going to complete paying the OPED obligation bond. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know what the initial amount of that bond was for?
I don't have that number, but
Okay.
I can get it for you.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right. City Clerk, roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Avalos?
No.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 3.
The City Council will consider A, selecting a utility users tax rate of 8% or 9% in place of the 7% rate reflected in the documents presented on April 14th, 2026. B, adopting an amended and restating resolution, submitting the revised ballot measure to the voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election by the required 2/3 vote of the full council under California State Code Section 53724B. C, approving the revised proposed ordinance for submission to the voters. And D, directing staff to transmit the adopted documents to LA County Registry Recorder, County Clerk before the August 7th filing deadline. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So we've talked about the budget, and we've talked about the gap in the budget. We've talked about the services that and the people that this has affected in the staff side, and the services and the programs that will be cut starting July 1st throughout the community. And we're talking about, is there a way to get a solution to bridge that gap, bring those services back? And a utility users tax has been discussed a number of times with the council. You have already given direction about a month and a half ago now, to put a utility users tax measure on the ballot in November. So we received the vote, and that has been decided. You decided on language that would be used for that ballot, which indicated the utilities it would be on. It indicated that there would be a senior, low-income senior exemption program. You mentioned that it would, you gave us all that detail, and we have that direction, and you said at the time it should be a 7% rate. What we've done, what we have before you tonight is a one last discussion before the final time where we submit that package, is not to reopen the conversation on the language, the utilities, the specifics. It's simply on that percentage. Since the time that we had that discussion, there's been some updated forecasting, which isn't as friendly as we had before for what our revenues will be and our costs, which is leading us to have a discussion with you of whether that percentage should stay at the 7% or perhaps should be a higher number to ensure that if passed, enough revenue would be there for the city. So with that table being set, I'll pass it over to our Administrative Services Director, Louise, to take us through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Again, good evening. So tonight's item is the utility users tax rate discussion for the November ballot. The decision before you is what rate to ask voters to consider. I'm going to cover 4 things: how we got to this point, what has changed since April, and the rate options and what they would mean for the city and for residents, and the action that staff is recommending. The decision tonight is simple to state, but more difficult in terms of making that call. The utility tax rate that City Council approved to put on the ballot in April was 7%. The council can keep 7% or amend it to an 8 or 9% before adopting the resolution and ordinance. The next several slides gives you the information that you need to make that choice. Now, some of this we just went over, so I won't spend too much time on it, but we have a couple of things that are impacting the reason why we believe 7% might not get us to where we need to be. A lot of it is due to these cost drivers, but another portion of it that's not listed in this list here has to do with our revenue softening. So based on, and I mentioned it during the budget adoption presentation, the forecasted revenue, when you compare this time last year, is down $2.7 million. When you talk about a general fund our size, that's significant. And so that materially changes. These things have been pretty consistent in terms of we've known about these, we've kind of planned for them in terms of the forecast, we've inputted those as assumptions, but the drop in revenue has been much steeper than we anticipated a year ago. A lot of that has to do with the current state of the economy, the inflation rate, and we just don't see that significantly changing in our favor over the next couple of years, unfortunately. And so we covered this last slide, but this is a holistic approach to trying to solve this gap. The city was committed to making reductions and has made reductions to the tune of 9.3 million. So there are both, actually not just two things, but several things that the city is doing to attempt to close this gap. This effort, the CUT ballot measure, is a significant step in that direction because it's a dependable structural revenue generator. But there are other things that the city is doing that we've talked about over the last year, including making cuts. We've talked about this as well. Again, costs keep rising, the revenue, and so cuts alone will not and cannot close that structural gap. We've talked about this again in the budget slide. This is a standalone presentation, and I wanted to make sure that folks who pull this presentation later on, some other week, some other day, or a year from now, have context in terms of the story here that we're telling. So the baseline forecast. What was the forecast, or what is the forecast in the event that we take no action and that we don't implement or propose a ballot measure to the voters? And so you'll see here, next year's budget would be projected to have a $6.6 million deficit that will drop by roughly $2 million in 28-29 due to primarily the pension bonds that Council Member Pilar Avalos asked about. I did get that number. Sorry, I'm just going to deviate real quick. $24.4 million was the original bond number in 2005. And so you can see here that obviously this is unsustainable, and we have enough reserves to cover us for roughly 2 years. But that would be making the decision to dip into reserves, and not just the budget stabilization reserves. I'm talking about our core reserves, and we would completely deplete them by 29-30. And if nothing changes, that would result in the city having to declare insolvency. So the prior 7-year forecast. So why staff revisited that rate? A couple of things I already talked about, so I won't stress those. But back in April, when we last updated this, and we didn't have that drastic reduction in revenue from the state, from HDL's projections from state taxes, we did believe that 7% was going to give us a little bit of room, not a whole ton, but a little bit of room beginning in 28-29 to be able to remain solvent, and if anything, also have funds to take on one-time projects to the tune of between $1 and $1.5 million roughly. But when we look at the, actually, I'm going to go back here. When we look at year 2030, 2031, you'll see that starts leveling off about the $1 million mark. Go ahead, Steve.
Great. Thank you for allowing the interruption. So just to clarify, when we had this forecast in February, we had a certain set of revenues and a forecast for expenditures, which made 7% seem to work out. There was some surplus in going years. It wasn't a lot, but the recommendation at that time made sense. But after that, after 7% was, the guidance was given to us, we received new, refreshed forecast for next year's sales tax revenue that was much lower than we expected and had forecast, and it increased costs for pensions and other costs that were much higher than we expected, which created a $4 million change in this forecast. So when we have that next set of slides that talks about the revised forecast at 7% with that new impact, which I think is there at the top blue 7% with this new revised forecast, you'll see a almost $2 million problem next year. Just when the bonds come off, we get a little above water. but then immediately we're already 182,000, then 481,000 projected to be underwater at 7%. So the reason for revisiting this now is that new fund, that new forecast has created a new projection, which does not make 7% look sufficient. I'll pass it back to Louise.
Thank you. So this is a similar graph. This is the same actually forecast that was presented last meeting, but it visually represents what we're talking about here. So the red, the line in the middle here where all the bars start is what we would call a balanced budget. So that's revenues and expenditures kind of matching. And so when you look at the red line, that's the forecast that I showed earlier where we have no UUT and we take no action. You'll see that we're drastically in the red beginning next year and only increases every year after that. The gold bar that you see there is what the picture would look like with a 7% UUT. You'll see that it does a significant benefit to the city in terms of balancing the budget. And for the most part, it balances it almost. I think that it'll require a little more cuts, but there is no room there at all. As a matter of fact, if we don't make further cuts to the tune of about $500,000, then we'll still have a deficit situation even with the 7% UUT. The blue is what would happen with an 8% UUT. So you'll see that quickly that gap is closed beginning in 28, 29, but allows also some room to do these one-time projects and restorations. I should keep in mind here that all of these numbers, and I'll go to the next slide to illustrate this point, every one of these scenarios assumes a restoration of cuts of $7 million. None of these scenarios show or illustrate a restoration of the full 9.3 million that were cut. If it is the public or council's desire to fully restore the $9.3 million that were cut, then 7 and 8% are really out of the question in terms of revenue. We would not be able to do that under those scenarios. But we felt through collaboration with the department heads and the city manager that the city could probably feel normal again with a 7% restoration, but not fully restoring all services. So that's why that 7 million restoration number was plugged into these forecasts. And so if you look at 8%, assuming a $7 million restoration, you'll see that beginning in 28, 29, we have some room of 1.6 million, about $1 million going into year 3 and 4 to, I don't say play with, but to do one-time projects. But the 9% UUT will show an immediate balancing of the budget beginning next fiscal year and increasing to roughly $3 million, $2.5 to $3 million, beginning in 28, 29 and on. So what
Luis?
changes? Go ahead.
Luis, I'm sorry, because it's been brought up a couple of times in terms of the bond. Councilwoman Davila was elected in 2003, shortly after the period of corruption that we had here. I got elected in 2005. And so in March of 2005, the city of Southgate issued a $24.4 million pension obligation bond. The bond was taken out to cover the city's unfunded pension liabilities for its safety employees, police and fire personnel, and to advance fund outstanding certificates of participation helping manage that, but the city debt. This era coincided with a major political corruption scandal involving the former treasurer. So we were forced to, because the former city council that was here was involved in multiple contracts that ate up the budget of the city. And as a result, the recall effort was made to remove them. But because the things we were, how much did we have? I think we had about $100,000 in reserve. Get that? We had $100,000 in reserve. And so we were very fortunate in a couple of things, real important, right? One of them was that we had Yeah, the city clerk that we had here, she kept a lot of records that allowed us to take these people to court as a result of that. And she did it kind of sort of in a way where it was a risk for her, right? But she did an outstanding job of doing that. She maintained those records. We used those in court. And as a result, we recalled the people that were here and the treasurer that was here as well. And again, because we only had about $100,000 in reserve, imagine being the finance director at that time with only $100,000 of the city manager. We had Henry Gonzalez, we had Bill DeWitt, who I was a rookie then. They advised we need to take out this bond. They gave a lot of real solid presentations, and we took a chance and we took out this $24.4 million fund. So I'm sharing that with you, and if anybody can research this, then you'll find that that's exactly what it was. But that's why we have that bond, and it's taken us this long to pay it back. Okay,
With
thank you.
interest. Thank you. I don't know where I was. Okay, so this table here is meant to be illustrative in terms of the additional revenue that the city could expect between 7%, 8%, and 9% in a simpler way. So at a 7%, we're expecting roughly $9 million in revenue. The 8% rate would generate an additional 1.4 million. And, every percent is roughly that, 1.4, 1.5 million. So at 9%, that goes up by $3 million compared to 7%. So the impact on residents, the monthly cost on a typical utility bill, again, these are illustrative. At 8%, it's $43.87 annually. So that's roughly, $43.87 monthly. That's roughly $5.49 more than previous 7% estimates. I said monthly. This is an annual number. The $5.49 is the impact monthly at the 7% level. At the 9% level, it's about $132 a year. It's roughly $7 more in terms of an impact, $10.97 a month. The blue box in the center of the presentation is the current impact in the way it's written now. The ordinance draft and the ballot measure that's drafted by or approved by council in April. So the difference ranges between $5 and $11 more per month, or roughly $66, $232 per year for the families. Revenue would remain, again, under local control. And this would be something that would be general fund dollars that would be supporting services that would be part of the budget process every year for council consideration.
And Louis, just for clarification, I just want to make sure that the residents and everybody who's listening is aware. The numbers that are there, the 3838 is the monthly total for your combined, or the average monthly total for your combined bills of your
Yes.
utilities. The 4387 would be the monthly total on the UUT for your combined bills at 8%, and the 4935 would be your monthly total on the combined bills on your 9%.
Yes, and the 66,232 would be the range of the annual impact for the difference.
Right.
And that's assuming you have the average utility rate. So there'll be people that have higher rates, but there'll also be seniors that qualify, senior households that qualify for an exemption. They're over 65 and meet the qualification categories. So they essentially could pay $0 extra dollars. So it would depend on the circumstance. We're just trying to provide for an illustration and average.
Yeah, and I think it's important to point out, because we have neighboring cities, right? If you look at Linwood, theirs is 9% and has been like that since 2008. So residents in Linwood have already been paying this. Huntington Park has had theirs since 1989, and they pay 9.75 on a utility user's tax. So again, what we're considering here is an option, right? 7, 8, or 9. But it's something that we've talked about in the past, but we never brought it this far. So again, it's taken us that long, and again, hopefully we don't kick the can any further. So thank you.
So at the last meeting, Councilmember Al Rios brought up an idea to help ease the impact of a new UUT to residents. And he mentioned the idea of the water fund, because the water fund is one of the healthy funds that the city has. And so staff did do a significant research into that. And the good news is that it is possible for such a program. The water fund has enough fund balance to support a temporary reduction in revenue. And so how this program would look like would be a temporary 1-year discount to people's water bill to help offset what the UUT would implement. And that's roughly a 10% discount to their utility bill. And again, that's intended to ease the transition from a no UUT tax base to a UUT-based tax base. The general fund, the water fund generates roughly $20 million a year. And what we're proposing is that we reduce or we provide a discount that would temporarily reduce that revenue by roughly $2 million. But that would go back into the residents' pockets as a discount program. So before council tonight.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Just because I'm thinking about it as you're speaking in regards to the water fund.
Yes.
So I'm a resident. I will get 10% off,
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
The water fund is going to pay that additional 10%, correct?
No.
No?
No, it's a discount to what folks would pay. So the fund isn't paying like
So then who's going to get that 10%?
it would mean less revenue.
So the city would be getting less revenue
That's right. Into the water fund.
So we'd be losing money?
Well, the water fund.
Enlighten me.
It's a good point. Yeah. So right now we've looked at our water fund reserves. And again, as we've used that gift card analogy, water funds come in, they get put in a special bucket. They can only be used at the water fund store. We have a separate set of reserves, different from all the general fund reserves. That's very healthy. We actually have roughly probably $20 million in reserves that we are using to do large capital projects replacing water lines. We believe for a 1-year period, we could absorb a reduced revenue, and that reserve could go down. If a 10% would equal about $2 million. So that reserve fund would then receive less replenishment. So it would maybe go from 20 million down to 18 million. We'd still have reserves. We wouldn't want to do this long term. But for a year, we think we could absorb that reduction. And then someone's water bill then drops 10% at the same time, say the UUT is added. So you might have, say, $40 up for UUT added to your bill, but maybe 10 or 12 or whatever your water bill is, 10% drop off your water bill. So the net impact to the resident is smaller to try to offset that sudden jump. And we can't do it forever. We're proposing a 1-year term, and then the water rates would come back. So the reserves would drop a $2 million and be absorbed, like you said. The water fund's paying for it. But then if we revert the rates back, we can make sure we're not, reducing those funds for the water repairs that are needed.
So I'm trying to understand it, because if I pay $100 and I get a $20 discount, who's paying that 20? Is the city paying it, and is that going into the general fund? Or are we just simply losing the $20 and taking it as a loss within the water fund?
Yeah, if you could say it's so 10% of 100 would be $10. So in that case, we would get less revenue, so our reserves would shrink. So there'd be a reduction on that side, which we don't want to do forever. So there is a reduction, but we do have extra funds there that, as we're trying to think of ways to ease the community towards this new level, we don't have to do it, but this is an idea brought up by your colleague, and we're just thinking if that's something the council would be interested in.
Yeah, and I'm glad that Vice Mayor Rios brought it up, I hadn't thought of that. I thought that was a great idea. And after he brought it up, I started talking to staff and they started working on these numbers. And I think it's a way to, at least for the first year, take some of that burden, that additional hit, but it doesn't impact our overall budget. It actually puts money into the general fund and it basically reduces a little bit of what's going into the water fund, but we got plenty of money on there to do that, at least for a year.
Right.
So good thinking there, Vice Mayor.
And then also just for, clarity for our residents and for the people who are listening, we can't just withdraw money from our water fund and put into the general fund. And we've done a pretty extensive explanation on that in many of our budget presentations. So just borrowing from our water fund is not allowed. But creating a discount for our residents so they don't feel the impact of the UUT when it passes to the full extent is a way for us to be able to offer that savings to them.
Yes, and I just want to emphasize too the importance of understanding that this is a general framework that where we would need to work out the specifics of the program. It's just like when we establish any program, we have to set up all the nitty-gritty details that come with it, and we would be working very closely with the city attorney's office to ensure that the program is set up in a sound legal way. But just one more note on that when we did the fund analysis for the water fund, there is roughly 12 months of reserves. The policy for reserves for the water fund is roughly 6 months. So we do believe that we can comfortably do a program like this temporarily. But the reason why this program couldn't be a permanent program is because a significant portion of our reserves is dedicated towards our CIP program, towards improving the infrastructure that delivers these services, this water, sewer, all of that, that needs to happen. And we can't defer that forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you,
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry.
And I think that, again, keep in mind that this money is what folks here in the community pay every monthly for their water bill. And there's a history of it's when I got on council, I remember the water fund, and they've helped the city in so many ways. I mean, because they have a healthy, having our own water is a big advantage. Not every city has its own water department. And we do a real good job. The folks there, Castillo and company, do a real good job of, keeping the chemicals, the bad chemicals out of our water, right, Arturo? And today we have an item that has to do with interconnected and on the ground wells and all that. We'll talk about that later. But the folks have been paying for this, and all we're doing here is providing them a discount to offset some of the incurring costs of the UUT. And this would start, my understanding is, we're talking 10%, it would start if the UUT passes. Is that correct? That the plan would be that it would start shortly after that, right? Sometime in the next year.
Yes, the plan, go ahead.
Yeah, building on your idea, the discount would only come into effect if the UT measure passed, so that there's a connection there, and if it didn't, then it wouldn't. And we'd work out in the next short while a start date, be it perhaps January 1st or sometime in that time where that would begin to coincide when the UUT would begin and run for a year. I also wanted to mention there are a few folks in Southgate city limits that do not receive water from our city services. There's Golden State on the Hollydale side, and there's a snippet up in the north. So we haven't worked out the details yet, but if direction was given that a path like this was made, and that we would work on a plan to coordinate with those agencies to ensure that all payers of any water service in the city would get the same 10% discount. So we have to work out the mechanism, but it wouldn't make sense that a few people would be excluded. That being said, again, that from a staff's recommendation, the thought of this extra discount we're thinking would relate if the council is thinking of doing an 8 or a 9. We've already kind of talked about the 7%, but if there's a thought that we might have to go higher. Is this water idea a way to help mitigate that extra ask? But again, your direction is seeked here.
All right. So I'll go ahead and open it up to any member in the audience. If any member in the audience would like to discuss the UUT.
Francisco Gallegos, 50-year resident of Southgate. It's always very overwhelming when I come here and hear this. These UUT taxes. Something that you can't get away from is that I hear we kick the can around. I hear it was never a good time for this. That sounds like procrastination to me, because this is too serious. Somebody should have done something about this sooner. What I'm hearing here, and I get all my information, by the way, here. I've come here for a year and a half. I don't do social media. What I know is what I hear and what I see. The reason we're having these issues now, and they're serious issues with cuts, is because this wasn't done earlier. And I know that you guys are saying, well, to make you feel better, our neighboring cities have already done this. They've been doing this for a while, but that doesn't make us feel better, because look at where we're at now. I'm a resident that wants to live here, but I want to live here safe. And I see that that's not happening year in year. And one of the reasons I know that there was a lot of budget cuts because of this is the police force. We can't expect, I don't want the sheriffs to come in here. I've always thought that our police department is great, but they're not enough. They're not enough to service 100,000 residents. And that is something that you guys have to take responsibility for. I guarantee you that the hardworking people of this community, even if they have to have 2 jobs, they would probably pay this extra because they want their kids to be safe, and they want their community to be a safe place for their kids to grow. But I think the unfairness is the fact that we need to tell them that this has happened because we didn't take care of it sooner. If you say that it's never a good time, how is this time any better than what it was before? Don't you think that it would have been better then? Because the fact is that, and you spoke about people losing their job, that happened because of this, right? And had we done this sooner, it wouldn't have happened. The last thing I want to say is I come in here with topics because I want the community to be safe. And last time I came in here with the fireworks thing, all this happening, and I don't understand why you guys are not moving the needle about removing the fireworks, making it easier for our police department not to have to worry about that. All this happening, and I don't understand. I don't get a good response from you guys. I want to move on with other topics.
Thank you, Francis.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Sarah Meza Medrano, and I'm a police officer with the Southgate Police Department and the current secretary for the Southgate Police Officers Association. I'm here this evening to speak about the city's budget and the importance of implementing the utility users tax. Councilmember Avalos has mentioned on prior council meetings having spoken to some of her constituents and expressed concern with the implementation of the utility users tax affecting low-income residents. As a police officer and on behalf of the Southgate police officers who are out in the city speaking to victims, residents on a daily basis, I want to offer another perspective. I ask that we also consider the burden that budget cuts place on those very same residents. From a law enforcement perspective, the people who suffer most from reduced city services are often the individuals and families who can least afford it. When a working parent has their car stolen, that vehicle is not simply transportation. It is how they get to work, take their children to school, attend medical appointments, and provide for their family. If staffing reductions result in longer response times and delayed reports, that victim may wait even longer for the documentation needed by their insurance company or employer. For someone living paycheck to paycheck, those delays can be devastating. When police staffing is reduced, officers spend more time moving from call to call with little opportunity for proactive patrol. That means fewer officers available to deter crime, fewer opportunities to identify suspicious activity, and fewer chances to prevent crimes before they occur. The reality is that crime does not impact everyone equally. The victims are often hardworking residents who already face financial challenges. They are the families who cannot easily replace a stolen vehicle, repair a broken window, or absorb the financial impact of becoming a victim of crime. The discussion before us should not be limited to what a tax may cost. We must also consider what the absence of that revenue will cost our community. What is the cost of slower emergency responses? What is the cost of delayed investigations? What is the cost of fewer officers available to protect our neighborhoods? And what is the cost to the single parent who loses the vehicle they depend on to support their family? The residents of Southgate deserve safe neighborhoods, timely police services, and a city that can respond when they need help most. The difficult reality is that if significant cuts are made, those who will feel the impact first and most severely may be the very residents we are all trying to protect. A utility user's tax may cost a resident a few dollars each month. Becoming the victim of a crime can cost them their transportation, their income, their sense of security, and sometimes their ability to provide
Thank
for
you.
their family.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Liz Ruiz on Kaufman. Yeah, I have to agree with the previous speakers. I think it's important to make sure that we get this right. I know that a lot of people have been talking about that throughout, the last couple months, that this has been a discussion on the agenda. And yeah, I agree. I do worry that this isn't going to be enough. I do worry that maybe this wasn't the right approach to start with, that we should have gone with increasing the fees for the other funds that we have been on the negative on. And, I think that would have been more soluble for the public to take in. But we are where we are now, and, we got to get this right, and we really got to look into making those other funds come back into the black and out of the red. The street lighting fund and God knows what other funds there are that have been on the negative. Yeah, I think, I'm for the UUT. I've lived in the city since 2006. And even when I couldn't afford it, I voted yes for Measure P, because I knew the importance of funding these programs, because I knew the importance of making these programs available for the people who need them, especially the youth and the elderly, because those people are a lot of the constituents that receive a lot of the programs we provide through the park system. Like the previous speaker said, people have to think about what services they're getting from the city that they're not going to be able to get if the UUT doesn't pass. I am a parent now, and I'm really hoping that other people make the same sacrifice I've made all those years ago, that I have been making, paying that tax, and willingly. I can afford more now, and I'm happily willing to pay it, because I know the importance of these services to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Alice Cueto.
Can you
We've been,
pull it down a bit? Thank you.
my family's had
Can you state your name for the
residence,
record, please?
Alice Cueto. Had businesses here, and have resided in the city since 1967. And shoulda, woulda, and coulda are the most useless phrases. So I'm just hoping that you'll be able to sell the 9%, because it's quite a jump. People are thinking 7, all of a sudden it's going to be 9. If we have the misfortune for that stupid ER proposition, if it passes, it's going to be difficult to get the UUT passed. I hope not. I have one question. The exemption for seniors, this is for low income. Okay, what standard is low income? I mean, it may seem the federal standard is really low, and so many seniors actually make just over whatever that standard is. And so you could be considered not low income, and yet you don't have enough money to, buy groceries, get gas, and do things that need to be done. Another thing is, if the 9 is passed and the income starts coming in a couple of years, I hope that, as the previous speakers, that it goes to safety. We need the police, not our own law enforcement, not the sheriff. I admire the sheriffs, but we don't need them in Southgate. And don't start bringing in all these little programs that are nice to have, like all these things for seniors. Oh, no, that has nothing to do with safety. I'd rather feel safe than have, some little excursion to some casino. I don't go to casinos anyway, but those things are nice. We don't need them. We need the police. We need the streets. We need the infrastructure and the police. So if this money starts coming in, don't start tossing it at all these sweet programs that people like and enjoy. We need protection, infrastructure, and for the kids. Kids, you need to have things for them. Hey, seniors, we can manage. Good Lord. But again, I was wondering about the standard for a senior as far as having the exemption. I probably don't fit into that, but so again, law enforcement, that's what's needed. And it's might be difficult to sell the 9% when you started at 7%. But I do think we can probably use that. We do need it.
Thank you. All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public comments. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
We have no emails, Mr. Mayor.
Any callers?
Yes, we have a caller ending in 609.
Okay. Go ahead, Thomas.
Hi, it's Thomas Buckley. It's great that some people have no problem paying UUT right now in their lives. I think that's a fantastic position to be in. But sadly, that's not the case for thousands of families in our city. Regarding Measure ER, it's poised to pass. In October of this year, Southgate residents, if it passes, are going to be paying 11.25% sales tax. And possibly on top of that, in November, we may be voting to pay for UUT tax, which we're looking at now 8 or 9%, which is crazy. Just really quickly though, a 9% UUT increase in the water bill with the 10% discount, as you guys were talking about earlier, that only nets us a 1% discount on the water bill, right? 9% versus 10%, that's 1% difference. That's really not a whole lot. And that's only for 1 year. A lot of residents don't understand this, but I think it's because the city doesn't want to advertise it. But UUT can be spent on anything the council wants to spend on. It simply goes to our general funds. And the very same council members who created the multi-million-dollar deficit, they get to spend your UUT money however they want. They can spend it on, putting circles on street intersections, fixing curbsides, hopefully, things like that. But does it go to police? It will. Some will. Does it go to public works? Yep, some of it will. How much? That's up to council. The other thing I wanted to bring up was that on page 1 of this agenda, it states that the city is in a financial state of emergency. Just common parlance, I know that we typically interchange financial state of emergency with fiscal state of emergency. The two are not the same, I get it, but they kind of are. Again, in common parlance, you would think that they are. So by whose authority was this declared that we're in a financial state of emergency? Because the legislative body, you guys, turned down that declaration. You're undermining due process and the sovereignty of your own council by doing that. Lastly, I want to just make a quick mention of the phrase that UUT is going to last, quote, until ended by voters, end quote. How do the voters end it? Council has to vote on these things. Look how far and how difficult it's been to come up to this point. So how are let's say the voters do want to end it. How are they supposed to end it without your consent? Are you going to be empathetic finally to council? I don't know. Lastly, to Mr. Frausto, is insolvency conditional? Because are we facing imminent bankruptcy if UUT fails? Or can we avoid it by making proportional cuts to the deficit?
Thank you. Any other callers?
We have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Yeah, this just shows you how wacky and screwy some of the things you people do. So the water fund. So you're going to give a rebate to the residents from the water fund, but you can't use the water fund to pay our bills? See, I don't get that. That makes no sense to me. Here you're going to give money to the residents, but you can't use it to pay some of this shit. All right. The thing I want to say regarding the application of the utility user tax. Look, if we're going to take a hit, the residents are going to take a hit and pay more money because of this utility user tax, then it should apply to everyone. I mean, make these old bastards pay. I don't believe in giving these old people a pass just because they're old. I mean, come on, no. If we're going to take a hit, everybody's got to take a hit and contribute and pay this utility user tax. I don't buy into that. And the thing, last year when this whole topic came up, the utility user tax in 2025, I said to both the city clerk and the city treasurer, these bozos, this is their one and only chance to get this shit right. And I said to both of them, they need to take this to 10%. So 9%. I think you're going low here. You should just aim for 10 and just go for 10. I mean, what the hell are you people thinking? You're only going to get one shot at this. Just take it to the max and go to 10. And what I want to know is, in 2024, we had 3 council members running for re-election. Councilmember Davila, the old monkey, and Avalos. Why is it that it isn't until 2025 that everyone wakes up and realizes, oh, we need a utility user tax. Our city's in the toilet. The only thing that's going to save us is utility user tax. Well, why didn't anyone think of making it a priority and putting it on the ballot in 2024? That would have been an optimal year in which to move forward with it. Instead, it's 2026, and now everyone's woken up and realized, oh, we need the utility user tax. Well, if you were smart people and you knew that we were in a structured deficit, you should have made it a priority in 2024. Now you're scrambling, crossing your fingers, praying this shit passes in November. See, this is why we need smart people on our city council. You people don't have it. You don't know how to plan 5 or 10 years ahead. You don't know how. There's no vision. There's no vision and there's no strategy on how to implement and move that vision forward and how to make it happen. You people lack so many qualities that we need in our city council members. If we had smart people on our city council, they never would have allowed our city to be in this position. It never would have happened. I guarantee you, if we had smart people on our city council, we would never be in this position. All this shit would have been addressed years ago.
Thank you. Any others?
Yes, we have Mr. Robert Montalvo.
Robert Montalvo.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I have a question on the numbers. So what calculations did you use to get there? Because we're here again because you got it wrong the first time. So on those forecasts that you have, and I was looking through the item, nothing was mentioned. There was no worksheet or any other information, showing like taxable utility sales, growth rates, like collection rates, any exemption, like assumptions or any exact calculation. So this is all like a guessing game. And there's no formula listed to how you're getting these percentage increases. So I'm wondering if you can tell or just tell us what calculations you're using and what formula you're using to get there. Because jumping from like 7 to 9% is like a $3 million gap. But we're at, according to the numbers that you've said before in the past, 1% is $900,000. So the math is not mathing. Maybe I'm missing something, but if you can give the formula that she used to get these numbers, because there's nothing presented anywhere on this item or anywhere that I saw. And again, the reason why you're here or that we're here today is because, like many of you have admitted, you kicked the can. You know, this kick the can tax that you're trying to push should have been done a long time ago. But like somebody said before, we're here now, and this is where we're at. With what I mentioned before, I'm wondering if 9% is the answer. I really don't trust your numbers because they keep changing, and it's not by a small percentage. It's a lot. I mean, you went from 7 to 9 right now. That's a big jump. So is 9 really going to keep us? Is that the number, or is it higher? Because the last thing you want to do is pass something and then you're a year or two later, you know, we're in the same place. And I'm going based on what the treasurer said a couple of meetings ago, well, probably a couple of months ago. And it made sense that 7% was probably not going to be enough. And I don't even think 9 is either. I think you need to revisit the numbers and bring a clearer picture to us, because that's not going to cover, especially with the rising costs that you're mentioning. I don't think 9% is going to do it. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Any others?
No other, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Yes. Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break before we bring it back to council. Councilwoman Davila has requested a 5-minute break. Thank you. and welcome our city attorney, Raul. Thank you for being here.
Oh, was he gone? Bro,
I think I know you're teasing. I'm here.
Now we got to wait for city clerk. No, I'm just. All right. We ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and bring it back to council. Thank you for all the comments and the questions. Council. Oh, Treasurer, do you have any?
Sure. Yeah, I think I brought this up, a few meetings back. The 7% is not sufficient to restore services, and that's what we've heard tonight as well. And the 8% would also not meet the criteria of being able to restore services. So the 9% in what I looked at a few months back would help restore services. And the recommendation I made in one of the previous meetings was once a UUT would pass with the 9%, I would not restore all services immediately. I would fully recommend funding the police department because of public safety, save, replenish your reserves, and invest through economic development to generate new revenues and bring back the other programs as those revenues come in. That will help you have a solid foundation as we look, past 5 years. If not, we will find ourselves in a tough situation with a 7% or an 8% once we hit the 5-year mark, or also the charts that our director has demonstrated. So my recommendation still stands at 9%. I think the calculation I had was about 11.5 million that would be generated, which is close to the 12 million. So that's still my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Avalos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation on the UUT. We have to do something. I think we all see that now. I saw that back last year. The rising cost, unfunded pension liability, health benefits, liability insurance, light and landscaping are the driving force. However, we've done nothing to address those driving forces and reduce those costs. So when we hear our seniors are not going to be impacted, especially if they're low income, personally, you're not. But you have to provide a lot of documentation in order for you to get that benefit. The businesses, they're going to hurt. They're going to increase the costs. And who do you think is going to pay for those costs? You, the residents, the customers, the seniors. All of us are going to pay for that. Now, in 2008, Measure P came forth. The residents voted for it and said, we're going to give you an extra cent to cover those costs that we were so behind. And we did that. And I asked for accounting because the communities asked me for an accounting. I don't have it. You don't have it, nor will you. I've requested that if this is what we're going to do, that we put a sunset clause on it as a temporary to get us through these difficult times. I don't know if my colleagues would agree. I know I did ask the city manager if we could do an analysis or forecast of possibly 10 to 15 years. I was told we cannot do that because we don't forecast that far in the future. Let's take into account our community. In the next 5 years, or maybe less, we are going to have a light air rail that's going to come in through the city that is going to generate a lot of development, a lot of sales. So I've asked in prior council meetings, we need to talk to our unions and see what they're willing to come to the table to be able to work with us. I've been told we can't have that. It needs to come from them. Got it. Tonight, we have positions that are being changed, which we have not met and conferred, which is one of the requirements for the union to say yay or nay. We haven't done that, yet we passed the budget. So with Measure UUT that we want to put on the ballot, the 7, the 8, the 9, it's going to get us through a little bit. But I want to know if the Southgate residents really are in a financial position to say, yes, I'm willing to pay for that, when we don't have receipts for the $13 to $14 million that we've been giving the city on a year end for the past 16 years. So for me, let's address these costs first before we put it on the backs of the residents. And like Ms. Medrano indicated, I have been talking to the community, and yes, they are hurting. They are hurting financially. There's still a lot of food insecurity in our community. And it's not just our seniors, it's families. So for me at this time, I want to hear from my colleagues, but I have my reservations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, may I just for a second? I just want to make sure that for the sake of the community that we correct the record. So Measure P is a sales tax, is a general sales tax. And the general sales tax is 1/2 of the total sales tax that we get that goes into our general fund. When you say there's no receipts, we have a receipt for every dollar that's spent. This money is audited every year as part of our annual financial reports. They're available online for at least 10 years. Those are currently there. And so every dollar that has been spent from the general fund has been audited and is accounted for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead,
and I
Mikhail.
would agree with you on that. However, when I asked our Public Works Director how much has been invested in our streets from that fund, I didn't get an answer, and I can tell you it's zero. And again, part of that was what was proposed to the community. So for me, it's going to be a sunset clause, and it's going to be changing the wording, because this is not a fiscal emergency. This is a user's utility tax. Let's call it for what it is and not confuse the community.
I'll just confirm that to the point brought before. Cities throughout LA County, as we've seen just approving the election, all have sales tax. They virtually all have utility users tax. They all have put it in 20 years ago. All that money goes into their general fund. You could ask the city of Downey where their 5% UUT goes in, and the receipts that are attached to that exact fund that's come in for 20 years. It's all put into a common fund. There is no accounting. It doesn't mean it's misspent, but it all goes into a single piggy bank. And then when you go to spend it, you're taking the total amount, which includes property tax, sales tax, UUT tax. So we're not hiding anything. This is normal city practice. It's exactly the same at all of our other cities. Bell has a 10% UUT that they're using to spend daily operations for all their services. Now they've added a 1% sales tax, which would be the equivalent of Measure P. When those funds start coming in, they'll go into the common fund for general fund and pay their expenses. There won't be a separate accounting for it. You're actually not permitted to track general fund and spend it on specific services. That's actually a violation of law. So just to be clear, we're not violating anything. We're not hiding anything. We're unable to take those funds and assign them specifically, or else it becomes a special tax, which requires a 67% pass rate. A general tax cannot be targeted. So I just want the community and everyone to be clear on that. So that
Thank you,
we're not
Mr.
making
Mayor.
anything misstated.
And I do want to just respond to one of the questions that was asked by Senor Francisco earlier, that, there was when you said regarding that employees are leaving and we should have, handled this sooner. Why didn't we handle this sooner? We actually had an opportunity to handle this sooner. We had an opportunity to have this ballot measure in June. And if it would have passed, nobody would have been able to get, laid off. We would have had not to worry about, these cuts that we're talking about today. Our police department would not have to worry about the lack of resources that they're having to deal with today and cutting the overtime hours that they're doing today. Because we had to vote to put it on the June ballot with a 5-0 vote. And as we presented earlier today, we couldn't. We got a 4-1 vote. The only person who did not vote for it was Pilar Avalos. So that's why it wasn't put on the June ballot, which every single tax measure that was put on the June ballot passed. Every single one. So when you ask why it wasn't done earlier, this council tried. We tried to accomplish that, but because there was a vote and there was, some assistance with some of our commissioners, Jimmy Ozeta, Edgar Pelayo, out here misinforming our residents and continuing to do what they're doing today, standing in the back, waving papers and, making a mockery of our city council meetings like they do on a daily basis when every time that they're here. That is why we're having these difficulties today, because they decided that this was not important and that we were going to make it hurt our people, our residents, and our employees. That was the decision made by Pilar Avalos.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, and again, this has been explained multiple times already, and the same misinformation that's being said over there is coming from some of the people back here. And we're hoping that we will be more successful in addressing this issue. But again, so I'm glad you addressed the general fund issue. I had made a note on that. I was here in 2008 when we did that, and Measure P was specifically to put 1 cent on the ballot where that money would go into the general fund. And there is accounting for it. All you have to do is look at the budget for every single year since it passed, and you'll see how every dollar was spent. No one's hiding anything. That's been available to people. And even though that passed, we also kept on telling people we still have a structural deficit. We've had it for a long time. Again, I mentioned earlier, 1988, the council that was here saw the structural deficit and they tried to address it by putting a tax measure, and it failed. So it was a good time, but it turned out it wasn't because the people voted it down. I brought this issue up, yes, in 2020, and I've been bringing it up every single year. But remember, 2020 was just the beginning of the COVID period. People were out of work, businesses were closed, sales tax was down. Was it a good time to ask voters to go out and vote for a utility users tax? No. The idea of saying, hey, now's the time to put a UUT, yes, it was a time to do it, but it would not have passed what's the point of putting something on the ballot knowing that it's going to fail? So when the idea came about 7%, again, as the treasurer mentioned, that was not going to be enough. But we felt that it was much easier to get voters to support a 7% versus an 8 or 9%. But now, as we're looking at other cities are successful in passing these sales tax measures, we're looking a little bit like maybe now is the time to ask for the additional thing, which is what other cities already have. Let's see what else I want to talk about on that. So again, I think what the point I'm trying to make to you is, Mr. Gallegos, is that we need to do something. And we've needed to do something for the longest time, but we were able to get that ARPA money. And the ARPA money was really to fill the gap that was caused by COVID that went into the taxes, okay? Had we not had COVID, we would not have had the ARPA money. We would have been using just the sales tax. That would not have been impacted. We probably could have done something with the streetlight landscaping fund. We probably could have done something with a smaller UUT. But the circumstances the way they are now, and by the way, that's in 2020, is when we had roughly $11 million added to something that we don't control. We don't control those costs. And so if you're hearing anything else, it's from people who have not spent time, as the gentleman, Mr. Eric Trujillo did. He came in with a very negative feeling like, oh, is this really correct? But he came in and he met with staff, unlike some people who say it's a waste of time. Evidently, they got a crystal ball or something that they look into, and they're much smarter than everybody else. But the fact is, these are experts who look at data, and they do what they need to do to bring us to the point where we're at now, properly informing. And I encourage people, get properly informed, not from people who are determined to say no. They're determined because they have an agenda. Whatever that agenda is, I got some ideas to what it is, but it's disruptive. If they think that they're hurting the council, they're not. They're hurting the community. And by the way, they know it. So again, I'm going to encourage people. By the way, there were some very good questions. I think Robert Montalvo did mention about the formula, how we used it and how we arrived at those numbers. I know there's probably a lot of detail, but maybe you can touch a little bit on how we came up with the numbers, because I know that we looked at some like bills that we're collecting or information that we get, and then we do the math.
I could speak a little bit on it. So part of the effort there, we reached out to all the utility providers that service our areas. We got some data from them. Some of it was aggregate because there's some rules, especially around electricity usage. So it wasn't like every household, right? But they give us some aggregate data. We looked at what some of the revenue was related to these different utilities. And then we just did basic straight line projections based on what an increase to that would be. For the household averages, we pulled data from our utility billing system to capture what the average bills were. We also asked, or some staff actually volunteered their utility bills and provided those so we can help model what some of these cost increases were. But we got data from SCE, from SoCalGas, we got them from DirecTV, all of the different providers to help inform our revenue projections.
Yeah.
And what I'm sorry. And what do we use for our projections for our sales tax revenue that we use to project out our revenue?
Yes. So we work with a company called HDL. HDL does quite a bit of things for us on a contract basis, but one of the things that they're experts in is the forecasting of revenue. They have a unique, I don't know how they got their arrangement with the state, but they have a unique level of access to historical data that we don't even have access to. And so their projections are almost always spot on, give or take a couple $1,000, but this is what they do. This is their bread and butter. And so we get annual projections from them. We get periodic quarterly reports from them that are confidential, that we can't release publicly, but they have a lot of line item detail about who's bringing in revenue and what they're bringing in. And this information is used to help inform our annual budget and also our 5-year forecast. And so we use their numbers.
I'm glad I'm glad that the question was asked by the caller, because we've received that information already as how you arrived at the percentages. And I think it was explained maybe once before, but by bringing it up again, it gives us the opportunity to explain how we arrived at those numbers. One last thing I want to point out, I know that at one of the meetings before, the question was asked about, isn't it true that we have more money coming in from the 1 cent sales tax from 2008 to today? And the answer was yes. It was a yes and no question. The answer is yes. But what was not cleared up is that $1 in 2008, you can't buy the same thing with $1. It costs, and I did the analysis on it, it's $1.53 that you would have to spend for that same dollar. So we may have more dollars, but the buying power of that dollar has diminished by that much. And those numbers, you can check them out yourself and you'll see. We may have more dollars that come in, but the buying power is much less and the expenses go up. Anybody who has a business will tell you that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilwoman?
I have no questions.
All right, thank you.
Mr.
Vice Mayor?
Just if I can ask for clarification for the benefit of the community. So the UUT will entail light, Southern California Edison, am I correct?
Yes.
Gas,
Yes.
cell phone,
A portion.
what's a portion? What's the percentage? Do we know?
Yeah, so it's certain, so the law says that only the voice portion of the cell phone bill can have an EUT applied. So it's not the full cell phone bill.
Okay.
And so thankfully for us, the utility provider calculates that for us and applies only the EUT to the correct portion of the bill.
Mhm.
And so that's why my answer was partial.
Okay, cable,
Yes.
internet,
No.
water,
Yes.
and sewer?
I don't believe so. I need to check. If you give me 1 second, I can.
Sure.
look.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, but the county sanitation is going to be putting in additional tax, correct?
They already
Yeah.
passed it, yes.
Yes. So yes, I believe so. And additionally, voice over IP services. So if you have phone service that's digital, that's also EUT would apply there as well.
Okay.
And
On the sewer rate, it's the city sewer charge. So anything that comes from the county or regional agencies that relate to sewer, it's not on that. It's only on city-related service.
So it is light, gas, cell phone, but only the voice portion of it, cable, no internet, water, and sewer. Only the city sewer charge. So it's light, gas, cell phone, only voicemail, cable, water, and sewer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, folks, for staying here with us this evening. With when we're dealing with this most important topic, I guess well, just to kind of talk about, there's a lot of things that have been said. Just so you know, this year the unions didn't get a raise, employees didn't get a raise. So starting July 1st, they're not, there's no raise involved. So people should know that. Seniors, they're going to be exempt, and it's per household. So seniors that are, and I guess we got to get that. I don't know what that eligibility is. What is considered? I guess that was brought up. What is the?
Sure. Vice Mayor, it's 65 years or older, low-income seniors. We're using the CPUC, the California Public Utilities Commission thresholds for low income. Those are the same thresholds used by other programs that folks might be familiar with, including programs like CARE from SCE. We'll make a note that folks who currently qualify for discounts on their bills could apply for that now. That's separate from ours, and it does not apply just to seniors. That program on the care side for electricity is all low income, regardless of age. But in our program here, it's 65 years or older. There was a comment made about how difficult this process would be for folks to apply. It would actually not be difficult at all. The administrative process would be for folks who believe that they qualify, that they would fill out a form, and that form would ask them to testify under oath that under penalty of perjury that they meet the requirements. They would have to provide proof of age through a document that has their ID on it. So it could be a passport, it could be an ID, it could be all sorts of things, and also proof of income. And then it requires annual verification.
And this is going to be handled by the city. Is that-
We have not made that determination yet, whether we're going to
Okay, so-
contract that out or not.
Because it might help facilitate that, because if they have to go through every energy, that's going to be a tough one, for seniors, especially if they're not that mobile, or, the issues as you get older.
Sorry. What I meant to say was, yes, they would go through the city for that program, but we have not determined whether it's going to be done by staff in terms of taking the application and processing it, or if it's going to be bundled into
Contracted out?
third-party contractor.
But the city will.
But yeah, just to be clear, if you're looking for an exemption from the UT, you apply, we're saying in this example, to the city, we review it. If you're eligible, all your utilities have no UT on them, so that the senior does not have to reach out to each, like their electricity group, their power
So one
group,
form
their
exempts
sewer, water. Yeah, we would trigger the notice to say this ratepayer for all the groups doesn't have to.
And let me add something to that. I think that's a good point that you're bringing up, Vice Mayor Rios, because there are some people right now in the community who already get a discounted rate, right? On a couple, can you go through that real quick, Mr. City Manager?
Sure, I'm not sure if Lewis has more of a handle on these specific programs.
Yes, well, I don't have the specific names of them, but every utility provider has a low income and a senior discount program. And so those, and I'm sure many of them are taking advantage of it if they qualify. Some of those discounts are significant. And so, yes, every utility provider can set up their own discount program and parameters. Ours is going to mirror that of the state level program in terms of income requirements.
Yeah, so not only are they already getting a discount on some of the utilities, but they'll be exempt from this UUT. And they're already, if they applied and they qualified there, they're more than likely will qualify here as well.
Right.
Yeah, and there's two scenarios. Say you're on some of these statewide programs and you're eligible for those. So now your power bill, say, is 50% of what it normally would be. If you don't qualify in the city's one, your UUT would be calculated on the reduced rate. So you're already getting a discount. If you can also achieve the city's rate, then you get it to zero. So there's multiple layers to this senior discount program.
And they'll also be benefiting if this goes through with a water discount, right, that we discussed earlier.
Yeah, depending on council's direction, if you wish to layer that into this process, that would apply to anyone who's a ratepayer, not even just seniors.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. So, so there's a lot at stake right now. We had somebody from the police department talk about, who's hurt by, the lack of patrolling or emergency calls and all of that. I'm really concerned about that. I think all of us should be. I think it's safe to say that if we don't have public safety, if people don't feel safe, then that's a issue that affects all of us, all of our mental well-being and everything. So I think I think that's why this is important too. And I think it's important also what some of my colleagues have said. I know I have colleagues out here. We're one community, and I know there are folks that nobody wants to raise taxes. I mean, nobody. I know that anybody will start off, and but in reality, that's what everybody's been doing, because even you as a household, you could check your own household. When I go to the market, I see a price every week. It seems like there's the dog food or just the milk or anything, gas. We all feeling it in our back pocket. These are pocketbook issues. We're all feeling just so. It's no different with the city. The city's its own household that everything has gone up, and if we've been talking about this about the the health and benefits, liability insurance, inflation of goods and services, labor, everything has gone up. And so trying to, it's not, and I know some of my colleagues want to try to control, those are costs that are so hard we can't control. All of that is real. And what we're, and so, and I know there are folks that, want us to tighten up more. I mean, I think we just don't have no more money, and it's going to get really bad if we don't move forward with this. And now I understand that the community is hurting. We all understand that these are difficult times. They're people are paying more and being the economy is very unpredictable. We don't know where we're going to be a few months from now when the election comes up, and how people are going to be. I mean, it's so unpredictable. And so, but I want to go out and say something to the general public, especially those that are that have been opposing a lot of this and say no taxes. Tell us, what alternative do you have? I mean, do you have an alternative plan? We're interested. I mean, that's but if there's no plan, just criticizing, that doesn't get us nowhere. And so I think right now that we need you folks, those that are because you're part of the community. The community is always we have diverse views, and I'm calling on the community to come together. This is important. The quality of life of our community is at stake, and the future of our young ones too, and everything. So it's important that we come together as a community and work together, and there'll be other issues but this is before us today. What the city has done is is we're looking at reducing our insurance costs. We're looking at an RFP, right? We're going to go out to bid, and because our insurance cost is going up, and so we're doing that. We're even planning to reduce costs by $2 million, whether this utility passes or not. We've talked about this with staff. How do we, now that we've been through this, how do we, maximize the use of the dollars and be more prudent with our resources? All of us has gotten lessons that we learned. So, moving forward, I don't mind supporting an 8. I'm a little concerned about a 9 jumping. I think 8 gives us 8% gives us at least a few years of coverage. I'm concerned about the impact of going to 9. I mean, because of the hard times. I want it tied to the water exemptions. Provide some support for those residents. This is their money. They paid into the water fund. Give them a break a little, at least the first year, so that they don't feel it hard on them. Maybe things will improve after a year. But that's kind of where I'm seeing things. I'm aligning myself. It's hard for me to think about going further than that. I think because we're gonna be more prudent. We're gonna be more diligent with our resources. I think that we'll be okay for a few years, and we'll figure our way through with the community's guidance. So that's where I'm kind of leaning on doing something. If we're gonna go to 9, I would go higher on the water exemption. Because I really feel that our community is hurting. Especially those families that are, I think I'm privileged, but I know a lot of folks are really choosing where they shop and how they shop and what they eat and everything else. And
Well,
so,
excuse me, let me, Mr. City Manager, I know you calculated the reduction in the water rate. I understand that you calculated that. Can we go a little further? If we go for the 9% for 1 year, can we go lower than what you're asking in 10%? Without impacting our total.
For a 1-year reduction, I believe we could, maybe up to a 15%. I think we have 2 things to think about. One, the 1-year reduction to the reserves, but also when it reverts, there's the shock of the change, and So just being mindful of that no, now you have, say, 2 years in a row, you're getting an increase. So the bigger the drop in the water, the higher. But,
Well, let me try it this
15%
way. Would
plus
you
the
be
9?
okay with if we went to 15% for the first 6
9.
months and then for 10 months, for the last 6 months, go to 10?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So instead of going 15 for the whole year, 15% for the first 6 months?
The city, yeah, we could work either way, the 6 month or the 12.
Can we do an analysis and bring it back at the next council meeting so that we are actually looking at real numbers and not speculating? Because I hear 15%. So what does that really equate?
10% is $2 million
And
in
15?
revenue, and 15 is $3 million.
Okay. So again, that would only be for the first year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then it would revert back.
How much money do we have in the water fund? 35 million?
Roughly.
Okay.
I can pull up the number.
Mhm.
Just give me 1 second. Yes, so that 10, like City Manager Easton just said, a 10% reduction is 2 million. So every 1% is roughly a million. I mean, every 5% is
5%.
5% is a million. Okay.
And with the reserves, although it's 35 million, we're carving off 15 million in necessary funding that we need for immediate projects, which reduces that reserve down to 20 that we could look at a limited dip into, but there's many projects in the future. So the idea of a 1-year reduction followed by return. We have our PFAS plant that's very expensive. We've got water mains to replace. So all of these concepts are thought of to be temporary for a 1-year nature. But 15% for 1 year with a 9% is something I think we could.
And I would
make
agree
work.
with you. Everything should be temporary, just like this UUT.
Yeah.
That's where
And
my
then,
stand is.
well,
Yeah.
And then I would like to just add a comment to one of the statements you made, Vice Mayor, is that, yeah, that, our household is getting very expensive, right? I visited the North Gate in the city of Linwood that has a utility users tax, and the prices there are the same as the North
One
Gate
here.
in Southgate. They have a UUT, but yet the prices are the same. I at first I was like, why would that be? But their ads that go out, they're regional, so they can't have different prices in different locations. The prices have to be the same because they're regional. Same thing. like when-
Aldi? Same
Aldi,
thing?
same
Target?
thing.
All of them? Walmart?
Different supermarkets in different cities that have UUTs charge the same amount that we pay here than they pay in other cities, right? So the cost is everywhere, and it's the same everywhere, right? The only difference is that other cities are benefiting from the utility users tax, and the city of Southgate doesn't. We don't have one to benefit from.
What does Linwood have? What's their percentage?
Theirs is a 9 point.
Was that?
Linwood? I think it's 9.
975.
975.
Let me make sure. No, not Linwood is 9. Huntington Park is 975.
Okay, what I was looking, gentlemen, here, I was looking at the
Bell
report.
is 10.
Okay, I was looking at it. It says here for a typical Southgate household, an 8% rate instead of a 7% adds about $5.50 a month.
A month. yeah.
Roughly about $66 a year. A 9% rate adds about $10 a month, or almost $11 a month. That's and roughly about $132 a year. So that's what we're talking about. In terms of 15%, if it's, is the water going to be also?
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
another one that so it's like taking
Yes.
away whatever we're giving to the.
Mm.
I mean, because
Well,
and then there's
no.
other.
No, because they're getting a discount on the rate, but they're paying the taxes on that rate, not on the higher rate.
I want, I want to see something to go back to their pocketbook. I mean, something.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So say you have
Plus
a $50 water bill, and there's a 10% reduction. That's $5 less, but you're adding say a $40 UUT. So without any water discount, your new monthly bills total is up $40. You add a water discount of $5 off. Now your impact to your pocket's only 35. So it does reduce your
by
total
5.
amount. If you do 15, if you have a $100 water bill, it would be
750.
10. It's 10% of whatever your water bill is. If you did 15%, then you calculate, on a $100 bill, that's $15. On a $50 bill, that's $750.
750.
But it softens the rise. So
Can we soften it a little bit more, 20%? Only because there's all these, for a year, I mean, we're softening this, that's about $4 million. But it's money that, again, came from the community. It's their pocketbooks, and we're just kind of giving it back to them in a way.
Art, are you okay over there with these comments? I don't know.
We have $57 million in that account. $4 million is not going to kill that account, that water fund. I mean,
I just want to clarify if I can, there's not 57 million. We've programmed of the 57 million, we've programmed for expenditures. Now, I want to make this logical so it makes sense. We're starting with 57 million. We're expecting 20 million in revenue, which is roughly what we get. So now we're dealing with about 77 million. We've programmed in expenditures this year alone, $55 million.
22.
So there's, I just want to make sure we understand, there's not a whole ton of room. I think there is some room. I think if we're anything over 15% would make me a little uncomfortable, frankly. But we can always go back and explore it further. I just think that the fund is healthy, but we can't sustain a 20% drop in revenue. I mean,
Right.
that's
you're saying for the
significant.
water.
Right.
And I'm talking about water.
Yeah.
That's a pretty
15
significant.
is already risky, but
Yeah.
they're saying it's
Because
doable.
when we reduce what the water is taking in, we're also slowing down the work that we're doing in the water project.
Right.
And that's what we're also doing, right? So we're delaying projects that we already know we have to do in the future to be able to provide that discount. So I agree. I think the 15% or 9 would be where I would feel comfortable. Or if we would go do the 8, then I would feel the 10% would be enough.
I don't feel comfortable with 8% in the discount also. It's either the 9% with the 15%. The other's a little bit too tight. I'm concerned. I don't want to ruin one thing to save another.
Right now, we're kind of,
So the projection is 20 million every year, correct?
I'm sorry, for a water fund?
For the water fund.
Roughly in revenues, yes.
Okay, so if we were to do it, say, 10% for the first 3 years, then we're only looking at 6 million. But again, we're dividing it per year.
It's always a give and take. I mean, we can definitely have conversations around that. I want to make sure we understand that this money is accounted for. So it's a matter of, I think, city council priorities in terms of whether or not this kind of program extended any more than a year is something that the city council wants to prioritize over some, I think, pretty critical infrastructure projects that the Public Works Department has planned. So we do plan the use of this money in a 5-year cycle. So I do want to say that this money is accounted for, and it's a matter of weighing priorities for the city council.
And I will also add too that the idea of a 1-year temporary loan, in a sense, is, a comfort level we have. There is a requirement that the water charges you make equate to the cost of your program, and they're not collecting a lot of extra. So here we're talking about a 1-year impact. If we do 3 years, I think we're making more of a case of, well, why are the water bills so high? You don't seem to need the money. I think we do need the money. I think we've got more than enough water projects to use all of our revenues.
but we're not using them all. We still carry over all these over $20 million.
Well, we're not using it
No.
because
The 20 million.
projects.
So the 20 million is not profit every year added to. We're saying the income is 20, but we have all the water person's salary, staff, the operation, the electricity for our wells, the annual cost, replacing all the large equipment, the contract services for emergency repairs. All that is expenditures that come off the 20 million. So the amount we actually net at the end of a year from that 20 million is very tiny.
And let me, I need to add this part because you weren't here at the time, but our staff does a real good job of keeping our water safe. But many years ago, when Greg Martinez was here, that wasn't the case. Out in the area by where Ms. Avalos lives, or down in that area, what is it called? The west side? West side? No, the other side.
Oh, Area 1.
Area 1.
This side.
The water that was coming out of there was brown. He would come in here with jars of brown water. And it wasn't the problem with with what staff was doing. It was that the pipes all needed to be replaced. I don't know if you recall any of that stuff, because I know you were here for part of
I
the
think
time.
that was before my time.
Yeah, so that's why we needed that money. And so the money that is going into the fund is to replace aging pipes that are going to have to be replaced at some point. So again, we run the danger of not being able to maintain those pipes.
Yeah, and just to clarify, with water funds, it does give the appearance that you have a lot of money sitting there unused, but
Yeah.
largely when we program our water rates, we program them across operations in a 5-year CIP program, and over a 5-year period, what we're looking to is spend all of that funding. We have one project alone, for example, that we may be starting construction next year that is a $13 million PFAS treatment removal system. So the money is there, but it's planned for.
So I appreciate the effort there, but I think we don't want to jeopardize, because later on we'll be coming back here and asking for more money on the water fund. And
Well,
that's gonna be
yeah, we're
hard.
asking the residents to pay more, $130-something more a year. And so I just want to make sure that we're
Yeah, we
also advocating for them. And then keep in mind that this is their money too. I mean, and I don't see 3-4 million really hurting that much, because I've seen that money consistent. The carryover has been consistent. And I know you're trying to protect it, but it's been there. It's the people's money. It could come back to some of the people. We're going to ask them to pay, hard times, the people to pay. I think this is important. I want to add a little
15%?
bit more incentive for the people, for the
So
community
15?
to win over the people. I think it's important. I mean, so,
So 15%?
and
Wanna go
then you want to
15?
go, I'm fine with 8, but, I don't know about 9, You want to go to 9, right? Is that what you want to do?
Well, the only if we go 15% on the other. And it's only because, look, we've seen the numbers. We knew 7% was not going to make it, but we didn't think it could pass.
These are projections. We know, we were off a few months ago. Now we're, I know we've had a softening of the economy, but the community, this is also about the community and the city. And we're in this together.
Yeah.
So you're saying 15 at 9, let's go a little bit more, 18. I don't know. I have compromise there or something. Because I think the community deserves a break. Because they're going to have, it's not just the water they're going to pay. They're going to pay the gas, other electric bills too.
So the 18% for a year, is that going to?
I'm good with it. I think.
No, I'm asking now.
I don't know about
So we do have the concept of we have the 7, 8, or 9 is the core piece of our discussion here. The proposed resolution provides the different options for you to adopt. We have in the staff report the mention of Councilmember Rios's idea for water reduction and a discussion on it, but we do not have specific language as to a water reduction in the actual resolution. So potentially what we could do is get direction on the percent for this meeting and bring back next meeting a water reduction item at your direction, or push the whole thing to next meeting, but giving us direction on the water reduction is not on the agenda.
And just for the sake, and I know maybe Raul can opine, it's really important that we don't call this a reduction. This is a discount.
So what?
This is a water discount. And so there's a lot of rules around how we can spend this money, to your point, Vice Mayor. And so we just got to be careful with that language. And then we're open to direction from council in terms of what direction you want to give in terms of parameters for that program.
So would it be okay if we did the 9%? Let's bring something back that addresses 15%, 18%, and 20%.
That would be, because the only thing on the agenda is
Right.
setting of the percentages, and you could bring back, and it would be appropriate to bring back in a separate agenda bill, a reduction, a discount, not a reduction, a discount scenario.
Yeah.
And then you could give guidance at that point, under the
Okay.
percentages that have been discussed this evening.
So,
I don't want to, I want to tie it to the vote on the, I wanted to either that or prolong it. I mean, I'm not ready, you know, I want, because once we approve the UUT, then,
no, okay,
you know,
fair
so-
enough, but I just don't want to bring the whole item back in terms of another presentation on it.
well, we don't have to have another presentation. We know where.
Okay, just as long as we're understanding that, would
Where
that
we're
be
at.
okay? We just bring back the percentage?
What you could do, council members, you could just continue the discussion on this one item. So we're not going to be reopening it. It's not going to be a full presentation. You just continue item number 3
Got it.
to the next regularly scheduled meeting.
The numbers.
And
come
then
in.
you can pick up the discussion where you are right now.
Got it.
But you also have, as a separate agenda item, maybe it comes first, the water
Water
rate
rate.
issue.
Got
So
it.
that it'll be an efficient use at that time.
And then we can just vote on the item without going through all of this again.
I'm fine with
Okay,
that.
that sounds fair. So you need a motion
So
for
we
that?
need, we
And
should have,
the water item, because it would be a new agenda item, that percentage would be open for discussion and
it's a brand new,
review.
it's a
Correct.
separate
And
That's
then-
agenda
separate.
item.
Once direction's given there, then we would return to the continued item where it is now
Fair enough.
and just
Yeah.
make that final.
So,
step.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, then can we have a discussion on putting a sunset clause on the UUT?
No, I'm against that only because our expenses are not sunsetting, right? So
That's the problem.
the cost of what we're, that is causing the rise of costs are not going away. I mean, we're doing some things to make adjustments, but if we are trying to put our city in a good footing for the future generations, I don't think we should put a sunset clause on it.
Right,
Well,
but if this helps you, Ms. Avalos, I think knowing that anybody can bring back an item sometime in the future to reduce it or eliminate it, they can always do that.
Well, then that goes back to the community. You have the same option with
Sure.
Measure P of bringing it back and saying, hey, we don't want to continue paying that tax. So for me, it goes back to, this is temporary. Nothing is set in stone that it's going to stay stagnant to this level. Again, a lot of development is coming into the city that is going to generate more revenue.
Mhm.
So for me, it would be definitely having a sunset clause of at least 5 to 10 years.
I'll tell you,
That's my humble opinion. And again, I am just one
respect
vote.
that. Yeah, the only reason I have a problem with it is that if you put a sunset clause and it ends, the people who are here then will have to start all over again and try to get this thing passed again. And to reduce it, it's much easier always to reduce it sometime in the future. Ask anybody, hey, you're paying this percentage right now. You want us to reduce it? Yeah. But to increase it again is going to be another challenge for whoever's here. But again, I respect your point of view on this.
Did you make it an emotion? Because I
Yeah,
agree.
motion to bring that, exactly how, to continue this discussion and bring an item to discuss 15%, 18%, and 20%.
Just look at it, do the research, and then we'll be ready to vote next time.
Fair enough.
Yes. we would do
Okay,
that.
so that's the motion.
All right.
Yeah, I just, in order
Dr.
to, I just want to be very clear on this. We're continuing this item
Yes.
number 3, which means that this portion of this regular city council meeting will be continued to the next city council meeting. We'll hear it concurrently, but I want to make sure that at the end of the city council meeting tonight, we're not adjourning tonight's meeting. We're just continuing it
Continuing it.
to the next regularly scheduled meeting to deal with item number 3
Yes.
only. Is that your motion?
Yes.
That is.
And is,
Can't we just move the item to the next council meeting?
I
Or no?
don't think we can.
Okay,
I want to just be very,
yes.
I think this is the safest approach, Councilwoman.
So I need a second at this
Well,
point?
I have a
that's it.
second.
I'm stepping over Yodit's line here.
It's okay.
Do we need a vote on that or just?
Yes,
Okay, so we'll
please.
get a motion in a second.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Yes.
Councilmember Davila,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios,
Yes.
Mayor Barron.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 4.
Yeah.
This item will be giving an update for everyone who has been keeping track of state law that has changed and is requiring all cities to provide a bunch of services, including remote access, translation services, and the like. And I'm going to pass it over to our city clerk, Yodit Glaze, to present to us that information.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Let me get the PowerPoint going. Louis, do you have the clicker? Okay, it's okay. Can you do it from there? Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, Mr. Mayor, I believe that a lot of us know that an item that's on consent is not going to be discussed tonight. We probably should have announced that from the beginning in case somebody is waiting to speak on that.
At the council's direction, if you, the staff is requesting that we pull item 6 and item 8 for future return at a future date. If council wanted to bring those forward out of sequence and address those and ask for any public comment at this point, that could be done, I believe, but that would be your decision.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that just because we still have to do item number 4 and then non-agenda items. I think that would be, if anybody would like to discuss item, what was it, 6 and 7, right?
Yeah, and
6 and
we're-
8 off the consent calendar.
But
consent
6,
items.
we're going to bring back sometime in the future,
Both.
right? So
Yeah.
Both
both of
6 and
them?
8 would be
Okay,
brought
got
back
it.
at a later
Yes.
time.
All right, so we're not taking action on them, but since they're here, okay.
Yeah. So 6 and 8 are going to be pulled from the agenda for today for a future date. But we want to go ahead and make sure we open it up to the public to discuss those. If anybody would like to make a comment, I'll go ahead and allow that for this at this time.
Could we have the city
City
clerk
clerk.
read it into the record, please?
Item number 6, the City Council will consider A, waiving the reading in full and adopt ordinance number blank, granting a 5-year franchise agreement to Taurus Pipeline Company LLC with an automatic 5-year extension unless the city provides timely notice of termination for use, maintenance, repair, replacement of one existing pipeline beneath designated public streets, together with related opportunities for the transmission and distribution of oil and oil products. And item number 8, the City Council will consider A, approving amendment number 1 to the agreement with United Pacific Services, Inc., extending the agreement through June 30th, 2027 for continued citywide tree maintenance services and modifying the tree trimming cycle from a 4-year cycle to a 5-year cycle for not to exceed amount of $859,955, and B, authorizing the mayor, to execute the amendment number 1 to the agreement contract number 2022-83-CC in a form acceptable to the city attorney.
Thank you. Go ahead and open up to any member in the audience.
Yeah. First, I want to thank you all for bringing more attention into these very important items, particular with the pipeline. I've been disheartened these last few years that I've been attending these council meetings. I've always felt like whenever these pipeline agreements came through, they were kind of just, passed through without much discussion. And so I'm really happy to see that there's more thought going into these. And I appreciate the additional verbiage that's come into, especially with health and safety that was put in. And I also just want to really ask that that we don't go into the 10-year agreement. I'm not really sure where that fell through. I know that that was initially brought, but I'm hoping that y'all stick to the 5-year, not the 10-year. Thank you. And mostly because it just makes more sense environmentally. These pipelines are getting older, and also when it comes to the tree trimming, yeah, it's really hard to see that we're going to go into a 5-year cycle considering how many lawsuits come through because of fallen limbs on the trees. The less trees are trimmed, the more likely they succumb to disease, because usually, making up for the year that you didn't trim them means that you cut them down even more than what's recommended, which makes them more susceptible to disease. Well, thank you.
All right, seeing no other. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
We
Oh,
did-
I'm sorry. Did Mr. City Attorney, do we have to read the emails into the record? If
Just a brief reference to them would be in order. Thank you.
okay.
Mr. Mayor, I received one email regarding item number 6 from Ms. Anne Marie Mendoza Olivares, an LA resident, urban planning, a PhD candidate, and a member of the Tongva Gabrieleno tribe, who expressed support for the city's efforts to implement improved safety measures for existing oil pipelines. She urges the city to remain committed to the proposed 5-year plan and continue prioritizing the safety of Southgate residents. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And also, Mr. City Attorney, just for a point of clarity, would these emails need to be reread at the next meeting as well?
They're already part of the record, and so we consider them. And then whenever they come back, if there's new emails or new comments, we'll take those in order, but they're already part of the record.
Yeah, thank you. All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, any phone calls?
We do have 2 on the line. We have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Okay, so I'd appreciate it if Mr. Salinas would speak directly into the microphone. He started off a little warbly there. All right, so the thing I want to say to the council members, I have to stress that you hold these oil corporations accountable for any potential spills or leaks that might occur with their pipelines. It's bad enough that you're giving them a pass and allowing them to pay scraps for the use of all this underground infrastructure that's below our city streets. What are they paying? They're paying like a little over $100,000 for annually. That's nothing. They should be paying at least $250,000 a year to our city, and they should be making some sort of contribution to our park enhancement fund. But you don't want to do that. Once again, I'm pointing you fools in the direction I want you to take our city, but you don't want to go there. So the very least you can do is put a clause in the contract stating that they are on the hook to pay for any leaks, spills that occur as a result of their pipes and any ruptures that might occur with their pipes that are going underneath our streets. So make them pay, council members, hold them accountable, and they should be responsible for any spills or leaks that happen in our city. All in with that.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and pull those items for the next meeting. Oh, I'm sorry. One more speaker?
We have 2 more.
Oh, 2 more. Thank you.
We have Ms. Jennifer Ganada.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having bringing up this topic. I just also wanted to express, so I represent Communities for Better Environment. We work a lot on oil and gas issues. I think based on the conversations of community members, we would like to really stress the need for a just transition, the importance of looking at the 5-year timeline, but also thinking about what happens after that 5 years, as well as thinking about further safety issues. And we really appreciate this council looking at those issues, given the more recent events that have happened in East LA. And that's it. Thank you.
We have one more, Mr. Robert Montalvo.
Yo, dude, I had a quick question. Is just for item 6 or 6 and 8?
Both.
Both. Okay, this is on item 8. Question is, was there a liability analysis done with moving this to 5 years? Everybody's probably aware every year there is a storm, trees fall down, there's always flooding, and thankfully nobody's gotten really hurt yet, but I was looking at the item, didn't see anything of mentioning any kind of analysis like that. So I'm wondering if that's even factored into your decision with this, considering another year. I mean, we went from 3 to 4 and now 5. I think it's a huge safety issue. Understanding that, budget's probably pushing this, but is it worth it if it's at the expense of a resident getting hurt? Thank you. That's all.
And we have no others. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll go ahead and return to item number 4. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, just to respond to Ms. Lizette Ruiz's comment.
I'm sorry, we're not responding to the comments of any items that were being pulled for today. We're going to bring it back for the next meeting.
It was about the comments from the audience that weren't read.
It's if we can, you can do it in your
Thank you.
reports back from the.
Thank you.
All right.
So before you, tonight marks the first of 2 pilot meetings that the city prepares to implement Senate Bill 707. Second pilot meeting will be held June 23rd. These pilot meetings will help us identify any technical issues, familiarize residents with a new platform, and ensure a smooth transition to full implementation in July. Why are we testing?
Sorry, my remote's not working.
Thank you. Senate Bill 707 requires cities of our size to offer two-way remote participation in city council meetings. The city council adopted the city's remote participation policy back in April 28th of this year in preparation for the July 1st effective date. Tonight's focus is on testing remote participation, both through the online platform and by telephone. We want to make sure the technology works reliably and that residents have a clear, consistent experience, whether they attend in person or remotely. Ways to participate. Residents will continue to have multiple ways to participate in our city council meetings. The new remote participation options are being added to our existing in-person and YouTube viewing methods. Slide number 4, public comment procedures. I'd like to walk you through how public comments will be handled. These procedures are codified in the city's remote participation policy that we adopted in April 28th, 2026. Speakers in the council chambers will be called first. When all in-person speakers have been heard, the mayor will call upon those participating remotely in the order of the hands were raised. If the 45-minute total time limit is reached before each remote speaker has been heard, the council will proceed with the rest of the agenda. The city clerk will keep record of the speakers that are still waiting to speak remotely, and they will be heard at the end of the meeting before we adjourn. How to join the meeting. Residents may participate online using their computer, tablet, smartphones, or by telephone if their internet access is unavailable. To request to speak, raise your hand using the Zoom's feature or press *9 if joining by telephone. When the mayor recognizes you, unmute yourself and provide your comments, or you can do so by pressing *6 to unmute yourself. Last slide. As part of the SB 707 implementation, the city is piloting Wordly, an AI-based translation platform that provides a real-time interpretation in multiple languages. Residents attending in person or remotely can access the translation through their own mobile devices. Residents who need additional language support are encouraged to contact my office in advance of the meeting. Also, translated agendas are here. This is a service provided by our agenda management system, Granicus. You can access by going to our website, showing here. The service is, by clicking on any agenda you'd like, and then clicking on the language option, and you can choose your language of choice. I chose Spanish. And then the next one shows you the Spanish agenda. And just for reference, I am and have been for the last couple of meetings translating the agenda and posting it outside also. And that is it. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate Louis for helping out, his team for implementing all of this for our residents.
City Clerk, may I add just one thing too? So for folks who are joining via Zoom today, you might have noticed that the video feed is not transmitting through Zoom. That is a hardware limitation, but it's a temporary one. Our intent is to also stream video directly to the Zoom platform so that folks don't have to have YouTube open and Zoom open at the same time. But that requires a splitter to split the feed. That's a piece of hardware that we're working with the vendor to obtain. So temporarily, if you are joining by Zoom and you want to see the video, you do have to have YouTube open temporarily. And then on one more note on Wordly, the Wordly implementation is going to be rolled out in phases. The first phase you're going to see rolled out related to translation is specific to seeing the translations through a through a closed captioning overlay. We'll be providing a link to the public that they can click on their mobile device or on their computer or at home, wherever they're at, on their iPad, and they're going to see the video feed with a real-time translation closed captioning at the bottom of their screen. And that's a feature available to those at home. For those in the chambers, that functionality will eventually be here, where in the major screens, you'll see an overlay of closed captioning as we speak. It's translating it from English to Spanish, Spanish to English, but that requires quite a bit of technology that we don't have in place yet. So that rollout will take place a little longer. That's all the updates. Oh, and sorry, and we're also, James just reminded me by doing this, that we are in the middle also of exploring an upgrade to our headsets. These headsets are quite old in terms of technology. And so one of the things we need to do is update these in order to have the feed of the translation, the voice, it's an AI voice, be fed to those headsets for the audience here as well, besides the closed captioning.
I'll just add too that although these are great services and are better than what we have now, in a world where we're cutting everything and we're talking about risk and liability, this is one of those things we had on one of the categories called an unfunded state mandate. So the state puts all the requirements on us that we have to legally by July 1st provide all these services, but they provide zero funding. So the splitter, the software costs, all these pieces, which I think is over $50,000.
Roughly, yes.
Yeah, is all out of a budget where we don't have 50,000. So we have to cut some service at the city to fund this. And, so this is unfortunately what happens in many cases where even if it's a good idea, when the state tells us we have to do it, we can't say, well, when we get some funding, we'll do it. They say it's now and we have to spend the money that we don't have.
And so City Clerk Glaze put up what folks will see at home, which is a real-time translation of what we're saying. So as we're speaking in English, it is translating what I'm saying into Spanish. And so that functionality is available now to those on Zoom. and will be available to those in this chamber in the future.
Mr. Mayor, I might also add, the comment was made about the limitation of 45 minutes on comments from the audience on non-agenda items. This has been a practice that has been on the agenda for quite a number of years. We have never actually implemented it, but it is something that has always been available there, where we would listen to a number of members from the public that want to speak on non-agenda items. We'd have a 45-minute window there. There's some discretion given to the mayor, who's the person that's running the meeting, but it's also intended to carry on with the remaining business of the council on the agenda items, and then to allow those members of the public that still want to speak on non-agenda items to, at the end of the meeting, to make their points known.
Thank you. One question, because I see two people here. That's not going to be needed all the time, right? It's just temporary, or?
No,
this-
it's temporary, sir.
Okay.
James is, for those who don't know in the public, James is our IT administrator. And so James has been instrumental in helping lead this change and working very closely with Judith and I.
Awesome.
So he will not be a permanent fixture in our council meeting.
We should thank him for volunteering his time tonight. No? Oh, darn.
I think we should also have compassion, grace, and patience for our city clerk, that in many cities, there are two people to do all these controls, because we're talking agendas, timing, reading the titles. Now it's queuing with all of this to do. So funding wise, we don't have the money to pay overtime for somebody else to join her. So we're very thankful she's willing to do this, but it's a lot of work. And so let's be patient.
And she's got the timer also. Got to deal with.
And the
Okay.
minutes.
Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll go ahead and open up to any member in the audience. If you-
Wait a minute. Are
Oh, I'm
we
sorry.
taking action? Are we still doing that?
This was receive and file.
Just a
Just a presentation.
Yeah, we're just
Okay.
updating the community and everyone on the status.
All right.
And July 1st will be the official, or July meeting will be the official one where this,
No.
we're doing tests, and then in July is when the state requires this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just noticed that at the beginning of the meeting, it was kind of static. Maybe it's my hearing, but then it improved a little bit. I noticed that. So the phone calls initially, they came a little bit static, and then they seem to be, so maybe it's getting, hopefully it gets better.
Vice Mayor, I just want to make a note on that, because I don't want to set false expectations for folks. So we've gone through great lengths to ensure that our connection is solid. But if folks are calling from an area, especially from a cell phone, which is what everybody has mostly, if their reception is poor, then it's going to come across as crackled or muffled, and we have no ability to do anything on our side to improve that. So that is going to be just a limitation of the technology.
Yeah, we had like 3 very clear callers, and we had one that was very hard to, and it's the same caller that's kind of hard to listen to. So I'll reach out to him and let him know that maybe he needs to, maybe he's using an earpiece and he's it's causing it to happen.
Mr. Mayor, so question for you, Luis. How soon are we going to get the headsets? Because I know for a fact there are seniors that can't read long distances, especially depending on where they're sitting in the audience, to be
Yes.
able to read as quickly
Yes,
as people.
for now, it's going to be about a 2 to 3 month process to get all the hardware in place and tested. Until we do have that technology in place, we will have a translator available.
The other thing, Luis, is video. I mean, one of the things is anybody could pick up a phone and call and say they're this person. We're not going to get, I mean, at one time we had video where we actually see the person that is, it is the person who says they're say, we're not going to get that. I mean, video,
No, at this time, the video is a one-way video feed. So the members on Zoom will eventually be able to see the meeting live, but we won't be able to see them. And that is actually, because certain members of the public bring this up, it is very unusual for a city to allow the folks on the other side to show up on screen. You open yourself up to all kinds of different nonsense.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and go to public comments on non-agenda items. I'd like to go ahead and open that up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if you can open it up for comments from the audience?
No, it's just a receiving file.
You're not going to open it up?
Yeah.
Okay, I have raised hand. Thank you.
We don't need to vote on this one.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, so non-agenda items, comments from the audience. Would like to make a comment, please come up.
Francisco Gallegos. I'm not going to say that I'm a 50-year resident because I think that nobody cares about that.
I do.
But, oh, thank you. So I'm going to talk about illegal fireworks again tonight. So I came in here about a year and a half ago with 3 concerns that I want you guys to understand. And I haven't gotten past the illegal fireworks. So last meeting, I was really glad that most of you addressed my concern about illegal fireworks. For the most part, I sense that most of you up there agree that it's a problem. Council Member Hurtado even shared a very personal, tragic story from his life about a fire. So I don't really understand here's how I feel. So I feel that I still have critical thinking. So I'm thinking this critically. If this happened, why wouldn't that move the needle as to move forward to something that to me it sounds so simple. So I always weigh things, the pros and cons. What are the good things about fireworks, the bad things? In this community, I grew up here, so I know the good things about it and the bad things. But the bad things have outweighed the good a long time ago. This is a serious, serious safety concern. And the police department cannot be expected to handle this. And they're not going to. They can't. It's impossible. So in the last meeting, with all due respect, Mr. Barron, you said that other communities have implemented the ban of all fireworks, including SANE, and that it didn't make a difference, that people just kept doing the same thing, buying illegal fireworks. And to me, that sounds like we're giving up on crime, just like a lot of little crimes that I see in our community. We can't do that. We can't say, well, other communities have done this, and so therefore it's not going to work with us. You have to try. This is the job that you guys chose, is to keep your community safe. Safety first. Remember, you guys see it. I think all of you live here. I'm not sure of that, but I think so. So how could you not see what I see? And why haven't you done something about it? Other communities have, and make it easier for the chief of police. Could you imagine how many calls his staff gets on 4th of July? Please.
Thank you, Francis.
Give me some input on this so I can move on to the next agenda.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, city staff. Where do we start today? We have so many things happening in Southgate. Saturday, we have our men's wellness event. This is our 4th annual. I've extended invitation to all council. We hope you guys can make it. We are expecting a crowd of about 3,500 attendees. We are bringing buses from different cities. The city of Vernon, City of Commerce, the city of Vernon is actually coming into town as well. And the city of Bellflower is bringing in some seniors to come out to this great event. Free resources for our community, haircuts, free food, food giveaway, just tons of great resources for our community. So we hope you can all join us. This is on Saturday. Another thing that is also going to be happening at SoFi Soccer Center, we're going to be having a youth tournament. That's going to be on Saturday, June 20th. We also have something called Fan Fest at Northgate, the one here on Otis and Tweedy. That's going to be on Sunday, June 21st. So happy Father's Day to everyone that's here and that you are a father. We'll be having this Fan Fest festival. We're going to have 3 retired Mexico soccer players come into town and do some autographs and some fun entertainment with the community as well. And I'm sorry that I'm going to take this away from our mayor, but we're launching a program, One Community, One Game, One Goal. And this is to promote the small businesses in our city. So yay. Coffee shops, restaurants. If you guys have not been to we only have 15 restaurants signed up right now. We're still getting a few more. But if you guys have not visited these, please go out, support these small businesses. These are available for you guys to purchase for only $10. We invite city staff to do it, our community members. We joined the summer kickoff at Southgate Park recently, and these were selling. So the community is very excited to join us. There's going to be some little raffle tickets that are going to be, you can redeem it for a raffle ticket. More instructions are on there. This is also on the city website. Please look into it. Support your local small business. I mean, from chilaquiles to mariscos to beer gardens, boba, you name it, churritos. So just a variety. The problem with this campaign, every time I have to go out and promote it, I mean, my stomach starts grumbling. So, but please support small businesses in Southgate. You can hear it already. Yes, I'm telling you, it's 10 o'clock. So, but thank you for your time. Looking forward to seeing you all on Saturday. Thanks.
11 o'clock.
Good evening, council. I emailed you guys or forwarded an email from our liaison here at the South Coast Air Quality Management District. As I've mentioned several times before, I'm part of the community steering group for the AB 617 group, which is a legislation passed by the Assembly that aims to address environmental justice issues to reduce localized air pollution in disadvantaged communities, which we are. And we've been pretty busy. We're kind of towards the end of this 4-year program. And so I sent you guys a list of several rules that have been implemented as part of this group that we've been a part of, me and a couple of other residents here in Southgate and other members of the Southeast LA community. So yeah, just as an FYI on some of the work we've been doing with that. I also wanted to thank Councilmember Rios and Davila for attending the Heart of a Hero awards that happened on May 29th. It was really great, and we had support from the Selakiwanis as well. Yeah, I mean, it was a really great event, full house. It was great to see all the teachers and the folks that received awards, and thanks for attending and contributing, everybody who participated and volunteered. And Yodith, you were there too. Thank you so much. And for the awards to the recipients, I know all the recipients were really excited to see everything that they got. So thank you all. And one last thing. I can't see. I did submit a ticket. As you know, I do walk through the city around a lot. And I did submit a ticket for the ramp on Otis and Michigan on the corner. It looks like a car drove over it. I think I sent it a ticket like 2 weeks ago and it hasn't been fixed. But maybe if they've at least put a cone through it, because the little, I don't know what those things are called, those bumpy things to go through. Like the whole thing is just broken through. So it doesn't, I don't know. It looks like a lawsuit waiting to happen. But I'll send you guys a email of the ticket I sent. And thanks to your staff too for helping with the cleanup a couple weeks ago. I forgot to do it at the last council meeting, but you guys were on it and even picked up some additional trash that they that people threw at the property across from the Goodwill on San Carlos. Yeah, it was a crazy cleanup. Thank you.
Jimmy Zayda, Southgate resident. You sit up there and you claim that you want the residents to trust you, but the mayor not too long ago, earlier today, referenced that about 20 to 25 residents showed up here to be civically engaged. Some of them have never been here before, and one of them took it upon himself to print out 8 by 10 sheets that said no more taxes. So the comments that we get from the mayor is that we're making a mockery of this chamber. But when employee unions show up with signage, we're applauding them. We're saying, oh, great job showing up and caring about the city. But when our residents show up, we're making a mockery of this chamber. There's something wrong with that. Now, let's move on to transparency. Let's discuss how the controlling majority of this council proposed salary raises for themselves and the treasurer. Now you want us to support a 7, 8, 9% utility users tax because our city can't provide us residents the services staff were hired to provide? On April the 9th, 2024, this council voted to approve a salary increases for themselves that went into effect December 2024. Our city increased council salaries from $790 to $1,900 per month. $790 to $1,900 a month. The maximum allowed under Senate Bill 329. Not a modest increase, the maximum. When you knew the city was in a deficit and spiraling out of control. Now you say the city can't keep our pool open, keep our lights on at the park, keep our streets safe unless we have a UUT. Before this council asks us residents who are already struggling to survive, caring for aging parents, living in the shadows due to the fear of deportations that have separated a lot of their families already, not to mention our small businesses that are struggling to survive themselves. I asked the council and treasurer, as part-time elected officials, are you willing to go back to your $790 a month compensation? Will you give up your medical, dental, and vision coverage for you and your family that we, the residents, pay for? Are you willing to eliminate the flat $500 transportation allowance? Will you eliminate your $100 cell phone allowance? These changes need to happen. So I ask you, once again, everybody wants to do their part. You're asking us to sacrifice $50, $60 isn't much. But what about that resident? That $50, $60 is already on top of their second full-time job. Where's that consideration? Thank you.
And I'll go ahead and close the public comments. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one email from Amy Liu, the Community Library Manager, who would like to announce the start of Summer Discovery Program at both Weaver and Hollydale Libraries, with registration available online and in person. The update also highlighted summer and soccer activities, the upcoming Children's Lunch Program at Weaver Library, and the June 20th presentation by Wildman Dan featuring live animals. I have flyers available if anyone would like them. Also, I received one from Cynthia Anderson expressing concerns regarding potential staffing reductions and urges the City Council to apply any necessary layoffs fairly across all levels of the organization. She stated that frontline employees provide essential services to residents and advocates for evaluating management positions before reducing frontline staff, and suggested that additional resources be directed towards security measures to address ongoing theft and vandalism at city facilities. That's it with emails, Mr. Mayor, but I do have a couple of hands up on Zoom.
Perfect. Go ahead.
I have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Okay, Mr. Dominguez.
Yeah, council members, you people are the worst. You people truly are the worst. You have your Pinocchio here talking about, well, we spent over $50,000 plus for these fixes and upgrades. Yeah, you should have done this shit years ago. This is the stuff that you people should be providing for us. The residents shouldn't have to beg our council members to give us what other cities already have. Let me remind you folks that Cudahy, Bell Gardens, and Whittier have been providing Zoom for their residents since 2020. You talk to Richard Iglesias, that guy's a one-man band. He mans the cameras, he does the presentations, he answers whoever's on Zoom, and he runs the meeting. And he does the IT. If something were to happen, he fixes it himself. And I asked him, when was the last time you had a glitch or a crash on Zoom? He says, I don't even remember. Had it been sometime early on when we had the pandemic going. So don't tell me that we can't pull this off. And then the other thing, he talks about the cost. Well, you have the Information Technology Fund. You have over $100,000 there. You have the Public Access Fund, another fund that has over $100,000. You have what's left of the ARPA funds that you've spent down to now it's like 130 some odd thousand in the low 130,000. So we have money. You can easily make use of these funds to pay for these fixes and upgrades. But your Pinocchio here makes it sound like we have no money and it's a burden. Well, you had no problem spending $9,000 for one dog for our police department that year. That you'll gladly do. You'll fund the hell out of our city hall departments. But then when it comes for us, the residents, now it's a problem. Now it's a hassle. How are we going to pay for this? You have no regard for us. I mean, really, this is why I have such disdain and contempt for our council members, because you show no regard for the public. And I appreciate what Mr. Fausto said about the update regarding the splitter, and eventually we're going to have video, because once upon a time we did have Zoom, and we were at least able to see the presentations. I couldn't see any of the presentations. It's just audio coming out here on the app. So I look forward to when we have the video. And again, fuck the rotters. I'll end with that.
Next caller.
Mr. Mayor, I have Mr. Robert Montalvo.
Thank you, Odie. I wanted to address your behavior, this council's behavior the past couple of months. You have a council member sitting up there that's been cursing. You guys have been bullying your colleagues, and we're all watching this. And it's really, I mean, I get things get heated. I get this and that, but it's really out of hand. I mean, I thought about putting videos of it out there, but it's really embarrassing. Not kind of, it's really embarrassing seeing the way you guys act like adolescents. I mean, I've been to high school meetings. They act more professional than you guys do sometimes. And you keep bringing up this vote for the fiscal emergency. I mean, I get you guys are passionate about it, but it's already done. It's not one person's fault. It's all your faults. All of you guys are responsible for the situation we're in right now. You guys knew, you did nothing. You kept spending, raises, trips. You guys kept doing it. So it's not just one person, it's all of you combined. You all had an opportunity to say something. You didn't say anything. And more importantly, you didn't do anything. Second of all, transparency. I've been submitting public records requests, and I've been getting stonewalled. I submitted one request that I CC'd the attorney on that you guys totally blew off. I mean, I get it. You might be backed up. Maybe one time, 2 times, 3, even 4 times this has happened to me. So we have a pattern of behavior now that you guys are actively, I believe, stonewalling people from getting information. You talk about social media. Well, be transparent. Put all the documents out for everybody to see. I mean, that's pretty easy, right? Nobody can dispute that. Let everybody take a look at all the records and stuff. You demonize social media, yet Maria asked a question to the city manager about informing the public. And what was his answer? Social media. You know what you guys sound like? You guys sound like fascists, authoritarians. Believe us, don't believe anybody else. You have the city manager labeling people enemies of the city that have a different opinion. Just as you're as passionate about employees and what you believe in, I'm passionate about people in my community. So you want to label me as an enemy of the city because I have a different opinion? That's not your premise or purpose for being here, Mr. City Manager. And I don't think you would like for me to be talking about you in that manner. Would you like me to start talking about Orange County? Because there's a lot of information about that. You don't know me. You don't know what I do.
Any other callers?
We have a caller ending in 609.
All right, this is Thomas Buckley. Mr. Salinas, if I can get your attention, I'm going to ask you for a cure and correct. The public must be given an opportunity to comment on every item. This is per Government Code 54954.3A of the Brown Act. May I speak on items number 4 and then following that, non-agenda items?
Yes, Mr. Buckley, you can speak on
5-4.
item number 4. Please
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead.
Is that a green light, sir?
Did you hear what I said? Mr.
I'm
Buckley,
requesting the cure and correct. I wish to speak on item number 4. The
Thomas.
audience has been denied to speak on that item.
Thomas,
the Brown
are
Act
you on a?
states the
I'm
public
sorry,
must be
Thomas.
given an opportunity to
Thomas.
comment on every item. There are no exemptions for receiving and filing.
Thomas, I'm sorry. Are you on a headpiece by any chance or earpiece? Because it's very hard to understand what you're saying.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me better?
It's a little better, but it's not that great. And you have been
okay.
and you have been the only caller that's kind of been difficult to listen to or hear today.
Okay, I'll try different means next time.
I think his request is to speak on item number 4. If he
Can
wants
you-
to, he should.
Okay.
Were you able to understand my question? Are you able to cure and correct? Because I'd like to speak on item 4.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, okay. Well, I think we as residents will all agree the cost of securing the spirit of our Constitution is priceless. I want to thank all the residents who advocated for phone and Zoom access to come back. Let us never forget, though, how our voices via phone and Zoom were taken away from us. On February 13th, 2024, Mayor Gil Hurtado stated he wanted to remove the Southgate residents' online and phone accessibility to the council meetings. Soon thereafter, the City Council voted in favor of removing our access. On October 3rd, 2025, the state of California enacted SB 707, overturning Councilmember Gil Hurtado's decision to restrict access to We the People. This law is now a permanent part of the Brown Act. I once again look forward to exercising my constitutional rights, holding my government accountable, and redressing my grievances here at the council meetings. That concludes item number 4 for my response. I'll now move on to comments from the audience, non-agendized. It's a quick story, but one that we've heard before. In 1912, the Titanic, a ship hailed as unsinkable, hit an iceberg. After inspecting the damage, the ship's builder looked at Captain Smith and told him the fateful news. The ship was doomed. It wasn't personal, it was just the math. The imminency of its sinking wasn't communicated to its passengers, and panic set in. Once people realized what was happening, many passengers refused to enter the lifeboats because they lost trust in those who were in charge of keeping them safe. Council, we saw the iceberg in the form of financial reports. City Treasurer Greg Martinez and I sounded the alarm and warned the public that a deficit was coming. Despite this, the council allowed the ship to get wrecked. Remember all of your denials about the deficit here at the council meetings? It's all on public record in the form of recorded audio. So now the question today is, how do you get out of this mess with assistance? Well, you have an answer for that by November, because if you don't, we're in trouble. So I'm going to give you the answer right now. We need to make deep cuts, spend less, and layoffs must occur. This is not personal. It's just the math. Thank you.
All right. Any other callers?
We have no other, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and close the public comments, and I'll go to reports from directors.
Mayor, I don't have any comments tonight.
Thank
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This Friday, we have a Father's Day event taking place at our senior center with mariachi. So if anybody's interested in going over there and participating, feel free to do so. Also, we have our teen center who's doing their last bell bash for grades 6 to 12 from 12:30 to 4:30 p.m. And they'll have water slides and some other water activities going on there. And then this Saturday, along with the Men's Health Fair, we also have our swim lesson clinic and our summer kickoff splash taking place at the Patricia G. Mitchell Swim Stadium.
Thank you.
That's
Friday.
That's Friday.
Oh, Friday?
Yeah, Friday.
What time?
10:30 to 12:30?
What?
10:30 to 12:30? 10:30 in the morning till 12:30?
Lunchtime.
Mayor, no reports from community development.
All right, thank you. Louis, are we tired?
Yes, we are. Just one quick update. I think it's an important one. I brought this up a while back regarding some of the issues we were having with our online utility payment portal system. I'm glad to announce that we are almost at the finish line in terms of implementing a new online utility payment portal system. We're working closely with the city manager's office to get some marketing material out to the public so that they're aware of the benefits and how to use this new system. The new system tentative go live date is July 15th. That's when we hope to go live with the new system. That may shift about a week or two depending on how the project moves along in these next 4 to 6 weeks. But a bunch of new payment options will be available that can be accessed on the phone, on an iPad, all kinds of different ways. The only significant change is going to be that folks who are on AutoPay now will have to re-enroll in AutoPay in the new system. But more information to come, and I'll go through that. That information will go out through the social media channels. Thank you.
John?
Good evening, Council. Nothing from Human Resources.
Good evening, Council. Nothing from PD. Chief, real quick though, can you address, because I know it's not like fireworks are happening and you're not doing anything. Can you kind of sort of touch, I know you have, where you've arrested people, fined people for illegal fireworks, and you?
Yes, sir. So we do have a very strict laws, municipal codes against the use of illegal fireworks. Our police department is very active in attempting to identify people using or selling illegal fireworks. We've done enforcement over the past few years. I mean, we've seized tons of fireworks, illegal fireworks. And the only thing I can say is that, yeah, we've made arrests. We have cited people. The fines are pretty steep. But more than anything, I do want to ask our community to please report anyone who is using illegal fireworks or anyone who is selling illegal fireworks, because it is a big problem. It's not only a crime, but it's a very dangerous activity. So, thank you.
Mr. City Manager?
I'm probably good for tonight. Talked
City
out.
Attorney?
I'm good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. City Treasurer?
Just a question for our admin director. I've had a few businesses in our city reach out regarding license renewals. If they're to expect something in the mail, do they come in person? Do they do it online? So just a little bit of clarity for them will be great. And then the other piece tied to that is enforcement. I know that we outsourced that licensing activity, but the enforcement for anyone operating without a license, any audits, anything that's happening, just so we could recoup or gain as much revenue as needed from our licensing process. That was it.
Thank you. City Treasurers, yes, the renewals are going out through HDL, so not through the city, and those are being delivered via mail. In terms of enforcement, HDL is doing non-physical or non-contact enforcement. So they have no representatives here in the city physically. Their enforcement is through various letters and phone calls and collection methods. And their collection efforts thus far have been pretty successful. And we'd be happy to bring back something in the future to provide council an update as to how we're doing with the HDL business licensing transition.
Okay, thank you. And then online, they could renew their.
Yes, they can renew it through the HDL portal.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
City Clerk?
Just to note on Liz Ruiz's comment on the public comment emails that were received for Torrance Pipeline, I will bring it back the next meeting when that item is on there, and I will read them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's it.
All right, thank you. All right, City Councilwoman Avalos.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening to everyone that's on YouTube and those that are still here. So in accordance with AB 1234, I attended the Southeast Water Coalition last Thursday. We approved the warrants that were on the register, as well as approved the budget for 26-27. We also approved the change in the lead agency, which was Norwalk, and now it will be Cerritos. We also reviewed several proposals for the website for the Southeast Water Coalition, and the Water Replenishment District did come out and make a presentation for their fiscal year 26-27. The meeting focused specifically on the budget adoptions, the governance matters that were before the trustees or the board. Additionally, I will be attending Vector Control this Thursday. But I also attended a webinar that is going to be required of council members moving forward, SB 823, which deals with the fundamentals of municipal finances and financial management, wherein they covered a lot of information on municipal finance and policies, as well as taxes and other ways of generating revenue, which I will be sharing with our city manager, and we briefly went over it today, as well as with our finance director. I do want to wish all of the fathers a happy Father's Day, but I also want to make an acknowledgement of those community members who have lost their fathers in the past and no longer have that parental figure. So hopefully this Father's Day we can remember them as well. And I would like to wish all of our educators in the Southeast LA area a safe and relaxing summer, as the school year is winding down this week for, I believe, LAUSD, as well as for the surrounding districts. Other than that, thank you.
Councilwoman Davila?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today I attended the Southgate Middle School graduation. Tomorrow there will be another one, and I'll also be attending that. And also, in a good note, today one of our longtime members retired, and she's a community member that was member of Padres Unidos, and for the past 30 years, she's been volunteering and working with LA Unified School District. And that's Miss Isabel Parra. In a bad note, I just got a text from Claudia Godinez, which she was here, and unfortunately, we lost another good friend of that we've been friends, and and I say we because she's also a member of Padres Unidos. She worked for Stanford University, Stanford Elementary for almost 30 years, and she was very essential with the building of the new schools here in Southgate and also throughout LA Unified School District. So it's a very sad news that I just got, and I just want to, for us to keep the whole family and the whole family in our thoughts and prayers. But
Who was from Stanford?
Hilda Morales.
Hilda?
Hilda Morales, and I think that most of us who've been here for a while, and that she just passed away. So if we can adjourn in her memory, and I would appreciate that. With that, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Council member?
Yeah. Thank you for all the comments and the questions that are being raised. Yeah, it was actually, Mr. Gallegos, it was actually me who made the comment about how other cities who already ban, so I don't want to have him either be blamed for the comment. It was me who made the comment about the fireworks in other cities and how some cities already banned fireworks, but yet they still have. I was just making it as a point of addressing the issue that if we were to ban safe and sane fireworks, the problems would still probably continue because they do another. So I don't know if that's the item you were talking about, and maybe we can talk about it later. Okay, then I apologize. But so anyhow, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. City Manager, is it possible that we increase the penalties for that? Can we do that? How do we do that if we can?
We have administrative penalties to be the subject of a different evening because it's not on the agenda today. But
understand.
we do have the ability to do that. Enforcement's a big issue on that. But we did consider this some years ago. There's a process that was established.
So can we bring
for
that
those.
item onto an upcoming agenda? Because again, it's not just during the 4th of July. I think I've called, for those of you who don't know, I live near the LA River. I live at a mobile home park that's right by the river. And it doesn't have to be the 4th of July. Some people are popping those fireworks. And if you live anywhere near the LA River, you would know just how horrible it sounds. And it's not like they do it, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They do it at 2 o'clock in the morning, and it echoes even louder there at the mobile home park. So I agree with you. I think we need to do a little bit more. Unfortunately, in some of those areas, that's the county property. It's the LA River.
So do you want to bring that back for discussion?
For discussion, but I just want to make sure he knows that this is something that bothers me as well. I think it bothers all of us. Illegal fireworks are the big issue, and I think we need to do something to try to address the penalties on that.
We can certainly look into that. I think a caution is, especially between now and November, is our depleted police force, and our focus is on 911 calls and life and safety. And we're going to have, we already are having demands for more, for the drop we already have in dealing with street vendors, dealing with parties at neighbors' houses, dealing with coming to non-injury crashes. We're not going to a big long list of non-emergency items. And I think we're going to have problems if we try to add in a desire to do more increased enforcement with the limited staff that is an emergency status, that we might be making promises we can't deliver on until we are able to resolve our revenue problem.
Oh, fair enough. But I think what I'm getting at is that right now, if there is a call from a resident who identifies someone that's got illegal fireworks, staff goes out, right? Not on an emergency, but when they do go
When
out.
they might be able to go out, which
Fine.
was
Sure.
rare before, and with the new staffing levels, there's a good chance they can't get out.
That's correct. But if they do happen to have the time to go out, they'll go, and the penalty is minimal. If we increase it, it doesn't matter whether if they are able to go, they'll be able to go, but at least the penalty will be stiffer. And that's all I'm looking at. So if we can do that, I'd appreciate that. I'd like 2 other agenda items to be added, if that's okay, if I can get a second on this. One of them is recently in Torrance and I think San Diego, the city of San Diego, require fingerprints and background checks on all elected officials and appointed officials. And I think it's appropriate to do that. I would like to see if we can do that here in Southgate. So if I can get support on putting it on the agenda. Okay, so got that? The other item that I want to consider is I know that some cities have taken the opportunity to put a moratorium on data centers because of the potential impacts to environmental issues. And I am not an expert in any one of those things, but being a bit of a tree hugger, it really is something that I really want to get more information on. And if it's going to have a negative impact, I know right now, I don't know that anybody's expressed any interest in bringing that here, but I know that that's a growing thing going on. So if I can get support putting that on the agenda, I'd like
I'll
to see that.
second that.
Thank you. On AI data centers. The other thing is this. So again, some of the comments that were made, I just want to make sure that we address them. So look, everybody has a right to come in here and criticize and cuss us out. Unfortunately, that's freedom of speech. But when we address it back, some people are taking it as like an insult. Why are you insulting them for doing that? Well, no, I'm responding to what they're saying. And again, I'm going to do that. And again, like tonight, there was a comment that was made by one of the commissioners, and then I hope he listens to this because this is the way it is. So back when I first got elected, the salary of a council member was $600 a month. $600 a month. In fact, most people right now, if you ask them, how much do you think council members make? They think it's over 100,000, and it isn't. So for many years, it was 600. A few years back, it was up to 790 because the state allows that to do that. However, in 2024, there was a Senate bill that was passed. It was Senate Bill 329. And what the Senate bill said is that cities with a population of 35,000, their salary is now $950. Cities population 35 to 50,000, $1,275. Populations of 50,000 to 75,000, $1,600 a month. Cities population 75 to 150,000, which is Southgate, it's $1,925 a month. Now, we could have taken action back then to bring it up, and we didn't just arbitrarily do it. We put it on agenda item, and we had the public speak. And I got to tell you, the vast majority of the people understood that the idea is statewide, the encouragement for people to want to run because a lot of people won't do this for the $600 a month. So we put it on the agenda, but we said, so that doesn't impact current officials, let's not make it effective until after the election. And that's how we did it. And it was voted on here. Now, the idea to come in and say that we're getting this money and we're getting that money, again, if we're not on the city council, after November or after the next election, whoever's coming here will have to deal with that salary, whatever it is. Now, if anybody wants to criticize any one of us here, again, they have the right to do that, and I totally respect that. But let me just tell you, I spent over 30 years of volunteer time here for the city of Southgate. The amount of hours I put in, I can't imagine the person who made the comment coming even close to that. Not even close. And I get involved in other activities as well. Turkey giveaways, toy giveaways, spend a lot of my own money. Some of the girls that played for me at the softball team, they couldn't afford playing at the park. I paid for them out of my own pocket. And anybody can come here and want to criticize. Still, I respect your point of view, but to make an announcement like that publicly, it had no other reason but to try to embarrass us on the council. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to sit here. And even if I wasn't on the council, I would be out there defending this council. The amount of hours that we put in, you don't see it. You don't know what time we go to sleep at night. You don't know what time we wake up in the morning to go through all these things. We chose to do that. And I was doing it for $600 a month. A lot of my colleagues did too. And for many years, we did it for the $725, I think we upped it, or $790, right? $790. And that was when Chris Jeffers was here. But again, Senate Bill 329 in the state of California was signed by the governor, and they upped the salaries to that. So again, don't feel disrespected because I'm correcting information, but I know some people are going to look at, oh, he attacked a person out here. And the issue, I'm going to defend the mayor about his comment. When the city employees were coming in and they were holding signs up, they weren't bothering anybody. They were doing this. But tonight they were doing this. I had a couple of people tell me, is that allowed? I told them they're allowed to hold up the signs, but the noises that they're making, that's not a really cool thing because it's disruptive. The idea behind coming in is not to be a disruption. And so again, I just want to correct that. So again, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Hurtado. I kind of concur with you. I mean, a lot of us put in a lot of hours, and the compensation. We're not in it. We didn't go into this business for the compensation. That's for sure. Anyways, I just want to congratulate all the graduates from elementary. I've seen all the graduations from today, ELAC, tomorrow, all these schools, and all the graduates. Real proud of all those folks that graduated from whatever school they attended. I think we should, Councilman Davila, we think we should recognize Ms. Para. I know she worked with my son at Legacy. I think 30 years she put in. I didn't realize that many years. I think we should have her maybe, come give her. And then at the same time, maybe this is the last month that Father Angel is going to be here. I mean, he's leaving St. Helens, so hopefully we can do something by next. I don't know if anybody's working on it. Brought it up before, Father.
Our city clerk is working on that for next.
Huh?
Our city clerk is working on
Okay,
that
so
for
we're gonna have something for him before he leaves in the month. That's important. The other thing in California, we have some construction going on. Just to give a brief, is it for our Wi-Fi? What? Because I know what's going on in California, all the way from Tweedy up here. And
Yeah, we do have a project on California for a fiber optics line. I'm not quite sure if that's what you would be referring
yeah,
to.
just so people know. So that's what it's going. What is it going to do for this? How is it going to benefit the city?
There's the Gateway COG is installing a fiber optic line in their entire region to connect to city halls. It's coming through the city of Southgate. Initially, it won't have service, but they are looking for a way to provide some service to it. So initially, it's just going to be a line that is in place that could be available for use by cities.
Okay, all right. And then we do have a jazz festival coming up, Tina, right, on the 16th of August, and we're not really paying any money. We're just going to offer facilities, so it's the first time we'll be doing it here. So that'll be good. We'll hear more as we approach closer to the date. You brought up, and I know that Councilman Hurtado, I want to bring up a couple items for future, the barbershop deal. I mean, I know I talked to some barbershop owners. They're saying, hey, man, we got too many. Should a moratorium? Should we? I know we have over 15 laundry mats too. I mean, at what point I think we should have discussion on something like this.
And Mr. City Manager, they don't have to be like next week.
No,
don't want to overburden you guys. Okay, so again, when you get, yeah,
and then the other thing is, so those are important because I think you don't want to have. I mean, it's starting to compete with some other barbershops because they're across the street and they're saying, "Gee, I mean, so I mean, we should at least try to see what we could do." The other thing I know there was going to be
smoke shops. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Smoke
The
shop?
smoke shops, not only
could-
the barber shops, but the smoke
Okay.
shops.
Throw those in. Throw that one in there too, or just. Okay, and then the fine. There was going to be a gentleman that was going to be here, Chief, that got 3 citations. I got one too for parking too close to the stop sign. I guess, and you went on that listening tour to get from the residents, and so I think maybe a little education so that I don't think I was familiar with the codes, and so I think and I see the guy was texting my neighbors over there, and everybody was because we haven't been enforcing those certain codes. I think it's important that maybe we provide something in the water bill just to kind of let them know that, hey, this is, I mean, because they don't know. And then they get all upset. And they call me and Gil and say, hey, or the mayor, what's going on? And they say, is this related to the UUT? Is that what you want more money? And no, this is separate, you know. So if just a little education, whatever you could think of to help the community so that they, that's what they wanted, right? I mean, so now we're doing it. And I think that's it. I attended the Kiwanis event. It was a great event, the Hero Apple Award. They did it right. I mean, gee, what an event. Recognize all these educators and Tony Mendez, one of our guys here, and our fire department. Everybody is teachers. So it's getting a lot of attention, that kind of event. So thank you for, I know you were involved with the Kiwanis, so thank you for putting that event. That's all I have.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to add one last thing. I'm sorry, and I have to do this. I don't even like the guy, but Rob does okay. There was a comment made about him insulting people in the community, and I was here. He really didn't do that. He was talking about some individuals who have never offered any solution to the finance. Really, they haven't. They find meeting with staff as a waste of time. And the city manager made a comment about that is a problem for the city. I can't remember the exact term he used, but it was to address. If you have solutions, come on in, give us solutions. Even the vice mayor brought this today. But his comment was that it's a toxic thing to do. Just come in and attack every week. Every time we have a meeting, just attack. But there's no solution, and won't even meet with staff. The gentleman, Eric, you're a fine example of what we need people. Liz does that too. They meet with our staff to learn and be able to come out here and inform people. So again, I was here, and I know you did an insult, but again, I think you mentioned that if anybody was offended by it, that was never your intent.
You know, Councilman Hurtado, you know, it's interesting you raise that, because gets the hits on social media is those. It's not when you compliment with
Right.
when it's what, you know, when you're critical and that sensationalist, that's what they pick up, and that's what.
And that's what some of these people are doing, that they've got these social media pages. In fact, there have been some people who are on social media, and they know who I'm talking about, and they won't allow a person to say, congratulations to Maria Davila, she did a great job. President called me and said she was kicked out of a page. I said, well, they have the right to do that. The administrator has every right to do that. But you go in and you make comments, and they encourage that. Attack. But you say something nice about any one of us, out you go. Your comment is out, and you're booted out. But again, you do get a lot of likes on the bad stuff. So if you're there to want to get likes, go ahead and make stuff up, I guess. But thanks. I wanted to give you some credit for that. You did not insult anybody. That was never the deal. Thank you.
No problem. I mean, I had a resident come up to me at the park and say, hey, you're doing a great job. And, you know, I see you at the park all the time. Here, I want to give you something. I know that you smoke cigars, so I want to give you, I want to give you some cigars. And I go, what made you think I smoke cigars? I don't smoke cigars. I seen it on the internet. I saw it on Instagram. And I said, no, sir, I actually don't smoke at all. I don't smoke anything. So I said, but I don't gamble. Yeah. So I just said, but you know what? You enjoy them. You said they're your favorite ones. You enjoy them in my honor. And thank you for saying that we're doing a good job. But yeah, so, but, you know, thank you. I will say, tomorrow we're going to go, I'm going to the LA County Sanitation meeting for tomorrow. As part of the meeting, they're going to give a presentation, but I wanted to kind of highlight it today regarding the low water rebate program that they have. There is going to be a rate increase that's going in by the County Sanitation District. but they do want to highlight their low water rebate program that they're saying that many residents that do qualify, residents and businesses, commercial is also can qualify for it, are not taking advantage of it. And it's a very easy program to sign up for. They will help facilitate that. So if you want to look up any more information, just go to the LA County Sanitation District and look up low water rebate program. And there's a form and a contact information there for you to fill out, and then a contact number for you to call in to get help filling it out if you need questions, or you can just fill it out online and see if you qualify for the rebate program for that. But I will be at the meeting tomorrow for the presentation and also for the additional items that we're going to be voting on. Just an update, there is one project with the county sanitation for any of the golfers in the region. There is going to be a closure at Los Amigos Golf Course for the front 9 of the course. So they're only going to be operating the back 9 of the golf course starting next week. So from next week for about a month and a half, it's going to be closed for that time, the front 9. So it's only going to be operating as a back 9. So for the golfers in the area, just be aware that you're going to probably deal with more congestion at the golf course. And also if you go to Rio Hondo, you'll probably deal with more congestion as well. And this is because they have to get to access to some of the sewer lines that are part of the area near the second and third hole there on the golf course that go up along the townhomes that are there on Kaufman. So they have to go through the golf course side so they don't impact too much of the residents side as well. So they're going to be doing that. All right. And want to definitely just highlight again, I know, thank you to the city, to the Chamber of Commerce for bringing up our discount card program. It really was an idea that came from the businesses themselves. I was contacted by many of the restaurants saying, we're struggling. We need some help. Is there a way for the city to advertise our business? And I said, look, are you doing anything for the World Cup? And they were like, no, what do you have in mind? And we said, well, let me think about it. I worked with staff. Thank you to the city manager and the staff there, Giselle and Letty, for organizing that, and also to our Parks and Rec director, Tina, for helping out with all the meetings that we got on. And yes, it's going to be a great way for us to visit all the local restaurants, and great opportunity for us to get some discounts at those restaurants as well. But really also for the residents, it's just an opportunity for us to give back to the community, give back to the businesses that really make our community what it is today. And we have some great businesses that are participating. And for any resident, if you want a business to participate that we have not signed up yet, please let that business know that we are still taking signups. So if that business wants to participate, I walked the Tweety Mile, offering it to many of the businesses there. Whoever wanted to sign up, it's just a Google Docs link. It's very easy to do, and then we'll go ahead and facilitate the rest from that. But yeah, looking forward to it. The first day that we can use the cards is this Thursday, opening day of the World Cup, and getting ready to do some fine dining here in our local city. So looking forward to it. And then I want to tentatively say that we are going to have a community watch party at the Hollandale soccer facility at Street Soccer USA on June 25th. It's a Thursday for the USA-Turkey match. It's a 7 p.m. game. It's going to be an all-day event starting. They're going to have a soccer tournament for youth starting at 9 a.m. and it's going to run through the morning. And then we'll have vendors, we'll have food throughout the day. But then it's really going to culminate with the watch party starting at 7. We are finalizing how we're going to do it because it is only for 1,000 participants. So we're finalizing the details of how we're going to do that and be able to offer ways for our residents to register to receive those tickets to be able to be part of the watch party there. Thank you to Street Soccer USA. They're facilitating the viewing capability with Visa. And we're going to have a nice large screen there to be able to watch the game, some good audio, and we'll have a nice fun watch party. And again, this is 100% all fully funded through Street Soccer USA, and then also even the restaurant program. It's all self-sustained. We didn't go out and use any city funding. It's all self-sustainable to be funded through itself. So really happy with this program, and we're just trying to find the best way to make sure that we're still participating with this World Cup coming up. And for now, that is all I have. Yeah, all right. Let's go to consent.
Mr. Mayor, consent agenda items 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 are consent calendar items.
All right. Go ahead and open it up to any member of the audience. If any member of the audience would like to participate and speak on any of these items.
Liz Ruiz from Kaufman. Yeah, I just wanted to speak on. Oh shoot, 17 isn't part of consent calendar, is it?
No.
Never mind.
All right. Thank you. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
We have no emails. We have one person on Zoom.
Okay.
We have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Dominguez.
Okay, I mean, you people are really, I mean, all night long with this shit. I mean, I don't understand why you people got to take forever to talk and just can't move business forward. All right, so let me hit on 13 and see if I can go back to 11. So regarding Tweedy Mile project, so council members, I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's going to be, hang on a second. There's going to be, I've been watching the news, and they're saying that there's going to be like a super El Nino hitting us next year. And the concern with that is that it's going to hit like around November, December. And eventually you're going to get to phase 2 of the Tweedy Mile project. Is there any way that the city can prioritize and bump it up and start now? Because once that rain hits, you're not going to be able to do any of that big work that's necessary for phase 2. So that's the thing I want to caution and bring the attention to the council members. Is there any way we could prioritize and bump up phase 2 of Tweedy Mile project, knock that out, hopefully before the super El Nino hits us early this year in November and December. And then back to, hang on, let me get to 11. Where's 11? Hang on a second. 11. The reservoir, Southgate Wells Reservoir. The thing I just want to hit on real quick is just to share with you Bell Gardens. So they had their city council meeting yesterday, and the shocking thing about Bell Gardens is that a third of the water that the residents get is supplied from their city and their city hall. So Bell Gardens, because they've allowed all this neglect to take place, they're going to sell off their water infrastructure for $41 million. The whole bit, $41 million for their water infrastructure, because one of their wells has PFAS, and they had to shut it down. Otherwise, they'd be poisoning their residents with the PFAS. So they're going to sell it off. And I just want to bring this to your attention, council members. We can't have this type of neglect with our wells. And I don't want to see us end up with Bell Gardens, where we have to end up having to sell off our water infrastructure because we've been neglected all this stuff. I'll end with that.
Thank you. Any other colors?
We have no other, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you. I'll bring it back to council. Any questions?
No, but I know that one of the things that we discussed back when we were having some serious financial issues back in 2005 the discussion of the water rights, and that was not something we ever wanted to get into. We discussed it. That was a bad idea. I like the thinking, though. I hear it. Some other cities are doing it, but I got that advice from the best, right, which were Bill DeWitt and Henry Gonzalez. They say you never want to give that up.
Yep.
That is something you control the price of the water here. You keep it at the lowest level as you can. You don't have to worry about anything. You give away those water rights and bad things happen. So again, I'm going to heed the warning of Henry Gonzalez and Bill DeWitt, but I just wanted to clear that up. But I don't know if anybody has discussion, but I'll make a motion on 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
took out 6 and 8.
I second the motion.
All right, we have a first and second. Roll call.
Councilmember Avalos?
I'm going to vote yes on 5, 7, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. And on item 11, I'm going to say yes to A, B, and D, and no on C.
A, B, and D, and I'm sorry?
No on C.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila?
Yes, except on item number 13, because it has to do with the 50 mile completion. And the reason why I'm not participating on that is because I live within 500 feet.
You're recusing yourself?
I'm recusing myself on that.
Thank
But
you.
yes to the all of them.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right. Item number 17. I think I can read. I think I can read it.
It's late.
I'm pretty sure.
Mr. Mayor, item number 17, the City Council will consider ratifying the motion made by Councilmember Maria de Piedad Avalos to remove Eric Trujillo as a representative from Parks and Recreation Commission.
Thank you. Go ahead. Councilwoman Avalos.
Thank you. So I'd like to make a motion to remove Mr. Trujillo from the Parks and Rec.
I'll second the motion. I did. Mayor Barone.
Thank you. Roll call? Okay.
I'll open it up for discussion to the members of the
Thank you.
audience.
Hello, Council. So we're back again. I just wanted to take the opportunity to actually thank my wife for her support. And you know, she's out taking care of my son. So she's been a great supporter of me my whole life, actually. I've been with her for almost 12 years, I feel. So definitely my appreciation to her, my community, volunteer otherwise. So they're the ones who pushed me to first, you know, apply for this role. So I really want to thank them. And their support, and then all of the staff that and council members that have kind of outreached and helped me educate myself and really learn and open my eyes about city council business. And so, yeah, just wanted to say that at the end of the day, my whole objective was to get involved, educate myself, in the hopes of using those learnings to actually bring solutions to the table. And I'm not going to finish anytime soon. I'll continue to do this. I'll continue to meet with you guys. I actually already set up a second meeting with Luis to continue going over financials, because it's hard to explain how complex city business is. And I come from a corporate background, and my first meeting with him, you know, financial terms are easy to get through, but actual structure of how a city finances are built are completely different from a corporate, you know, financial structure, or even your own checkbook. We try to find similarities to educate our community about these things, but it's ultimately really complex, and you do need a degree to do it. However, I don't want to discourage anybody from not coming and trying to look at these financials and really dig into the numbers, but definitely motivate you to meet with our officials and our directors who are the experts in all of these areas. they're an asset, they're a tool, and they should be leveraged, because ultimately that's how together we're going to figure out a solution to all of our problems, which is finances, finding revenue, and whatnot. Even, Al Rios coming up with that idea about using water funds. None of these decisions are ever, known from the onset. They're hindsight 2020, but coming with actual solutions and trying to leverage those to improve our city is what it's all about. We're here at City Council to speak our mind and give our opinions, but please bring solutions, because you never know what kind of actual change that might bring. So thank you.
Liz Reason Kaufman. I'm vice chair at the Parks Commission, and I'm here to support my colleague because he has contributed a lot in the short period he's been with us. But even then, I think what he has contributed and what he still can contribute is far greater than any other person, council member Avalos, with the exception of me, has brought up to our commission. I have nothing but good things to say about Mr. Trujillo, and I hope to have him around for even longer. His opinion and his commitment to our community is, very much appreciated. And I hope you guys let us keep them. Thank you.
Any emails, Madam Clerk?
I have no emails, Mr. Mayor. I do have people on Zoom.
Go ahead.
I have Mr. Robert Montalvo first.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I was going through the ordinance on the commissioners. It's not vague, but it's not specific either. So I was wondering on the process of this. There is a process to remove and appoint, but the last time this thing was up, it kind of confused me a little bit. Just wanted to know what the procedure is for a commissioner. Like, what are the unspoken requirements? I mean, Gil did bring something up that I didn't know was not part of it before, but it's a good thing, I think, like background checks and stuff, because that can be revealing. You do say you want people that are good for the community, but yet we have people with criminal backgrounds serving on commissions, and it's really confusing when somebody wants to serve their community. One person that comes in to my mind in particular was the woman that came up last time for this position. Josh, according to the timeline that I have from the records that he spoke about, he reached out to somebody from the school, the PTA, and he went on a rumor that she was doing something wrong, and it turned out to be a lie. And it's really humiliating for somebody to go through that. I mean, this is not just a community member. She's a mother, and she's an outstanding member of the PTA. And to drag her through that over a rumor, it is not only wrong, but it's irresponsible as somebody on this council to do something like that. I can't find anything where this is a procedural thing. I don't know if you do this with everybody you appoint, but to single this lady out for that is really uncalled for. You literally humiliated this woman. You destroyed her reputation, and that is uncalled for. When you spoke, you gave excuses. You need to apologize to her for what you did. You really do. And I just don't understand what the procedure is. Again, you have people with criminal records serving on commissions. You have people that criticize you, namely Maria Davila, on these commissions. So there's no consistency. It seems like it's only who you like and who you don't like, who agrees with you and who disagrees with you. So if you can get some clarity on that process of how you select or how you support somebody for a commission, that would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Any other callers?
I have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
All right.
Here we go again. Another round with Councilmember Avalos trying to remove a commissioner from our Parks and Recreation Commissioner. You know, some people just don't learn. And, you know, I can't tell you how disappointed I am with Councilmember Avalos. She has truly proven herself to be a disaster as a council member this year. So, and again tonight, she proved me to be correct when she voted against adopting the budget. I mean, you know, she's operating with this sort of notion that the city is in some sort of financial crisis. You know, to her, this is some sort of speculative theory. I mean, really, after having read the mid-year budget report, you know, the item report for the mid-year budget, that right there should have been like getting doused with a bucket of ice water, for crying out loud. How does that, you know, what was that phrase? It was scared straight. If that doesn't scare you straight, I don't know what the hell will. I mean, that was a horror reading that. So, council members, I want to instruct you, Mayor, don't even bother opening this thing up for discussion. Just roll call it and call it a wrap. You know, we're way past midnight. Let's just end it right here. Let's just roll call it and call it a night. I'll end with that.
All right, thank you. Any other callers?
No other, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just want to address one of the comments that was made, because again, this will be the third time that false information is being said regarding what happened, and I'll do it again, and I will apologize to Ms. Talavera for the fact that her name is being politicized by Councilwoman Pilar Avalos, because, oh yeah, right, but now Mr. Montalvo, I'm sorry, but I'll go over the procedure of how it happened. I reached out to, based on her application, members of the PTA at San Gabriel Elementary, and I reached out to our city manager just to confirm that there was some things that was being said to me that I felt that Councilwoman Avalos should be made aware of and should want to confirm on her own. From that, all of a sudden, it's being said that I am spreading rumors about her, and that's the last thing that I'm trying to do. What I was trying to do was to protect our community, protect our city, and make sure that every council person is aware of anything or any information that is made, that I was made aware of at the time. But again, if somebody wants to use it as a way to attack me, then they can go ahead and try it. But at the end of the day, we're going to continue to move forward, and let's, council member.
Yeah, and I agree with the comment, right, that talking about people falsely, it can tarnish a person's reputation.
That's it.
No, I'm on overtime. You take that off right now. And again, the person who's making the comment saying that we need to be careful has falsely accused me of taking photos of children, has falsely accused me of stealing money from the youth program, has falsely accused 3 of us of going to a casino in San Diego, has falsely accused Maria Davila of poisoning the water. I mean, I can go on, you know, and so again, I am grateful that he made the comment because I can address that. That is just not something we want to do. We want to, and by the way, I'm probably the closest to this young man than anybody else, or that he is with anybody else. As I said, I was his coach many years ago, and he's never said anything to me about Ms. Talavera in any which way, shape, or form. And if he hasn't shared anything like that with me, I seriously doubt that he's made any comments to anybody else. I will vouch for him on that, at least with me. He's never said anything bad about her. Nothing bad. That being said, again, I know we have a motion, a second. If there's a legitimate reason to remove a person, I will always support one of my colleagues on that. I just don't see it. I see a connection. I know she denied removing Ms. Ruiz from the Park Commission. She's wrong. She appointed her to the commission. She claimed that she never appointed her. That was her appointee. And I know that because in 2023, when I appointed Giovanna Laborin to the Planning Commission, and Mr. Rios appointed Edgar Pelayo and Jimmy Osaeta to their respective commissions, I got a list of the people who were on commissions and who appointed them. Liz Ruiz is listed on that one, appointed by Ms. Avalos. So that's not true. That's totally not true. And when I found out that Ms. Ruiz was being removed, was when she called me and she told me that the reason she feels she was removed was because she spoke ill of her sister. And I can see that's offensive, you know, if she was offended by it, but that's not a reason why we remove a person. And Mr. Trujillo has not done anything to warrant being removed. The only thing that I saw that might be the reason is that he spoke in favor of the UUT and explained that he reached that conclusion after spending hours with our staff to get properly educated. And to me, that's not a reason. So again, I will vote against this, but God bless you all, whatever you guys decide on doing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, we have a first and second. Can you get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Avalos?
Well,
So given the fact that everyone's had their comments,
Yeah, could I say something before?
Go
I
ahead.
just want to say something on this one. I think, I have mixed views on this, but, every council member has an opportunity to appoint certain commission individuals, residents that they want to choose. And I guess from time to time, people want to remove them. In that sense, it's not my commissioner. I mean, as a matter of fact, I'm thinking of appointing that young lady that was, because she went to the college. And matter of fact, I have a vacancy, so I'll be looking at that. But, I really don't want to get involved in the business of somebody else's commissioner. I mean, I just think that, we all have our own commissioners and, so I'm going to probably recuse myself from this just because I don't know enough about, I kind of like Eric. I think he's astute, he comes across pretty nice. I just don't know what happened. But sometimes people have differences. And so that's okay. I mean, no, we're not here all to agree. So, I mean, that's where I'm kind of leaning. I don't want to get involved in that and let every commissioner decide. That's why we have this role. So that's how I'm leaning. But I think there's a point of clarification. I think you need 4 votes to exclude somebody from this. Is that the way?
You need 3 votes if one of the votes is the appointing commissioner.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Council.
All right. Well, we'll see how it
The
trickles.
appointing council member plus 2 other members is all you need.
Okay. Well,
So I know there's been a lot of speculation. Why? Why did I decide to do it now? So as I indicated to Mr. Trujillo, when I made the phone call prior to the last council meeting that this agenda came on, he made several comments. And again, these are his words. They're not mine. But I do want to tell you, Eric, that I do appreciate what you've brought, the services that you brought into the city and your depth of knowledge and the fact that you wanted to learn. We do not have a working relationship, as he stated, and that is correct. So the notion that I call my commissioners and tell them how to vote is mute. That's not accurate. As far as my phone number changing, you're right, I changed it. The reason I changed the number wasn't out of a choice, it was out of respect that I am no longer taking the communication allowance that's allowed it to this council. So you had my phone number because I called you from that phone. So the fact that you indicated that it was the first time you saw it on the agenda was inaccurate. He also indicated, quote, "We do not hold the same values." I think I still hold my values. I don't know about you. So to me, again, it goes back to, I appreciate your service, but I do want to give other people an opportunity. And I know, City Clerk, that we have been getting a lot of applications more than a few, several, of individuals that do want to serve. And out of all of the council members, I have been one that gives everyone an opportunity. Ms. Ruiz, I never told you that, but if that's your story, then you stick to it. My story was very different from what I recall, but I will leave it at that. So I would hope that my colleagues would extend to me that professional courtesy of allowing me to appoint somebody else. But like I indicated in the last council meeting, is this going to now be the way we conduct business on doing research on individuals that really genuinely want to serve the community? Was that same care taken with Ms. Reese, with Mr. Trujillo, or any of the other commissioners? I would hope not. And I know that didn't happen. So why have it be directed to that one individual? That's not something that I would want to do. I would want to give you all that level of professionalism to appoint whoever you felt was going to be a good individual to serve the residents of Southgate. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Roll call?
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
No.
Councilmember Davila?
No.
Vice Mayor Rios?
When you say recuse, I think you mean abstain.
Abstain.
Mayor Barron?
No.
Thank you.
For the record.
Thank you. We're going to go on to the next item.
Warrant register. The City Council will consider approving the warrant register for June 9th, 2026. Grand total is $1,705,424.80. Cancellations are none, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and pass it over to our auditor.
Mayor, who's here? Okay, hi, folks. Okay, so we have the warrants here. I'm going to open it up to the public. If you have any questions, or the folks on the phone, you have any questions regarding the warrants?
Vice Mayor, I have Mr. Robert Montalvo.
Okay. Mr. Montalvo. You're
Thank you,
on.
Madam City Clerk. It's probably, my question on the warrants is mostly towards the city clerk. With public records requests and the way the warrants come out, they're pretty vague on some of them. I was wondering if it would be cost effective or too much work to put those online, like the receipts associated with those line items. I don't know how much time it takes to process, like if you request information on a warrant versus just putting it out there for the community to see at any time. This avoids any confusion on what items being spent on. Other than that, I think it's like 20 or 30 words at the most that are on there, along with the price or whatever that was spent on it. And lastly, it's not on the warrants, but I didn't get a chance to comment on agenda item 4. And all I wanted just to say was, I don't see you have one, but there's something called a speed board that mostly used by streamers. But I think that would help you greatly with Zoom and operating YouTube. It's got quick keys and shortcuts, so might make your job easier with it. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montalvo. Any more callers?
No others, Mr. Chair. Vice
Okay,
Mayor.
we'll close the public comment. Bring it back to council. What is recommended?
Motion to approve the warrants.
Is there a second? Second is a second. Roll call.
Councilmember Avalos? Yes. Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila? Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
And Mayor Barron?
Yes. All right, and then we're going to continue how are we going to say this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, what we're going to do is we're going to continue the regular city council meeting of June 9th only as to item number 3. And we'll pick up where we left off at the next regular city council meeting. We'll continue it to the start of the next regular city council meeting with the understanding that we will have flexibility after we start the regular scheduled meeting on the 23rd in terms of when we pick up item number 3. It will be at some point during that evening, but we'll continue it to 6:30, knowing that we won't start with this item at 6:30.
Okay, and then just to end the meeting, I do want to say that our thoughts and prayers go out to the Montoya family, Miss Celeste, and one of our employees, Tito Montoya, lost his wife to cancer. Miss Celeste was a teacher at St. Helens Elementary, was my daughter's art teacher, and she passed away to cancer. So want to make sure we send our thoughts and prayers to the Montoya family and to Tito, who's been a longtime employee here for our city. And then also just the very sad news that I just received about longtime friend of my family, Hilda Morales. Our prayers go out to the Morales family. Minimo, my prayers go out to you and your family. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
We can't adjourn. Let's continue.